Tell me your story.
I was this close to dying from a brain abscess that was misdiagnosed.
Good to know people care, though.
For a lot of people, the MRIs are clear.
You said you had a lot to tell.
Oh, yeah.
Someone said,
I thought it was normal to have like seizures by yourself all the time.
You definitely will feel guilt a lot.
I so appreciate you putting this together.
thank you.
What is your most prized possession?
My life. Oh,
Perfect answer.
like material possession.
Yeah, we can go with that too.
That's a tough one because the older I get, the less things mean to me. It's more,
That's kind of where I'm at now.
yeah, your relationship with material things changes.
That's how it works.
Yeah. But I think for me, my most prized possession, materially, is my tent. My tent, my indoor.
Did not expect that.
Yeah, that is my most prized possession right now. Especially when I have tomatoes and peppers in January. So.
Oh, okay. The tent for gardening. I'm picturing you with a sleeping bag right now.
Oh no, not a sleeping.
Okay.
No.
This one has lights and fans, and a carbon air filter. Okay, yeah, that was always my favorite thing. It's like, okay, your medicine cabinet has lights and a mirror. Mine has a light and fans, because that's where I grow my medicine. So, we all have a different perspective of a medicine cabinet, but my grow tent. And this weekend we're bringing that upstairs. I'm so excited. And but my most prized possession, without it being material, definitely my kids. Definitely my family. Yeah.
What about you, Jeff?
Well, I also don't place a lot of importance on possessions. And I don't consider my wife a possession, and she's the most prized thing about my life. So for me, the possession I have is what I just did. Is get this baby ready for me after this question to go outside and light it up. And that's my most prized possession right now. Possessions don't mean anything. They're worthless. They really are. People are worth something. I mean, Kate, you're worth much more to me than anything I could possibly own.
Love it.
And the same for everyone else that's here. Hi, Andrea. It just, as you get older, it doesn't mean anything. What's the difference? It's about your life and the quality of your relationships. And that's my old man wisdom for today. And I'm going to go get high.
Totally set the mood for the next like 10 hours.
It's the weekend, okay?
Yes.
This is how we do the weekends.
And I'm single all weekend, so I'm
Aren't
gonna
us
be in this
young
state
ones
all
supposed to be
weekend.
the like wild and crazy ones?
I'm single all weekend too. Yeah, everyone I know is in Vegas.
So when it comes to the prized possession thing, I don't know. I mean, even though I can't drive it, I still really appreciate the car.
There
In
you
case of an
go.
emergency.
Hey.
And let's get the answer from Andrea for today's icebreaker. What is your most prized possession?
That's such a really hard question. I gotta have to go with Jeff right now, to be honest with you. Material
understandable.
items don't mean shit.
I was gonna say, is there something I don't know about? I didn't know Jeff was up for grabs.
I just
Twisted, you okay? I had to. I knew it. I knew it.
I've had some major events in my life this year that made me come to a lot of realizations and put a lot of things in perspective that I don't know, material items don't really mean that much. You should appreciate the people in your life.
Cheers to that.
I heard you
What's
had an
the-
idea for another topic to bring up, Andrea?
Yeah, well, I had something kind of blindside me Wednesday.
Well, it's no fun.
Well, I knew that I had put in that I had talked with my neurologist and stuff about being referred to a higher level epilepsy center to be assessed about surgery. And we'd kind of talked about it vaguely a couple of times about how it might be a good option for me. And he thought about, the referral, and he'd done the referral once and then kind of nothing happened. I think it fell through the cracks. And then stuff happened and he brought it up again and I was like, yeah, nothing ever happened. They never called. And I was like, but the way things are going right now, don't worry about it because my life is chaos right now and I don't really want to mess with it. So I kind of put the brakes on it. But then a couple weeks ago, I went ahead and sent him an email saying, hey, I think I do want to go ahead and pursue this, expecting it would be a few months. And they called me out of the blue Wednesday saying, hey, can you come on Tuesday? Yeah, I'm kind of
24 hours
freaked out.
notice.
What?
24 hours
No,
notice. They called you on Monday.
they called me on Wednesday saying, can you come on
Oh, and today's
Tuesday?
okay. Sorry.
Yeah. And so I'm freaking out, trying to figure out how to, doing a three-way call with my mom to try and get transportation to get it done. And I'm just kind of freaking out because I don't even know what I'm walking into. So I thought I would ask all of you lovely people who might have been there, what happens when you walk into your first appointments and you're starting to maybe be assessed for possible surgery in the future?
Oh, this is gonna be a fun one. That
Right.
first
I thought,
impression you make today, I mean Tuesday, that might set
yeah,
a really good tone.
I just don't even know what to expect. I'm kind of just planning on walking in with lots of, what do you think I should, where should we go from here? Because what we're doing so far hasn't been working, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, Kate's perfect because she's had surgery, but with every appointment, it's basically, okay, what have you got? What's next? This didn't work very well. Or, you said you wanted to talk about this, so what are the options?
Right. It's totally new set of doctors, a new hospital, it's new everything.
Oh shoot, yeah. Wow, this is exciting. Very exciting. Definitely have your history clear cut as possible. Take the emotion out of it as if you're
That's
doing,
the hard part.
yeah, I know,
It's
but
trying to get it all together by Tuesday.
oh gosh, yeah, it's basically a quick summary of your seizure history, the medication history, and what your goals are now, the problems that you're having now and what your goals are. And then what options do you have? Oh, who's got to go? Twisted's got to go. Peace, love. But yeah, just go in with that summary and say,
Later
okay,
tonight.
options, let me think about it, kind of thing. Um, yeah, wow, that's
It's just a lot. It's because I was especially not expecting it to happen this quick. And then for it to happen like next Tuesday, where I have like no time to prepare, that makes it even more, I think. But at least I don't have as much time to stress out about it.
right. And you got us too. You know,
Yeah.
I would say Kate's probably got very similar information, but she's had surgery, so
Yeah. What did she have done? She disappeared.
She's got RNS and
RNS?
yeah, and to do that, you have to have the SEEG. So she had the surgically implanted stereo SEEG.
How long do they do those?
I don't even know.
I would think that they're fairly lengthy since they do surgery to implant things.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm communicating with my daughter.
Okay, how did the SEEG go? She was saying you had the SEEG before the RNS.
Yes, I had several, whatever they call those inpatient EEG stays where you stay for like a week at a time. I had 3 of
EMU?
those. Right.
3 of them?
In the 2 years preceding the first surgery.
Okay.
So after they compiled enough data to satisfy the insurance for any surgery, then they analyzed the data from 3 inpatient EEGs and 1. I couldn't get a straight answer of how many days or if it was a week or longer, but the SEEG also served the purpose of narrowing down the foci. How many focal points, like where your seizures originate from.
Yeah, to make it more precise when they actually do the surgery.
Yeah, and to know which surgery you even qualify for, because they wouldn't do lobectomy, ablation, or any part of any kind of whatever that surgery word is, where they just take out a chunk of your brain, because some of the foci were on the hippocampus, I want to say, like it was like deep, and
Yeah.
that's what led them to RNS instead of VNS, because RNS is the only one where you can have more electrodes further in, not just on the
Mm,
surface. And VNS is
interesting.
kind of automatic
Yeah.
impulses.
It's
Yeah,
kind of like a pacemaker, isn't it?
exactly. That's the analogy that everybody still uses. And RNS is more responsive. So after they played with the settings a little bit, the range of time they give you though for the RNS for how long the battery lasts, that varied greatly. Yeah, because even now they're saying it could still go from anywhere from 6 to 12 years. That 10 years is the median setting before
Yeah.
we'll have to go back in for like a battery replacement surgery. And at this point, they only have me coming back every 6 months. So I don't think I took a
What do
note
they have
of
to
whether they updated that.
what do they have to do for the battery replacement?
Another surgery. It's another inpatient thing. Like right now, there's a piece of the skull missing. That's where the, I guess, battery pack or whatever you want to call it, the actual device is. And then the scars or the little lumps back here are from the electrodes, and that's on both sides. So I can tell where the device is, and they say again, that's like the spot you always watch out for. No MRIs, because the RNS has to get turned off or put in settings changed to get an MRI. That's another important reason to have some kind of ID bracelet, whenever we go to
Yeah.
a new place. If there's, an ER situation or something like that, then it's really important that you don't go near any magnetic device with the RNS, because in whatever those things are called at the airport, um, that'll get set off. But then if you go into an MRI, like a really, really strong magnet,
Oh yeah,
it
that
could
would
literally
rip it out of your rip it out.
yeah, that they warned against that several times.
Yeah.
So after all
MRIs
the
can
tests, then the appointments with the surgeon will be fun, because that's when you can actually get all the specific questions. In my notes, I said that I never got all the answers because I was just fresh from all these seizures on the EEGs, and I was still out of it. So
yeah.
that's another reason, before you're going in with the intention of having seizures, plan on what you want to do for like the week after and have that all written down, so that that kind of thing doesn't fall through the cracks. Because it
Yeah.
seemed like after we got the process started, it went really quickly, but that could be because I was out of it.
Yeah.
for most of the appointments. And again, we had to go to like a 3-hour drive and wherever they tell you to go. So it's a lot. It'll take up a lot of time. But if you feel that it's worth it, definitely get all your questions answered. Now we know to get every single procedure prior authorization with your insurance. Ask them how long that lasts and just get all the details hashed out. And in your new patient appointment, though, this is going to be exciting because you can go in like Ann said with those goals clear.
Yeah.
And as long as this physician understands that you're here to listen, I respectfully request your opinion because this is you're the one who can tell me what my best option is to achieve controlled seizures. This is where I'm at now. This is where I want to be within 2 years or whatever, amount of time. And I mean, maybe even throwing that goal word in there might put them on the right level. You bringing
I
somebody
just
with you?
don't. That's the worst part of it.
What's that? Not bringing somebody or wanting somebody in there?
The person that I have to bring is not a person that I want to bring, but that's the only person that I can bring.
Okay, so do your best to set those boundaries long
Mitigate
before.
the damage.
That's the thing. Prevent the damage by laying out the boundaries. Maybe give some kind of incentive to stick by your rules, and that might shut them up. Or whatever you need.
Believe me, I've been trying for 47 years.
Ugh.
Can't
So
they
even the
stay in the
incentive.
waiting room?
Um, I need them to be informed if they're going to be helping me with all of the things. They need
Yeah,
to
I've been
have
there.
they need to have a clue.
And it's tough.
And you don't always get the paperwork, the right pamphlets on that first appointment. But then again, you could downplay it to whoever is, basically driving. Let them know this really is just a meeting. I'm letting them know what my goals are, and they'll tell me what tests to take. I'll have those appointments when I go to checkout. We'll schedule the follow-up, and you can come to the counter with me to schedule those tests that they might order today. I need you there for that really important part. Emphasize that instead of, stay out. Just say when I most need you is at checkout time so we get the right appointments for those tests they might order. Maybe they'll still feel required.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Well, thank you for bringing that question to group today. Now we all feel like we're doing our part. Thank you.
We'll get hopefully I'll be back in time to give you the damage report on Tuesday.
But don't anticipate a damage report right now. You're not going to set yourself up for failure, Andrea. We're not going to let you do that.
No, I mean, I'm excited about it. I just am dreading the drive mostly.
Playlist. Got your Bluetooth, the headphones?
I want to make it there alive.
Uh-oh. Is it a sibling or a parent?
A parent.
So just keep the right one in.
I will
Have that
pray
left
for
one out so they
you,
can
dear.
still.
I will pray for you. I'm sorry. Right. It might be the smack that they need from the doctor. I've had that happen. Okay.
Oh, where the doctor really was on your side.
Yeah, that reality check gets even more real every time, according to my doctor. So have faith in that. There you go. Because she's like, this is so, yeah, she's usually very overwhelmed, more than I am after an appointment. So I know what you mean. It'll be okay.
Yeah, she's great in a crisis. Don't get me wrong. I love her to death. She's wonderful, but does not respect boundaries at all. And
No.
she likes to do everything her way.
Is it her? Well, obviously it is her car.
Yep.
You'll be all right.
Emphasize gratitude on the way there and just lay out, something to the effect of everything that you've helped me with over the years has inspired this is what I'm going to say to the doctor and see if she'll just
Oh
agree.
yeah, it'll be all right. It's just getting there. I
Yeah.
usually
You've made it this
Andrea,
long, Andrea. You got this.
You got this. Get your favorite cookies and hers too. Okay, so
Andrea, can't you say that you need to meditate and put your earphones on? That before the appointment, you need to calm yourself and meditate.
I might try that one.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we'll jump into the epilepsy talk.
I got something.
Cool.
It says clustering focal aware seizures. I have aura continua, where I constantly have a lingering aura no matter what I do, and it is 24/7. It is constantly on no matter what I do. I've been in 200 milligrams for about a week and a half of lamotrigine, but yesterday in my fourth period class, I felt my heightened seizure start. It felt like I was floating in a bad way, like I was in water, but like I was drowning. I then started feeling like I was buzzing, like a nicotine buzz. I couldn't feel I couldn't feel for the life of me. And I just started off while my teacher was yapping. It was clustering focal seizure. It would start, kind of tamper off, and then back up. It went for about 5 to 7 minutes and I was fully freaking out. I didn't go full tonic-clonic, and I never have, even when I cluster like that. After I couldn't focus on my fifth and sixth period for the life of me, I was buzzing and buzzing and buzzing and buzzing. I just started off. I felt like a zombie, and even when I write this, my aura is still heavily elevated. I don't understand why my lamotrigine isn't working well, and it is one of the worst elevated seizures I ever had. I'm still very lucid, and it is very much sucks. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have focals like that anymore. Shout out to Nature's Made. B12 by Nature's Made. Yeah. So, clustering in school, I'd tell somebody. You need people to know in situations like that. Yeah, I would have pointed that one out. But here's a comment. Someone said, "Gosh, I'm sorry," and go to your next two classes like that. I'm so glad you're feeling better. Do you have rescue meds? No, they don't have rescue meds. And that was by Raven. Something here says, I was having similar problems happening 6 weeks ago. I was hospitalized for my seizures, and upon lamotrigine to taking 200 milligrams twice a day, so 400 milligrams total, and I haven't had any auras or seizures in 6 weeks, the longest I've gone so far. If you have a neurologist, I would try and reach out to them and see if they can adjust or talk about different options.
Sounds
Advice
like
on
the most.
clustering focal?
Oh, well, I would assume that something that might help with that not happening is to have a plan in place, not go from class to class worried and nervous you know, right at the end of the lecture or whatever, thinking, okay, am I going to make it to the next class or am I going to wander off the balcony? Like they want to first thing, let a trusted medical professional know what is happening, or parents, or, whoever is a trusted adult that can actually get something done for you. Let them know what's happening and have a plan in place of what feels like worst case scenario. And then take it from there. So you'll have your follow up, you'll know to take notes and be able to better understand why this is happening. But first step is to tell somebody who can get something done, what's going on, and have a plan for if this happens. And then figure out who to tell, whether it be principal or teacher, or just have somebody that's willing to go through this with you. Walk you class to class for that first week while you're adjusting on the meds or whatever. You're going to need support. Get ready to ask for help because you're going to need it. but that still makes you a stronger person for recognizing that.
You guys got
What do
any
you think,
advice
Andrea?
for
Did you have any clusters?
I haven't really ever had any clusters that I'm aware of, but I have been home alone for most everything and that I know of. The tonic clonics I just am wake up from.
And
So
hours are gone.
right. And like
Yeah.
I have no idea when this happened or how long it was or anything. I'm so out of it I don't even know when it started, or what I was doing. So
Yeah, I've been there.
I got something. It says termination. Even though my job claims they can't fire me because of my health, they're assisting me on what I need to get medical clearance poorly. I feel like I'm being set up for failure to grant them an excuse other than my health to terminate me. I am being paranoid, or am I being paranoid, or my perception of the situation can be factual? It can be factual. I've heard of people not getting fired for their disability, but then making the work harder on them to eventually they just want to quit. Heard that several times. First comment here says have an attorney. Second one says, I don't know, I'm kind of in the same boat. I started having seizures in December and I had 3 on the job. They already cut my hours. I'm waiting to see if they fire me when and if I have my next one. I know, but it implies to me he likes to party, and maybe that is linked to the reason there's seizures. I am a retired VP, and we terminated people not for the worst thing, but for a reason that was good enough, and we could prove it in court. Wow.
That's harsh. If I was them, I would want to hear some kind of success story. There was another girl at the last job who didn't have seizures, but she had another disability, and it required her to, not do the hours basically. So she came up with another solution to tell management of, a position that she could handle, sacrifice the commission, but still kept the job like she wanted to. So maybe if this employee takes a more proactive step, brings that to management of this is what I can still manage to do at no risk or liability to you, then that's worth a shot. In the meantime, I mean, I hate to agree with it, but maybe save up for that lawyer, because after this last job, when you can prove that you've been on the books making this much money for this long, disability cases are a better chance at having a livable income. But good job for everything that you're putting out there and thinking about doing this right. That's a big deal.
I got another one here. It says, is this epilepsy? My boyfriend, 34 years old, had his first seizure on May 27th. No, that's April 27th. It happened in the morning as I woke up to him convulsing. He had the total of 4 that day, with 2 at home, 1 in the ambulance, and 1 more at the hospital. He was given Keppra and remained seizure-free until 5/27, which would be May 27th. This time it was a bit different. He has suffered from what we believe to be as anxiety for several years. He will wake up in a panic and drenched in sweat. He had the same experience on May 27th, but it was coupled with disorientation and confusion. He was confused that showed a picture. He was confused, so we showed him a picture of our family and he didn't recognize them. I urged him to go to the ER, but he refused and he wanted to go back to bed. Considering his history, I am concerned and constantly checking on him. He wakes up disorientated again and comes into the living room, nearly startled, but still pretty aware of everything. He still refused to go to the hospital. About 30 minutes later, I go to check on him, and he's having a grand mal seizure that lasted 4 to 5 minutes. He was taken to the hospital, and labs, CT, and vitals were normal. They sent him home with Keppra, and he has been seizure-free so far. I'm inclined to believe what we thought it was anxiety, precursor to seizures, and he's likely to have more seizures that may have went unnoticed for some time. After his last seizure on April 27th, he had stopped liquor, but will drink a beer. He smokes marijuana heavily, and only new medication was tramadol, prescribed by ortho in May 27th, which we realize can often cause seizures. No history of seizures, but he did have a head injury 8 years ago when he was hit by a brick. I don't know if it's epilepsy or if it's tramadol. Was just trying to find another trigger or what. I'm now anxious about his safety and quality of life. I'm not sure if this is epilepsy or not. If he's having seizures, I'm not gonna say that means epilepsy because it doesn't, but yeah, go see a neurologist, not just emergency rooms. This is something you can take care of at home.
Definitely
And
start getting this on record with a neurologist, like Pookie said, or somebody who will be able to treat this if it is epilepsy.
yeah,
Heads
you
up,
can't.
if you have more than 2 seizures.
Yeah, you can't just go about life with this stuff because, no. Like they said, they keep going to the ER, and the ER isn't gonna do much besides give you Keppra, like you said. And he's having grand miles, and you haven't talked to a neuro. They said they talked to an ortho, but yeah, other than that, you got to go find a neurologist, not an ER nurse or whatever the case. But to each his own. That's what
Well,
he feels
tramadol is
best
a
for
really
him.
popular opioid that lowers your seizure threshold.
Oh, didn't know that. Well, that makes a lot of sense. First comment says only a doctor can make that call. Second comment says I believe marijuana lowers the threshold to seizures. He might want to cease that. And I think about when they occurred because they may have been triggered that he should now avoid. I hope it gets better for you guys. Hang in there. I'm new to the group and I'm trying to find my way as well. I can say it's not the weed. Well, everybody's case is different. Weed has never bothered me, and none of the people that I've met. I haven't met anyone who said the weed bothered them so far. But yeah, I say see a neurologist or get a primary and see how that goes. But you're gonna need more than Keppra.
There's also no science that says that weed lowers the seizure threshold.
Right, because I feel like smoking right now. But anyway.
But there's still a long way to go and better being able to filter, any of we know indica sativa have different effects for everybody, but even that, I always preferred a sativa hybrid and didn't have problems as long as I drank enough, as long as I stayed hydrated. So now we'll go back 10 years later and see what's changed on the market. Everybody has their own triggers, especially. So this early in the game, start taking notes and get all your doctors on the same page so you don't have that ortho issue again.
But it's easy to blame the weed if somebody is both ignorant and doesn't want to think about what it's really about.
And if it's the doctor who actually prescribed an opioid, they're going to call out the weed ad and a beer, absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
I suggest the not drinking. I say it's not the weed.
Wait.
Everybody knows their own body, but yeah. For me, it's indica all times a day. Yeah. I like being high. So
For me, it's THC.
indica does a lot for me. Helps me feel that fatigue feeling of drag ass, like I'm so loaded. I like that feeling.
Yeah. I'd rather be indica high than that dragged out fatigued feeling. And it does seem to get away, to get rid of that. But you know how it is, guys. Haters gonna hate.
Right.
Oh my God, we gotta get these people to stop using this stuff. It's so dangerous. Blah blah blah. Yeah, well
Heads
look
up
at
for
the
somebody who still calls it dope.
yeah, right. I'm like, you want to say it's so dangerous? Look at the pills that I'm taking.
Right. I don't understand. It's like give them guns, take the weed.
Well, give me a gun and try to take my weed.
You got me off of morphine.
Yeah, as weed laws are getting stronger, gun laws are getting a little less stronger. I got another one here though. It says sister just developed seizures, looking for advice, context of what to expect from new diagnosis. I'm at a loss here of what to do. My sister is 27, just developed seizures and has had her first one 6 days ago and is averaging about 4 per day. Emergency room has discharged her 3 times. Neurology consult is pending for late July. This emergency doctor thinks she should be able to still work while seizing. Is this normal? I can't imagine having episodes like that and then continuing with the job. Lately, they've been lasting about a minute. She's always able to feel them coming on and can get herself in a safe position. She maintains her airway. We haven't been able to pinpoint a trigger as of yet, but we're keeping a log of how many seizures for how long. I'm just looking for context of what to expect for her journey to get a diagnosis. So far, the emergency room was only able to do a CT and blood work, all of which are okay for a high lactate. Any stories or context would be appreciated. I'm a nurse, but not my area of expertise. Well, if you were a nurse, I wouldn't send her to the emergency room every time. But thoughts, you guys. 6 days of having seizures, 4 a day.
The only thing that all the ER visits did for some good was to make sure that the insurance didn't take their time in honoring those referrals and getting treatment at a better epilepsy center to stop these constant like $5,000 every other week trips. So that's the only thing that an ER trip does build a record of something legit to show the insurance company that this is a real problem and it's not going to stop and a PCP can't do shit. So keeping the record is one, especially being a nurse. I'm assuming she wouldn't allow any medication to be administered that could do more damage than good. And obviously just monitor the vitals and keep her in a safe place if another seizure does come on, but find the right medications and not going to do more harm than good, especially for somebody that young.
I believe she's not taking medication. It hasn't said that.
Yeah, so it's got to be a big picture situation with the right professional to go over the whole history and what could possibly get this under control.
I say from what they're saying, is this normal? Normal for the emergency room doctor to tell you that you should still work while seizing? That's not normal. For a doctor to tell you that at the hospital, I don't think they ever supposed to tell you things like that, right? Just stop working in the emergency room. Anybody have that
I think
experience?
they're trying to get out of being the doctor to write the note saying you don't have to go back to work.
Yeah, I don't suggest going back to work if you're having 4 a day. You're gonna lose that job for a day. I don't know how many they're gonna allow you to have on the job in a day, but around here, California, you can't have too many. Not in a certain amount of work period. I think they told me. I think it's like in between the pay period, you can only have like 3. First comment here says I'm 25 and I had 2 seizures within the past 6 months. A lot of auras scattered within that time. CT came back clear MRI and EEG, relatively clear blood work besides the lactate, like you and your sister's situation. I'm waiting for a 24-hour EEG early July. I've been seeing a neurologist and I've also been prescribed Lamictal, lamotrigine. Doctors aren't sure what I have or what causes my seizures yet, so it's been a really scary time, but I've just been taking it day by day. It sounds like you've been a great support to your sister. Continue to advocate for her at the doctor's office and motivate her to do so for herself. Don't be afraid to get a second opinion and switch doctors if they aren't listening to you. Seizures are no joke, and she deserves to have a high quality of life. I wish you both the best. That's good advice. Get a second and third opinion if you need to. But emergency room opinions aren't going to help them. So and if you can, they haven't talked about medication, but yeah, they're going to give you Keppra. At this point, I say take anything to stop the seizures. If they're not going to give you anything, take what they're offering until you see the neurologist. Anybody else think differently? I know we're not pro Keppra, but
I
not
would
getting-
agree. Take it until you can see a doctor and then get off it as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's what I think. Get off it as soon as you can, but as for something, don't go med free if you're thinking it might be epilepsy and you're not diagnosed yet. Yeah, that's all it took was 2 days later after my first seizure. They gave me medication like, oh, you have epilepsy. They did no checks. I just got out of the ambulance. I was in the emergency room for 2 days later after the other one, and they were just like, you have epilepsy. Did no checks that day. That's odd now that I look back on it. This one says, I can't tell if it's what everyone says or if it's something more. I keep having these episodes where I space out, and quote, space out, and have sometimes I have these body jerks that are like tics. I don't have Tourette's, and I know that I do space out a lot, but spacing out is different than this. When I have these little episodes, it's like I'm just gone. I'm still looking at things and hearing things, but I'm not really seeing or hearing. It's just the other night my mom had to call my name 5 times before I came back to reality. And this isn't the first time it's happened. Nearly walked into oncoming traffic before. The twitching could be twitching, but it's intense, like I lose control of my body, and for a second, they usually occur when I'm distressed, either by noise, too much, or visual input or stress. It doesn't look like anything more than ticking or spacing the outside, but I'm worried that this isn't just that. I want advice, maybe a different perspective, opinions. I have other chronic issues, and I hit my head a lot as a kid. Probably should have gone to the hospital for those, but we are broke. So I wouldn't be surprised if I'm having some other problem on top of it all. They said they just want advice and they can't tell if people are lying on them, basically. Can't tell if it's everything, if it's what everyone says. I think if your mother's saying something like that is happening, you got to get that checked out. I don't have bad myoclonics like the jerking where you're hitting stuff and throwing stuff. I mean, every now and then, but that's something to get checked on. But the first comment here says, I was having a lot of these, in quote, absence seizures before I had a TBI that started making the stereotypical seizures happen more. My mom would get calls from school during the day a few times a month. My senior year saying I was acting weird and not responding for decently long periods, 5 to 15 minutes. I was later diagnosed with epileptic, non-epileptic seizures after that. How do you get epileptic and non-epileptic seizures? Well, I guess that would make sense. That's never heard of that.
If they find evidence on the second EEG or the first one, if they have to find evidence of seizure activity in the brain, and also have documented seizures that for whatever reason they have a valid cause to believe is not epileptic. So that's a tricky one, but better if they're recognizing both diagnoses, then that's definitely better for the patient.
It's tricky though, because a gallbladder attack sure as hell can look like a seizure. I don't know if you've ever seen somebody have one. But the condition that I was in at that point, that's what they classified as a psychogenic non-epileptic seizure. But when the general surgeon who took my gallbladder out looked at the video, he's like, no, this woman is having a gallbladder attack. This has been going on for at least 5 years. And yeah, but yeah, they classified that as PNES because they didn't recognize it. And that's basically how they do it. And I'm like, okay, I guess, okay, you know, what are we gonna do about that? Say, you know, this is not what you're saying it is, but there's no way to make them listen. Unless like something like what happened to me. It's like if I kept seizing, it would have torn that surgery apart within hours after that surgery. So they had to listen to me. And I'm like, look, you either stop this now or it's going tonic clonic. I just went bilateral because I felt the left side. And I'm like, I really don't give a flying fuck what happens from here. I told you everything. Bye now. And that was it. Bye now. You know, and my daughter was telling me, she said, honest to God, I had to walk out of the room. She was laughing so hard because I'm like, hey, I told you everything. You didn't listen. Bye now. Just as the Ativan, you know, it's like, fuck you. But, you know, we have to find a way to make them listen. It's like, you know, here's the form. I just have to sign it if you fuck up. I don't know. But it's crazy. You know, it's like everything is, you can have both psychogenic and epileptic seizures. I think psychogenic is a very ambiguous, non-clinical garbage bag for diagnostics. And I'm not the only one that says that. So I know other doctors that will say that too, because it's just, you know, we don't know what it is, so we're going to call it psychogenic. You know, sometimes true functional neurological disorders that cause psychogenic seizures can be something as strange as all of a sudden, you know, you saw an accident and all of a sudden you couldn't speak anymore. That is a functional neurological disorder. And that's just from your brain going into shock. So you got a little electrical wobble and you just have to turn it off. Same thing with epilepsy. It's like just turn it off. But I don't understand the whole draw, you know, it seems like a trending diagnostic to the psychogenic thing. But yeah, you can have both. I get it. I definitely get it. And therapy does help. But when you figure it out that it's not psychogenic, sometimes it's a minute too late. And I was that close. So I'm like, you guys can fight all you want. I don't really care. I got nothing to lose. But everything to lose, you know.
And that's how it feels like when it comes to surgery.
Yeah. Well, and basically, I guess that's what it came down to. You know, I had said to them, you're going to be the ones explaining this to the surgeon, not me. And that was the first seizure. And I don't even remember that. And then by the second seizure, my daughter was there and she heard me tell them, hey, it's entirely up to you. I told you what would happen. You're not listening. You know, bye. I can't help it. But it's like I have to control my seizures. Well, I would love to be able to do that. If I had the gas pedal, I would definitely put it in park. I don't have that control. So still getting that every now and then. It's like, oh, well, you never should have done that. Well, why couldn't you just hold back on that? I'm like, it's not like I was constipated, okay? Epilepsy, yeah, seizures aren't like that. You can't just hold it in for a minute, you know, it just doesn't. Sorry, guys.
Right. That's hilarious.
what I was going to ask is the PNES versus epilepsy. Would you think it's safe to say that one distinction that can be made is the postictal? That after a PNES, but you're coherent a lot sooner than after an epileptic event?
Yeah, yeah, usually.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the postictal, and I don't have the headache. I might be sweating, but I feel more muscle tension from the panic. Because basically, to me personally, a psychogenic non-epileptic seizure is a panic attack gone wild. And if I can get control of that, I can actually calm down. And that's another way I know that it's psychogenic. It's like, okay, this was not, I got this. You know, I got the steering wheel, I got this. But the epileptic ones, that's usually where I panic for a very brief moment because I can't do anything about it. And if there's somebody around watching that, you know, they'll see that momentary panic, like I'm trying to get out or something. And um, you know, and they don't always recognize it. But someone that's around me all the time did, you know, and she's like, yeah, my mom's having a seizure. You're watching. She's, you know, and she saw it. She knew it was about to go over to a bilateral. So it was like, you better do something, guys. She's not going to stop. So, but that was that, you know, that was pretty interesting that they were like, well, we didn't know. And I said, well, whether it was a seizure or not, was it something that could have damaged their surgery? So just treat it. Don't question it. Why don't you just treat it and then question it? This is, I don't get this anymore. I don't understand how healthcare works anymore.
Right.
You know, it's like, oh, this could be a heart attack. Well, let's give him that medication because this would help with those symptoms if it's a heart attack. And they don't even question or think about it. But when it's epilepsy, they got to ask us all these questions when we're either coming out of a seizure, in between seizures, or going into a tonic-clonic. And it's like, patient uncooperative, I got something for you. If I was uncooperative during a seizure, that should be your answer right there. Okay? Just saying. You know, that's crazy. And I see it all the time. You know, unable to complete MRI due to patient moving. I was having a freaking seizure. Okay, I had one after another for like I don't know how many hours in that hospital stay. And I'm like, wait, when did these ever stop? You know, and then I'm looking at the med chart, and this was back a couple of years ago. And I'm looking at the med chart, and it's like, the hell were they giving me antipsychotics for? I was having seizures, and they were giving me propofol and Haldol, and yeah, fuck it all. There, you know. I'm like, that's not helping. You're making it worse. Oh, well, your records are telling us that you have psychogenic everything. Yeah. But no, this time was actually a good one. They got a good lesson.
So finally, once the evidence that you've been presenting for years is put together by the right people,
Yep.
and I can't think of it as anything besides like cachet is cleared off your medical record, then that seems like another big hurdle. If you get an incorrect diagnosis and treatment for it, that it's going to be hard for any future physicians to start in the right place.
Well, let's hope, because at least this doctor recognized that he's basically putting in the diagnosis that was there in 2020 before I moved to Rochester. They gave me this diagnosis at Johns Hopkins. I didn't get the focal to bilateral tonic-clonic from Rochester. I got that from Johns Hopkins. And that was just based on my EEGs. So, you know, and it's like, yeah, I already knew, but that's what happened here. They had to do it. They had to find the diagnosis on their own. They're like, well, then that's the kind of crap. But I can't say that it won't make a difference because we still have to defend a diagnosis. You know what I mean? Especially women. It's like I could be an amputee and I would still be arguing with a freaking doctor. I'm convinced at this point. I really am. Yeah.
It's the insurance coverage that's really got me thinking today. You actually have to ask when going into a complex surgery if you're
Yeah.
going to have care after.
Well, apparently what happened, just the same as with like a controlled substance. If it isn't due, it'll be delayed. Okay. I looked at my physical therapy requisition. They don't want me starting until week 3 or week 4. So that's not until next week and the following week. And I'm like, come on. But in my hospital notes, they wanted me to take this sling off like 3 days after my surgery and start moving my arm. So I
Just
did.
literally go out and let it dangle in the wind. I mean, you
Well,
just
yeah,
have to
no,
have
it
some
wouldn't. Trust
help
me,
with that.
I could not do that. I was passively, you know, like using my other hand to bend my elbow so that my elbow wouldn't get stiff. Because that's the first thing that happens. And it's like, I just don't want a frozen shoulder. And then I did some shoulder rolls. And then I get the no, please don't. 9 days after my surgery. And I'm like, wait a minute. You know, and she's like, well, let me see what you can do. And I showed her. She said, no, I don't want you doing that. Not for a few more weeks. And I'm like, well, too bad. If I can't find a way to manage pain, I am not going to sit here in an immobilizer that's causing pain. Because I know just moving carefully, you know, I'm like, we know what we're doing. I'm not going to stress the bicep or any of the surgical areas, but I'm not going to sit here doing nothing after they said, no, take this off. You want to be doing this. It's just for comfort. What? And then I get to the doctor, no, we want you strapped down for another 2 weeks. And I'm like, wait, can I pick between the two? Can I choose? So then I get the requisition for the physical therapy, and I'm reading phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Okay, phase 2 is usually where you start with your physical therapy, and it's showing weeks 3 and 4. So what happened was, yes, it is automatically approved, but I can't start physical therapy for at least another week. And I'm like, oh, wait. Okay, no problem. Because I want to be with my friend, you know, my favorite physical therapist. But that's why. That's what happened. Yes, it's approved, but I can't start yet. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, that's all that was. But darn.
Non-epileptic seizures, are they just as bad as epileptic seizures? Like you have a tonic-clonic, you won't be able to tell the difference if it's non-epileptic or epileptic?
I don't think I've ever gone that far, where it was like a tonic-clonic, and if it was, I don't remember. But I know I've had like where I black out or I pass out. But I used to freak out a lot. Like I would be startled and then I would like totally freak out. Like I had an anxiety disorder. And we found out later that those were reflexive seizures. So, which is part of the reason I take Vimpat, And because it's really good for that. And I got my pregabalin back because it's really good for that. But yeah, I do have reflexive seizures, so it's hard to tell. And it got to the point where I'm like, okay, fine, I'll see what I can do to take care of the anxiety on my own. Because I wasn't, what meds would they give me for anxiety for real? That would be any different from what we use for epilepsy.
Right.
So I'm like, I will live a life of benzodiazepines. No, I will not. So, I did the therapy and that helped because a lot of it was panic. And it was like what they call a trauma response. When you have PTSD or complex childhood PTSD, your brain automatically responds in the way it was trained to. And you have to untrain that. You have to comfort that child. You have to untrain those pathways where I was freaking out or lashing out or running away, kind of thing. So it took years, I'm not gonna lie. But for the most part, what I just experienced with the psychogenic was simply a misunderstanding of diagnoses and the medical model of mental health that is not working, and actually harming people. That's what happened. Because yeah, they had everything listed as psychogenic, to the point I almost died twice. So it's like, yeah, no. I don't know. I want to say that I truly believe in them because I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't know. But I still say that PNES is a big, literally contractor sized trash bag for diagnoses that they don't know what else to tell you. There's no clinical support in any of their concepts in these diagnostics. There is no diagnostics in PNES. And the only thing you can do is rule out epilepsy. And one EEG does not do that. So I think more people need to understand that part. But 9 times out of 10, maybe not that much, but quite often, the PNES turn out to be like deep brain seizures or things like things happening in the cerebrum, like a Chiari malformation or other birth defects that people aren't even aware of at the base of their brain. So and that just came from my doctor Tuesday, because I'm like, well, what about insular seizures? What about this? And he's like, I don't think you're having that because I'm seeing more of this. And I'm like, okay, so let's attack. Let's target what we need to target. So, and see what happens. But I'm probably going to have another EMU stay. I see you smiling, Kate, but I hate them. Hate them. I know. So,
You
but
get
yeah,
the data that you need to make the right choices and help these professionals make the right choices.
well, the very first question I have is that, am I even a candidate for surgery at 65? So let's be realistic. I'm not going to go through all that if there isn't a chance of having, and he said he doesn't think a VNS would be appropriate, because I have too many foci. It would kind of overwhelm the VNS. He's like, no, it won't. Yeah, it's not enough.
Won't hold up, it'd be dead tomorrow.
Right.
That battery would never last.
And that's exactly what he said. He said, no, I think your brain would short that right out. And I'm like, oh, great. It's like that. And he's like, yeah, it's like that. I'm like, so we're talking more like DBS, RNS. And he said, yeah, or some of the other new stuff coming up. Let's see. So I'll see him in 2 months. And we'll see. And I can't stand keeping my arm in this thing. I'm not kidding. I'm not
But as
kidding.
long as Anne's got a goal, you know where you're gonna make it, and you're gonna make it there healthy and safe. And if it takes, just doing some more modified exercises for now, you can make it. You got this.
Oh yeah, I got it made. I mean, I live with the exercise physiologist. I have it made. All she has to do is after she wakes up from passing out from reading my surgical notes, I'm not kidding, she did. She passed right out. She got in the corner of the couch and curled up with her laptop and didn't even open the laptop. And I'm like, hey, you okay? And she's like, yeah. She gets up, wanders to the bathroom, and I hear that significant gagging noise. And she's like, all right, Mom, this is what I do not want you doing with your arm, and this is what I do want you doing with your arm. And I'm like, are you okay? And all I heard she said was, I had to read your surgical notes. And it made her, poor kid, it makes her that sick. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She's like, yep, this is what you are not going to do. And this is what you can do. So we're good. But yeah, I don't start for another week. And I'm like, I thought I could schedule appointments next week. Now, maybe the intake, but not the rest.
I got something. It says, should I go to the doctor? I'm a 17-year-old female. I had no history of seizures. However, yesterday my roommate and her grandmother believe I had one. I have a history of getting a head rush when I stand up too fast. And yesterday, when I stood up from the couch and my vision started going black, I figured that was all that happened. But the next thing I knew, I was on the floor. It was sort of an overwhelming feeling because the first thing I saw was my roommate and her grandma staring at me, asking if I was okay. And at that point, I had not a clue what happened. According to them, I stood up, stared at them for a second, then collapsed. My eyes rolled back, and my arms did this weird T-Rex looking thing for about a minute. Then it stopped, and I said, I didn't even know I fell. I don't remember any of this, but for the rest of the day, I was feeling super brain foggy, and my hands were shaking. I think I might have pulled a muscle on my neck or something, because soon after that, I could not turn my neck, look up, look down at all, and still can't the next day. My mom thinks I'm fine and says that if it will make me feel any better, I can go to the doctor, but I sort of want to get a second opinion because it was terrifying and I'm scared this might happen again. Does anyone else have any ideas? There's a comment here and I'm going to read it. It says, I'm voting seizure on this one because the muscles that tell the whole story. Head will turn during a tonic-clonic and T-Rex looking thing. Sounds like what I've been told happens during my 1 to 2 minute convulsions. Or sometimes just totally flexed, rigid after collapse. Please don't let this go on until you see a professional who wants to help you or find out what happens. Take notes and do what you can to keep track of your sleep, drinking, and eating, about the hours leading up to the episode, and record whatever you can remember on how it felt after. If nausea or no desire to eat or anything the next day, that brain fog will have just wiped out memory of hours before. This could benefit not only you for noticing any trends, if possible triggers in case this happens again, time of the month, temperature, stressful days, etc. But will also show whatever doctor you see that you're prepared to deal with it again and sending you home. Oh no, it says prepared to deal with this in the best way possible. Don't accept the doctor saying, let's go, see what happens again, and sending you home. Expect MRI, EEG, blood work, and don't hesitate to ask what is being ordered and how will the results help. Research can go into that appointment and be ready to be taken seriously.
Yeah, anything that helps you be prepared to be taken seriously. Good to feel like you know what you're doing.
Yeah, that was a very thorough message, well, response. Pretty much got everything out of the way that I need to say. But here's another one that says, I'm not a doctor, but I have gone through a lot of diagnostic testing before I was diagnosed with epilepsy. One significant diagnosis is orthostatic hypotension. It's a sudden drop in blood pressure that can cause fainting. Another is vasovagal syncope. I know I said it.
Vasovagal syncope.
Vasovagal. Okay. Vasovagal syncope. Very similar, but without a drastic change in blood pressure. I hope you find explanation and solution to this mystery. Anybody having an explanation for vasovagal syncope?
The most common form of the most common cause of fainting, vasovagal syncope, triggered by an overstimulated vagus nerve, leading to a sudden drop in heart rate and blood pressure, and thus insufficient blood flow to the brain. Could be triggered by standing for a long time, dehydration, pain, stress, or the sight of blood. You get really dizzy really fast and fall.
Someone said could have been a seizure. If not, maybe could have been convulsive syncope. Glad you got a doctor's appointment. Better to be safe than sorry. Definitely take a visit to the doctors. You never know the cause. Though it could always be a blood burst thing since you stand fast, you said. Otherwise, though, definitely get a professional opinion. Thanks to Kate and Ann, we got some good responses. One says you may have had a seizure due to a heart issue or neurologist, since you have a history of head rush and when you stand up. But this time it turned into a possible seizure. Yeah, go see a doctor. Don't let your mom minimize that. That's from Raven. Raven has great advice.
She does.
I'm not sure if you met Raven. Is she?
Yeah, I
Oh.
think I met her. I think I met her on one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she's been
But
out a little bit lately.
I've read a lot of her stuff online.
The response from Anne was a good one. I read her and Kate's response, and they didn't even know because it was old responses. Was I having seizure? So I'm 18. I haven't had seizures that I know of before. This has recently started. Oh, but I have recently started smoking weed. My girlfriend is 21, has been getting weed from a dispenser, which we have quite a lot of in Colorado. So I know it's safe weed and not laced with anything. And I've been particularly fine using a pipe to smoke or just not having it too fast. I also have a history of low blood pressure, and I also likely have POTS, just haven't gotten it diagnosed. First time I think I had a seizure when I hit the bong and got too high. I felt out of it and felt things like were happening in a stop motion, but I don't remember muscle jerking for that one. I was aware for the entire thing, just kept forgetting everything every 5 seconds. But the second time, I was more aware of my symptoms because I wasn't freaking out, just wondering what was going on. This time I hit my girlfriend's pin, but then tried hitting a blinker. Dumb, I know. Anyway, we went out to eat, and then it started to happen again, where I could hear just fine too, but things I was seeing happening after I heard it. Then my legs and arms went jerking, which I'm used to. I do sometimes before bed or sleep, but I couldn't stop my legs from jerking, and then my brain felt like it was being grabbed and squeezed. It didn't just hurt, it felt pressure. Side note, when I got home, my cat was concerned. Maybe it didn't feed her, but She also stayed with me in bed the whole time I slept it off. The person responded, just gonna add a comment. I'm not looking for medical advice, just wondering if I should be worried about it and I won't be smoking so much anymore. The response to that is it's an individual choice. My take is if that causes problem consistently, then stop. I use oils and I smoke. Sometimes smoking can be a problem depending on the strain. And my body at the moment, always stop if something feels weird. Even people without epilepsy can have an overwhelming reaction. It's more important to me that I regulate myself than to keep up with others in a session.
Yeah, it sounds like a virgin voyage of a hypochondriac. I know how that sounds. You know me, I'm cynical. But
Yeah, you kind of set her straight. That was your response.
yeah, I can't tell you how many times they come to the emergency room. So glad I'm not working. But yeah, that was the fun triage. th- uh, I would think that it was just that first time, you know. Doesn't sound like a seizure. I can't hear you, Andrea.
I didn't say anything. I was just sitting here. Was it saying I was saying something?
No, maybe I'm echoing, or I really am that stoned. I mean,
I got something new here. It says completely off meds. I'm completely off meds after my seizure 3.5 months ago. I was on Levopil and Eptoin, and Eptoin ended in like a month, and Levopil like 2 days ago. I feel anxious, scared, and I have a high heart rate. Should I be worried?
The high heart rate's probably because you're so anxious.
Yeah, me personally, I'd be worried. Um, Personal opinion, and you're off of meds. That would also consider the anxious part, not knowing the future.
Did it say why they were coming off of them?
Nope.
because they were seizure free. When you're
Yeah.
seizure free on medication, it's the medication that's keeping you seizure free. And when I see this over and over and over again, I started literally direct messaging these people. Can I have your doctor's name, please? Because if this is what they think is proper medical care, they are so backwards, they don't know what they're doing. You know, I mean, that's how many of us have gone through that, you know. But for real,
That's like stopping your blood pressure medicine because your blood pressure's fine.
yeah, I know. I'm like, what the holy? Why are they doing that to, especially to seizures? Do you think the seizures are not gonna hurt us? I'm gonna take you off the meds just to see what happens. I'm not gonna be part of your game. Write the script. That's it. I'm not. You know, it's like, but whenever they say, "Oh, I've been seizure free for 3 months or 3 years," I'm like, on the medication, yeah. So let's see what happens. I doubt it's the doctor telling them to stop.
Yeah, because it doesn't say that actually.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Comment here. It says that was your first seizure, then there is possibility you won't have any more. If you have had more seizures, then it is okay to be worried. It sounds like you have slowly gotten off your meds. That is the right way. If you have another seizure, you might have to go back on meds. Personally, I have had enough seizures that I was told it is highly likely that I will ever get off my meds. The OP responded, mine was fever induced in my first one. Also, thanks for replying. Fever induced. I get fever sometimes after, but fever inducing it, I haven't exactly had that happen.
Yeah, that's a febrile seizure. But I'm surprised they were put on anticonvulsants for that.
Yeah, usually they try to play that as this is a one-time thing.
Yeah, they usually do until it happens the second time. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. It's like save that name and see if they come back. Oh darn, we thought everything was fine. I went off my meds and here I am again. You know, I'll give it 6 months.
You know? Yep, they'll be back.
All right, you guys, I got something else here. Says I had a seizure 5 weeks ago. Done CT scan, MRI 3 weeks ago. All was clear. Same with tests for epilepsy. 2 days ago, I had another seizure that lasted 2 to 3 minutes. Seeing a neurologist next week, but very anxious. And what can it be? Tumor, cancer, epilepsy, other severe neurological diseases. I also suffer with high level of stress and anxiety. Anyone else experience the same? Please share. Oh, I forgot to mention, I have 3 to 4 seizures when I was 12 to 13, and now I'm 40 and had first seizure after all this time. Okay, so what they're saying is they had a seizure 5 weeks ago, but until now they're 40, and between 13 and 40 didn't have any, but between 12 and 13 they had 4. I said, I don't think it's cancer. I don't think it's a tumor. I'm no doctor.
Just because they've gone 5 weeks, or it's been 5 weeks since the last one.
Yeah. Done the CT and MRI 3 weeks ago. It was all clear. And the same test for
That's
epilepsy.
not a conclusion though. Everybody has to
Yeah.
realize that those tests are never a conclusion the first time unless you're lucky enough to have a seizure during an EEG.
Go get a second opinion somewhere. Another comment here says, I was lucky that the first was seen by a group of work people. Happened in the mid-30s. When my wife saw some and recorded them, I had tonic-clonic seizures and had with no awareness. Also have success with EEG, MRI, and CT scan because it was recorded. My neuro immediately called it. I was put on seizure meds and tried many because most didn't work and caused side effects like such as rash. Ultimately, I had brain surgery because the meds did not resolve. Another comment says, I have such a hard time writing down my seizures, even just a day. And 3 to 4, I have focal aware and mostly unaware, very unaware. I had my first seizure nearly 2 years ago now, over 20 in 1 day. I had my ovary removed due to a cyst that had been there for almost 14 years. When they cut it open, they discovered cancer. Most likely just started. What's the weirdest things that trigger your seizures? We go through some comments. I haven't found a trigger. I don't know if you guys have. I just have seizures out of nowhere. One comment. One comment says, once seized from an orgasm. Girl I was with thought I was faking it the first few seconds. Another comment says, my seizure triggers are all ordinary. I think being started, strong emotions, losing balance, sometimes just random. I haven't been able to orgasm at all due to an SNRI, so I don't know if it will trigger me. What's an SNRI? I've heard of SSRIs.
It's a kind of like that. It's a nor up intake instead of serotonin up in, but it's the same thing. It's an antidepressant.
One more comment says, I got an absolutely nothing here, thankfully, as everything does, and they just come and go randomly. What's the weirdest triggers that you guys had?
I was so proud of myself for holding a back bend in a routine, and that caused a seizure. Handstands, back bends, those are no good for like more than 30 seconds for me.
I had about 3 weeks till I'm 3 months seizure free.
Cool.
Hopefully I make it.
And you're gonna post it too.
I'm gonna post myself sitting in a hospital bed like I did last time.
And good thoughts.
All right. A good thought is my last seizure, I didn't hit my head.
It's always good.
Yeah. I actually sat down and then it happened. So that's what I was told. You sat down and then you had a seizure. Seizures,
That'll-
even on medication. So I've been having seizures for 4 years now, and I've been medicated for 3. I take my meds every night like clockwork, but last night I had a really bad seizure. I'm on the Motrigine. Does anyone else have any experience with having seizures, even with taking your meds? This has only happened twice.
Of course.
Yeah, it happens all the time. I take my meds, I eat right, I sleep right, play video games and stay up all night because that's what the Motrigine causes. And yeah, still have a seizure. Do everything right. I feel like you're still gonna have a seizure eventually. Some people, I think they're just kind of being like, I didn't have a focal, it doesn't count.
And I know for some people, they like I have focals at night, and so sometimes I only realize it because of the way I feel. But sometimes I'm dazed and confused in the morning anyway. So I'm only going by how my body feels. So I can't really tell if I had a seizure or not.
Can you have an aura in your sleep?
No, no.
I've had some weird shit in my sleep before, but I'm not sure what it was. I think it was some kind of a seizure, but I don't know because I don't have any cameras and nobody was here.
I have a camera and no one's here. So.
Did you have to change the sheets?
No,
Yeah.
I don't pee or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
Lucky you.
No, I haven't
And what
so
I'm
far.
So apparently you can experience a seizure aura during sleep, but they call it in that part where you're just waking up, like maybe before you've opened your eyes, but you're not asleep anymore. They say that's the most susceptible time to have an aura, a focal, or something that might develop into a tonic-clonic right
big
when you're starting to wake up.
The big tonic-clonic I had was at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Were you like sound asleep then, or is that right before you usually wake
Oh
up?
yeah, I was out like a light. And it's
Okay.
about when your sleep phases shift or something.
Yeah,
And
they
the
do that by the hours, I think.
neurologist said after my EMU that I have an irritable brain when I sleep, but didn't really explain what he meant by that.
It sounds like an insult.
Kind of
I've been
does.
insulted worse, so
Irritable brain syndrome is actually a thing.
My
is it
brain is
really?
irritable all the time.
Is it really? Oh my gosh, Kate, no way. I'm like,
I mean, I don't see a CPT code, but apparently they're putting it in quotes. This is the AI overview. Irritable brain syndrome is not a formal medical diagnosis, but likely refers to symptoms associated with the gut-brain axis, where stress and anxiety can impact both gut and brain function. So, wow. If you
What
have an
does that
upset
have
tummy,
to do
then
with my EMU stay?
gut health.
I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure they're not referring to this version of irritable brain syndrome. That was probably just a really stupid what's that word? That word
Umbrella?
that describes something. No, it's an English phrase, not verb, not noun. The word that describes the noun. I don't know. They've made a really bad choice of
Adjective?
words. Yes.
Adjective?
Yes. That was the worst adjective he could have chosen.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow. But I mean, I can understand that syndrome existing, but to say that to somebody with epilepsy, I mean, let's say we can't rule it out. We can't rule it out that that is contributing to whatever is causing our seizures, whether it's stress or our diet or whatever. And it's always worth it to try. I finally figured that out. Wish I did that decades ago. It's always worth trying. But irritable brain and how Kate just described that, that sounds like a diet thing, a gut health. And that's more important than we give it credit for, because we have to be able to create those neural neurotransmitters in our brain and the neuroprotectants and all of that. So yeah, we need good gut health. But to say that to someone with epilepsy, that is a little slightly,
Condescending.
I
yeah.
think he just meant it like it's more active than normal, is kind of how he meant it.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's just odd.
yeah. Well, my favorite doctor called me Miss Glitch. So it was just one of those things, because that was me. I started glitching and it's like, come on, man, can you just make this stop? And yeah, it turned out we're still working on that, but he called me
Yeah.
Glitch. Yeah. Well, the myoclonic, we thought, okay, maybe it is this shoulder that needed to be repaired a decade ago. I'm not even ready for the rehab and I feel better. So we don't know yet. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
um having those myoclonics right after the surgery, I'm gonna say that the surgery isn't gonna fix those. So my doctor put me back on pregabalin, which is Lyrica, because
Yeah.
those are the seizures that I was taking them for. And we had a bit of an argument 5 times in the last 5 years where my script would run out because the provider wouldn't refill it. So I gave it one last try and I never refilled it. And he just noticed that Tuesday that I hadn't refilled it in nearly a year. And I told him what note to refer to. I said I got tired of the argument, so I removed the source of conflict, and here we are. I think I'm going to need that medication back.
But
You know,
you go into these appointments literally prepared for battle.
mm, yes,
Dates
no.
and times and documents and things that they can't respond. They can never come back at you with anything when
Well,
you're committed.
I appreciate that, but I don't want to go in. I used to go in for a battle. I literally would go to a doctor's appointment for a fight. And it's like, no, I'm not going in for a fight. I'm going in for a goal. And it's like, look, my years are getting fewer and fewer, and that day is coming closer and closer. Just like, Jeff can relate. It's like I don't have time to play around with what you think this is when I have an existing diagnosis that if I have to, I will shove your face in through the pile of shit so you can see it. And I'll still look for the mushrooms on top of that pile of shit, but hey, that's me. But and that's all it is. I went in respecting his time and respecting my goal, and that's really all it was. It's like I don't want to waste your time. This is what I think happened when we lowered the VIMPAT. Hi, Jason.
Hey,
You know, thing. It's like I threw all of it at him. So what's next? What options do we have? And boom. And then my daughter started talking to him and they were having a heart to heart. And I'm like, hey Pookie, you okay?
Yep.
Okay, just checking. Yeah, just seeing the back of your neck. I'm like, yo, bro, just checking. But yeah, so he and my daughter had a really good conversation, which was really helpful. But wow. Yeah, I went in. I'm not going to waste our time. That's why I say do your research, do that journal, go in. This is the pattern that I saw. It looks like this is happening. And it just makes it so much easier for your teammate, AKA your doctor, to help you out. So it's just that's how it should work. And this guy is on board. He's not, yeah, he's definitely not like his colleagues, that's for sure. At least not yet.
A lot of people don't understand that your doctor works for you.
Yep. Oh, I know. I hear people say, oh, well, my doctor fired me. Well, how much were they paying you? They didn't fire you. You fired them. And trust me, they know it when I fire them. It's like, yo, no, I won't be making that appointment. Thank you. And here, this is where I want you to send my records. Goodbye. You know, it's like, I don't waste any time. If things aren't working, they aren't working. You can't, it's not my job to make that doctor understand me. It's either they get it or they don't. And they finally got it.
And we
And
don't have time to waste is a really good, point to live
Yeah.
by, basically.
yeah, it's like, I don't have time for this anymore. I've done it too many times. I just don't have time for it. And literally back to the medications minus the Klonopin that I was on in 2020. And this is all they had to do in 2020 when I moved here, was to put me on these medications. And it could have avoided, I don't know, 20 hospital visits maybe. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, okay.
Hey, Jason.
Hey, Pookie.
How you doing? Forgot the icebreaker. Ketchup or mustard?
It was, what is your most prized possession?
I would say ketchup.
Me too.
I mean, I can't go wrong with ketchup.
I wouldn't say that, but I'd say I'd go for ketchup over mustard. What's your most prized possession?
So, like, my most prized possession is like my guitars, and the reason why because I'm a singer-songwriter, and just like if I don't have my guitars, I mean, like, I probably wouldn't be like, I'd probably be more depressed.
What kind of music do you play?
So, so it's basically more of like Midwest emo, and I play more of like Midwest emo and grunge music.
You should post a link up in the chat.
I thought you would say country, to be honest.
I did not expect country for sure.
I did.
You listen to country music, Pookie?
Something about you gives me country.
What do
Especially
you
when
think I
said,
listen to?
when you said guitar, something made me think, okay.
What do you think I listen to?
I haven't been able to see your facial expressions to figure you out, I could say.
I'm smiling right now.
I can hear the smile.
So, like, do I put my music link on Apple Music or Spotify? Like, do you listen to Spotify or Apple Music?
Not yet. As of now, I listen to Pandora because I pay for it. Spotify is on my laptop, but it came with the laptop, so.
Put up Spotify.
Yeah, never been a big Spotify fan, but never really got into it. But I heard it's good for podcasts, so.
We can go listen to his stuff on it.
Yeah. Send me a link.
I got you. I'm about to send it right now.
I got something here. It says I'm afraid to go outside more. I'm afraid to go outside more now than ever. I got the hiccups now than ever. My community used to be very peaceful. Community used to be very peaceful, and this year and last year we've seen more ice than ever. A lot of my neighbors aren't from here, as well as me and my parents. My neurologist is here, and if I get sent back to Mexico, I do not have a neurologist. What would you do? And does anyone else have any experience with having epilepsy and on the verge of being sent back to Mexico?
Anytime you're in a stressful situation at that point, it's an emergency. That's when, COVID lockdown first started, when we had to face the reality of we can only pay rent for another 2 months and things are going to change.
It also says, for context, I'm on lamotrigine and I'm not going to be able to last without taking my meds. I've went without lamotrigine for 72 hours. I mean, I don't suggest it, but I'm just saying. Um, and it was an accident. Yeah, lost my pill bottles one night. And then the pharmacy didn't have the pills all day, so I had to wait till the next day. And since I had to wait till the next day, my sister couldn't take me the next day. So I went the next day. And yeah, all that time I just sat in the house hoping a seizure doesn't come, smoking a bunch of weed and hoping that gets me by. But with being sent back to another state and your neurologist being here, I don't even have the words. I've never experienced anything or heard anything like this. I mean, yeah, you guys, I need your help on this one.
Well, like here's a few things I would probably say. I mean, like one, like make sure you have a U.S. passport just in case that happens. I mean, like, I, I'm just the messenger on this one.
They also said they weren't a citizen of it, and a lot of people in their neighborhood. I have no idea what to tell anyone like this. I don't think I have the best advice. My advice would go hide, but I don't know how deportation is, and I don't know if they could search your house and look for you, or if they know you're there at all. But as to scared to going outside,
If you're married to a US citizen, that could be something that withholds deportation.
there's
No, that's not,
Not even that.
yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
not working lately.
from the explanation, I'm taking it as they live with their parents.
Well, what's their parents' citizen status? And are,
It says me nor my parents are citizens.
oh,
Okay, so at least you have somebody with you when deportation inevitably takes place.
If
If, yes.
if I got scared. I can't even put I can't even explain the emotion when I got the letter that I had to prove my citizenship by birthright. I was literally terrified. So I don't know. I have no answers. I can feel the fear. I felt it it took me almost 2 months to get that straightened out. So I was terrified. I'm like, I mean, I know it was a family story, but I never thought it would come down to that, where I literally had to prove they had to find out where my mother was. Because if we were on the way to Canada, I would have been Canadian and I could have been deported. And I'm like, well, you're not going to deport me to El Salvador. I'm going to Canada, bro. I'm not. But really, what could, and I'm an American citizen and I had to prove my birthright citizenship. So I don't know who's next. And I'm afraid to say anything. Look what happened to Jimmy Kimmel. I'll shut up now.
Go ahead, Jeff.
When this whole thing started with deportations, I was in the desert, which probably 40 or 50% of the population are Mexican. And ICE didn't care if you were a citizen or not. If you were Mexican, you were deported.
sweep you up, ship you off.
Yep. People that were citizens that had jobs, that can pay taxes, that did everything the right way, were thrown out of the country. Some, they came back, but it's a waste of our money to round these people up and send them to the border, and then they just come right back over. They don't even stay in Mexico.
Right. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Yeah, like you said, they don't even care if if you're a citizen or not. They're not even really checking. But for that person to say that they're hiding in the house, you already have epilepsy. So now
You
you gotta
can't do
hide in the
that.
house, and you're. I changed pages, but I think they said they see ice in their neighborhood a lot. I think it might have said something like that. I was hoping you guys remember. Um, yeah, but to see ice in your neighborhood a lot lately, I could see why that would be bothersome, being that people are getting shipped out and not being able to come back. Um, but if you are watching this, they have this app um, for people who want to voluntarily get turned in or turn themselves in. And Donald Trump says there will be, what is it, financial. You can get financial compensation to willingly leave. It was a YouTube ad, so don't take my word for it.
And don't take Donald Trump's word for it.
I was thinking that they had the commercial or whatever with people like taking their kids, and they're saying there's going to be financial compensation, and it's basically telling you if you don't, then you do get found, then you won't have anything. But there is an app, and you can call and get deported and get compensation. I have not downloaded the app because obviously, but yeah, if you need help, I think that could help.
So this was just 2 months ago. Illegal aliens, this is on the DHS Gov website. Illegal aliens who register for voluntary self-departure through CBP Home mobile app will receive cost-free travel, a $1,000 exit bonus to facilitate travel, and that's it.
You get USD, that's even better. But if they send you somewhere with
I mean, they put a dollar
cash,
sign, so I'm guessing.
oh, okay, well, yeah,
If you believe they're going to give you the money rather than you register and they come deport you.
That's what I mean. Is that not a $1,000 promise for like reimbursement?
Or it's
That's what
entrapment.
it's not clear about.
yeah. I was thinking that some people are going to do it and like go back and get the money, but you got to hope you're actually going to get the money. And if you do get the money, I wonder if that could help with paying for meds and all that stuff. I'm not sure, but that's a sticky situation.
Yeah, because that could be just enough to get you out of the country. And then what? I mean, you got to get set up somewhere else.
They're advertising this app as illegal aliens requesting assistance will have a timely departure arranged for them. That's a different way of putting it.
I would think that if there's a great deal of Mexicans in a community, that somebody would have developed an app to track where ISIS is and let people know when they're in their community.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's fathomable with all that's going on that this hasn't happened. And there's not an app in that Mexican community.
They probably pay
track.
somebody to look out for those and shut them down.
Because I know
Yeah.
when I was on Nextdoor out there, somebody would always post ICE is on, Frank Sinatra Drive and Bob Hope Drive.
Are those
Right.
like Facebook posts or something?
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's
yeah, like
neighbor.
I remember there was a TikTok where a guy was sent back to Mexico, and then like he had all his rights and everything. I mean, like, and then he came back to the United States. I think it was like Las Vegas or something like that. There was a TikTok about it. So, just like I think yes, like I think honestly, like if he had like if you have your rights and everything else, and I think you could be okay. I don't know.
One says that's very unfortunate for you. If I were you, I'd come to Canada. I would never go back to Mexico. Another one says leave the States before they find you. That's not good. Leave the States before they find you. That's like what I said. Actually, if you go and they give you the cash and they actually give you the cash, then I don't know how good that is because I don't know how good Mexico is. I've never been or experienced anything.
I've been to Canada like one time.
Someone did suggest, go to Canada and I'd never go back to Mexico. I'm assuming they are a Mexican citizen. That's what they're saying. I'd never go back to Mexico. Or I don't know
First
how
thing that comes
Canada
to
is
mind
either.
is that, well, I love reading the comments from Canadians saying, being really critical of any other Canadian about spending their money in US evil. That's that's something I read yesterday on I think one of the weekend pages. And that just brought a smile because it was somebody complaining about how they uh, got some kind of problem with their tickets or didn't get to see the whole show or something like that. They said, well, that's what you get for spending your dollars in US evil. I think the reputation of the United States around the world is still pretty selfish and overpriced and things like that. So at this point, I know Mexico was not really an accurate experience for me because it was Cancun. So going to one little vacation place in middle school went well, but I think my father came back saying that I was offered liquor, and that was surprising. But that's back in the day, so you have to look out wherever you go. I would definitely try Canada over Mexico. And this CBP app is getting really bad reviews when it comes to the requirements to receive the $1,000. Users have expressed skepticism, the program's effectiveness and transparency. They said that they don't end up getting that $1,000 over technical issues and just a lack of response after self-deporting. So go ahead, you go through with it, meet all the requirements, and they ghost you. Or call it a technical technical glitch. So
That's messed
that's the
up.
reviews on that. Pretty much what you guys are saying.
Yeah, that is messed up. I wouldn't suggest getting the app. I know nothing about it. I just seen it on YouTube and that's
And if these technical issues are starting at the privacy policy, that's literally after you download the app, allow your location or whatever, and then you go to click the privacy policy and it's like, oops.
I'm gonna download it and see if they come get me. Oh man.
Don't you dare. We all
That would
depend
be
on you.
hilarious. I'm gonna be talking to you guys from
You better
to Florida.
you better keep sharing your location.
Or else if he has a car, I think you could probably go car camping, but you gotta be like safe for car camping.
Do immigrants have any rights? I'm not sure. They can just do that and don't care.
It
But
seems
yeah.
like what they always get stuck on is the rights of the country of what to do to them, like that non-citizens at the border face rapid removal, expedited removal, which is detention, a brief interview, and deportation, which is, the cut and dry, like clean, nice sounding way of putting it. But obviously we all know that's not what happens because during this this expedited process is when detention takes way too long and the conditions are not safe. Every time we hear the train going by with all those train cars, that's in the back of my mind.
Yeah, I thought they had the right to due process, just like everyone else. And they certainly didn't get it.
There's no due process for immigrants anymore.
Yeah. And I just read, while you guys were talking, I was just scanning through the news. And yeah. Now Trump just added a $100,000 fee for H-1B visas. And that's for highly skilled trades.
Right, I seen that. You gotta have a lot of money to come here now.
They're not going to come here now.
Yeah.
And when you read some of the other ones, it's because they want to build their own little Mesopotamia.
Well, keep in
It-
mind, we're already fucked when it comes to doctors.
Yeah.
And how many doctors and specialists do we have that are even, from here?
I'm waiting to hear that my
None for
doctor.
me.
Yeah. It's like, oh, well, I'm sorry, but your doctor isn't here any longer and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, don't tell me he went to Cuba, anywhere but the USA. I'm starting to feel it.
The world is really flipping around in 20 years, just how doctors are going to China now.
Our
China's becoming, this is so bizarre. Places like China and Saudi Arabia are becoming more open, and the Western countries have become more autocratic.
Yes.
What's up with that? Why
Oh.
is places like Britain and the US have become I've heard they're also cracking down on free speech in Europe. It's a
Well,
huge problem there as well. But yeah, but it's a total reverso, and it just I'm the uh, crackdown on education is a huge factor in democracy, and without that free flowing education, we're going to be set back, many years.
yeah, I think our government focuses on the negative and actually uses it as a pivot to destroy the people. It's just, I don't know. I'm like, what the heck is going on here now? And yeah,
Is anybody talking to their children with like an expectation of attending college anymore? Because we don't talk college without including in there those ideas of just learning a trade and doing one of those, going that route too.
yeah,
No, just like I've been wanting to learn to trade in 2025. So, just like there was like my mom's situation. Go back to college and get a degree. I told like, listen, that'll never work. The new president is here and it's kind of horrible right now. And, like this is and it's kind of the reason why that like I kind of left in the first place because like I went no contact with my whole family for a whole year because I thought that was the problem. And like so that's why I started to realize that you could learn from a trade.
And that student loan issue will keep you strapped down for even longer. That's definitely something that you can't ignore. Going back to college is going to require some kind of, they don't give grants and they give loans, but not grants anymore, especially if you're going back to college. The
Yeah.
number one strategy to go to college for free is enlist in the military.
Just like and just like and with the medications, that's kicked in, like you're
yeah, we
like
can't.
the whole body can't absorb that.
Yeah, people with epilepsy can't enlist in the military.
I won't tell them.
They'll find out.
Then I'll get an honorable discharge.
Maybe, maybe not. You could get
Hopefully.
charged with fraud, but
Yeah.
it depends on if it's a good day.
Oh, I remember those community college grants that they said you could go for free, but you could only be like one of two things. You couldn't even be like a vet
Oh,
or a
yeah.
doctor, go anything to that. You couldn't do a pre-med thing.
Yeah.
Community college programs that did offer free tuition. I want to say around here it was for nurses.
Yeah, like I did
That was
pre-med
it.
at Florida State. Yeah, I did pre-med at Florida State like a few years ago, and luckily I graduated, but I'll never do it again.
They
Yeah,
let
my
you do that tuition free,
Yeah,
and this is
yeah,
yeah,
after high school, not like dual enrollment.
Tuition free for a lot of reasons in California. I know I could from a disability. There's a lot of reasons you could. But yeah, they told me I could just because, got epilepsy. And you don't even need to have disability. Like, none of that. You can just be like, I have a disability. If you can prove it, you can go to school and get it paid for. Yeah. Also, if you, I think it's like spent so much time in the juvenile system, there's all kind of reasons you can just get money from here and go to college.
The cost of living on these articles, so states offering free college tuition programs with no income requirements. Top of the list is Arkansas. The median list price is like $296. This is an article written for home buyers. And compared to California, the next one on the list, the median list price there is $756,000 compared to 200 in Arkansas. So that's scary. Public community
But
colleges covers most of the cost of tuition up to 2 years. That's it though, up to 2 years.
yeah, by then, if you want something bigger than what you got, come back for another 2 years and find another place. I don't know.
well, yeah. That's how I was gonna do my nursing degree. I was working on my associates because there was a need for nurses. It was a hospital program. So it was cheap. Yeah, I still had tuition, but it was cheap. And I was gonna go from there, work while I was going to school, just like I already was, get my bachelor's, then my master's, and so on. And that's how a lot of people do that. I honestly, I don't know too many people who didn't in my circle that, you just graduate up you work your way through your degrees. You know what I mean? Um,
Some people are getting jobs after college.
yeah. And then, in that field, and then working that field and working on that next level of that degree. But man, I know my brain can't do that now. It certainly can't. When did
For
you
me,
share?
it's just thinking there's no promise of a job after. Is this degree going to be worth anything in another 4 years? You have no idea what the state of this country and this economy is going to be.
Oh, I know. And
Even
especially,
4 years away.
yeah, for all we know, robotics and AI will be taking over trades. But right now, trades are really hot because we just lost all of the people that were working in the factories. And guess what? Those Mexicans were trained, and the Americans are not. Whoops. So we got the whoops, and this has happened before. I've been around. I don't know. Where's Jeff? He knows. It's like this happens all the time. But now it's oh, whoops, we just sent the people away that we need. And now we're going to tell them that they have to give us $100,000 to come back. Wait a minute. I don't want to get political, guys. It's Friday. Let's have fun. All right.
Jeff agrees.
Cutting up now.
All right.
There's no room for debate anymore. And after like 10, 12, ever since he was picking on Obama and shit, it's all just toxic, I see no joy in, you know, just, shit talking, you know,
Yeah. I appreciate how you said that there's no longer room for debate. He's made it so obvious now that we all see it, and he's so malicious. But like you said, there's no room for debate. There's no room for argument. His behavior is quite obvious, quite toxic.
Here's a question. You think the left is malicious?
The left is, oh,
Ooh, I can.
Well,
Because I'm only throwing this out there as a debate because I've always voted Democrat since I was 18, and nobody wants to talk to each other. I saw something on Reddit, a list of neighborhoods in my city that are all Republican and to avoid. It says don't go near these neighborhoods because they are Republican. Avoid them.
I live in one.
I live
Ah,
in I live in I live in one too. You know, just like
I'm be on the corner. Yeah.
just like like if you live in North Florida, there is a bunch of Republicans, and they're a bunch of Republicans, especially the ones from Chattahoochee, Mariana, Gretna,
Oh yeah.
and and there's and also in southern Alabama because I worked for security because I used to work for security. I use work for security, and like the southern states has more Republicans than I could ever think.
The question about the left, I it may be a skewed point of view, some may call it, but it's my point of view. Yes, there is definitely discrimination in the left. It's very, very weird. You aren't this enough. You aren't, or honestly, there's a very, okay, I'm going straight to my point. There is a huge rise in anti-Semitism in the left, and it is kind of scary as someone who has been a Democratic Jew all my life. My parents are Democratic Jews.
And I'm
And
Democratic, and it's upsetting to me.
yes.
I don't
Because
like seeing the
yeah.
divisiveness in this party. That is one thing that I think is different about. I think the Republicans are very united, and we are a divided party, and we can't get stuff to. I don't know if anyone's a Republican here, but
It doesn't change anything for us really here.
As my dad
and it-
says,
but-
I believe in the sanctity of the ballot box.
Oh yeah. I believe
doesn't.
in the
Oh, sorry.
sanctity of right and wrong, but yeah. I mean, I don't know. Back to what Kevin was asking. Do I think it's right or left? Unfortunately, I believe we've been groomed to think that. And that's all
Divide and conquer.
that's all I have to say. You're right. We were groomed to think exactly that. Is it the right? Is it the left? I'm Democrat. I'm here for all of us. I'm here for all of the people. All of my neighbors are Republican. I had a neighbor fall off his mower. He had the Trump flag going. He fell off the mower. I was outside. I looked both ways and ran across the street. And he's like, "What are you doing over here?" I'm like, "Dude, you just rolled your mower." And I'm like, "What do you mean? What am I doing over here? You fell." "I'm here." And he's like, "Yeah, but you're," and I heard all the jargon, "God, we just call you the hippie on the corner. We know you're this, we know you're that." And I'm like, "You know what? Fuck that. And let's get this mower back up." And that was it. Talk to you later. And that was it.
You're a
that's
badass.
all I believe in. And I really don't want to get into the political bullshit, but as a human being, that's what I am. And that's a Democrat to me. And if I'm wrong, correct me. But in this current administration, they want us to feel divided. However, that young man that they chose to be the suspect, his upbringing is clearly not leftist. So, yeah, I don't know.
I don't think that matters. I think we have to stop doing that whenever there's a shooting.
Yeah,
See,
and that rebel, that teenage, I get it. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Rick.
You know,
Hey, Kevin. You guys haven't got the icebreaker yet. Firstly, I had one. It was ketchup or mustard, and then Kate has one for you.
what was the question? Sorry, I missed it.
After ketchup or mustard, the next one is, what is your most prized possession?
Mustard. Mustard goes good on hot dogs. I only use ketchup rarely. Uh, for some reason, I knew you were going to ask that. I had a feeling you were going to ask ketchup or mustard, and I had this weird feeling. What was this prized possession? I don't. I'm not really a material guy. I don't really prize anything. The TV. I'm looking at the TV right now, so I'm gonna go with the TV.
I don't think I answered. Mine would be, what do I offer myself not having answers to?
Yeah,
Mine would be this platform. I cherish it a lot. I was gonna
That's
say I
good.
don't know where I'd be without it, but yeah, I guess that's a good one for it.
I can show you mine. So last summer, my son did lessons at the library, and they went over Picasso and they did watercolors. They went over his cubic style, and he made a cubic dragon. And then later on, like a week or two later, he went back to the library for clay works. And it's really just sculpting. And he made another cubic dragon. Yes. He's very proud of them and gave them to me. I had to fight my dad over them. But my Picasso dragons.
I tip
And
my hat.
definitely ketchup. But you know what? I'm not that particular. I'd take mustard. Particularly, you know what? On a hamburger, I'm not too particular. Or cheeseburger.
Yeah, I can't think of mustard or ketchup. Depends on what we're putting it on. Hot dogs, I might do both. If I had to pick one, it might have been mustard. Hamburgers, it's up in the air. You never know with me. I think mustard because I also have acid reflux, so I take like a spoonful of mustard every now and then, and it helps. Also, did you guys know that ketchup, when it came out, was used for medical uses at first? Yeah, learn something new every day. But I got something here. It says seizures even on medication. So I've been having seizures for 4 years now, and I've been medicated for 3. I take meds every night like clockwork. But last night I had a really bad seizure on lamotrigine. Does anyone have any experience with having seizures, even with taking meds? This has only happened twice. Yeah, it's happened to me all the time. Not all the time, but I'm having seizures and still on meds. So it's not uncommon if that's what you're asking.
Same.
Breakthrough
Same
seizures is what you discuss at every appointment.
Who's had a seizure lately and has been on their meds? My last seizure, I would say, yeah, it's called breakthrough. Yeah, what is the actual definition of a breakthrough seizure?
I'm gonna look this up.
I was just who asked who had a seizure and was on their meds. I did.
Gotcha. Breakthrough seizure is defined as a seizure that happens after a person with epilepsy has been seizure-free for at least 12 months while on treatment.
I haven't had a breakthrough seizure yet, though.
Yeah, so I guess we're just all uncontrolled until we get to 12 months. And then we can use that breakthrough term.
All right, well,
Well, that's a little fucking exclusive.
right. I thought I was doing good. I was telling the nurse, I'm only having breakthrough seizures. I did not know the definition was 12 months. She took my word for it, even worse. This medical system is destroyed. One comment here says, unfortunately, this is a very, very common thing. Think of building a dam. The medication keeps the big pushes from breaking through. It's possible for the dam to get worn down over time. At this point, your neurologist might increase your dosage or add another medication to work in the tandem with it to strengthen the dam. Another comment says, I've been on lamotrigine 2 times a day for a while. I had an instance that my fingers and toes were tingling, and yes, seizure on the way. I've had plenty of instances while on lamotrigine, but know how to calm myself down, which makes me think my seizures are straight stress these days. Brain tumor was removed 3 years ago. In this situation, started having seizures about 2 years ago. I've had 6 seizures since taking medication, anywhere from days to 8 months apart. My dosage has been increased for 4 times. It's been 4 months since my last one. Hang in there. Thoughts of seizures on medication? Well, Kevin, you can't give an opinion. You ever had a seizure while on medication? Actually, you said you had some while having the VNS. How's that?
Well, yeah, I've always had seizures on medication. Yeah, I mean, I've been taking medication since like age 12, and the VNS, yeah, that took like maybe 2 to 3 years to fully work. No, not fully work, but yeah, to really stop the grand malls. But yeah, yeah, I mean that's part of the process of fine tuning medicine. I didn't really get a good fine tune um, for the myoclonics, so I had to uh, get the VNS, but it adjusts over time. The VNS takes a little extra time, but then you find another adjustment with medicine and the VNS, and everything falls into place if you're fortunate.
With the VNS, being that you said they were not as strong at first.
No, no, the VNS takes time because the doctors have to readjust it every time. Like you'll have the surgery and tomorrow you'll just be the same. Yeah, you'll pretty much just be the same the next day, the next month, healing up. It really does take like some people will be fine within a year. Some people will be it took me like 2 to 3 years for the seizures to stop. So yeah. I think I got the seizure, or I think I got it put in 9 years ago. Yeah, 9 years ago.
Do the seizures feel any different?
I don't I don't have seizures anymore. Okay.
No, I'm saying when you first got it.
Sorry. Yeah, yeah. I felt I still had myoclonics after the grand mal stopped, but they lessened in power. So instead of a full jolt down half of my body, they decreased in power, let's say. I do, like, instead of, my whole half body, falling over, it would just be a twinge, a little trickle, and then I would be using the magnet, and then about 5 or 6 years later, everything was gone. I don't even, I use the magnet for show now to show people what it is. I hardly use it anymore. It just took time. That's all, time and the meds.
Have you ever like got the vibe that you were gonna have a seizure, then used it and it actually worked? Well, I mean, it actually worked. It's supposed to work.
I don't know if there were auras coming on, but yeah, I get the vibe a lot, like in cramped rooms. I was at a graduation, and it's terrible stadium seating, all cramped and hot. And yeah, I had to leave a bunch of times because I was feeling dizzy, and if I ever drink too much coffee. It was a hot summer, so yeah, I've used it a few times over the summer. I like winters a lot more for that reason.
Hey Rick, icebreaker on you. James, you're next.
Okay,
Shit.
well,
Not
I
today.
really hate mustard. And it's interesting because so my mom's Jewish, and anytime she asks for a sandwich, she says no mustard. They always like, oh, well, you can't be Jewish, but I think. So I actually don't like most things that have vinegar in it. When I was younger, I used to suck my thumb, so my parents would put mustard and pickle juice on my thumb to get me to stop. So I think that's why I have a hatred for that. So definitely not mustard. Mustard does not belong on hamburgers. I'm really mad at McDonald's. About 30 years ago, they started adding that. So it became a thing where sometimes I forget and I have mustard on it, go back, no, I don't want mustard. And then all my friends are done eating and they're ready to go. And I'm still waiting for my burger to be made, special ordered. So I'm definitely not a mustard person. I did discover like about 5 years ago, I do like spicy mustard. So it's the yellow mustard I really can't stand.
I just want to join in real quick. I don't like mustard. There's like one or two different ones that I can find out there that are like, I don't know what you want to call them, like a specialized like
Is
mustard.
it like a spicy brown mustard?
Yeah, like a
or
spicy
horseradish
one.
mustard?
I don't know if they still make it because I haven't had it in years, but Jack Daniels had a mustard and theirs was pretty good. It was like a spicy one, and then there was I can't remember the other brand. Another friend of mine. I used to work at a grocery store when I was in college, so this was like 15 plus years ago or so. I worked at a grocery store and in the deli, and we could kind of grab whatever kind of different stuff we wanted off the shelves. So friends would come in and be like, "Okay, cool, yeah, I'll make this for you." And I tried different stuff. There's only a couple of different types of mustard that I like, though.
I actually
It takes
discovered.
something spicy or something. Yeah, added into it. I don't like plain mustard. I'm really out of it today, guys. I'm so sorry.
It's all
I'm
right.
not
I'm
feeling
glad you're
well.
here.
My pancreas is really acting up.
How does that go? It's like
I'm on
pain.
I'm on some pain meds.
Mm.
If I can keep anything down, that's why I'm just kind of laying down here in bed.
Okay.
See all my little cross stitches up on the wall over here.
Yeah, I see them.
Hey, that leads us to
I'll
that
try
that
and keep up.
intro.
I'll try and keep my mouth shut today. I'm sorry,
No,
guys.
no, let's just get you this one icebreaker. What is your most prized possession now that we see all those cool little cross stitches?
Pocket watches.
Oh, yep. Pookie got it. I was about to say it would have to either be one of my cross stitches or one of my pocket watches. I do have a couple of big cross stitches that are like personal ones to me, and took a lot of time to do, so that they mean a lot to me. But I do have a couple of pocket watches that are quite old. My oldest pocket watch, I don't give a shit if you believe me or not. I can prove it though. But my earliest pocket watch is from 1820. So I've got a watch that's over 200 years old. You can
Nice.
push down the I don't know what you want to call it, the part that you twist at the top. You push it down, and then it chimes, for like each quarter hour. Like it's one of those like old fashioned, like British, like stereotypical type of ones. Like I've got a couple of rare watches. So either the watches or the cross stitches be my most prized ones. But yeah, sorry, I'm ranting. I'll try and shut up today. I'll be here. I'll be here, but I'll try not to chime in too much, man. I'm out of it for the minute. Sorry,
I'm
guys.
gonna bring you to it. I got a question for you instantly. Rick, your turn. Get ready for me, James.
Oh fuck! All right. What's up? Pookie?
We're gonna wait for Rick to go. Rick, what was it? Most prized possession?
So at first I was thinking my music collection. I just counted a few days ago a little bit more than 7,000 CDs and 387 albums. I lost my cassette collection, so I'm not counting those. But I was thinking this over as we were talking, and I think my most prized possession is my legacy as a good husband and a good father, because I take a lot of pride in that. My wife has had several husbands before me, and I'm her favorite husband, she always says. So I had a lot to do to reverse the damage she had from her previous relationships. And I'm much younger than my wife, so I had to, go above and beyond to prove myself with her family, to get past a lot of things. And
That is
also,
so adorable.
thanks. And also, my stepchildren, they had a lot of doubts and also a lot of emotional baggage from their fathers. So I had to really push to get accepted and push past that, and also be a great father to them and also my son. So that's my prized possession, is my legacy about that.
I don't know if I'm overstepping a little bit, but when you
See the
say
point.
much older, that made me think of this older lady that I dated. What do you mean by much older? Because this lady, she was as old as my mom. My mom's not that old though. She's like 52, 53.
We talked about all the different partners the other night.
Yeah, that was Rick.
Yeah,
You mean by much older?
yeah.
Everybody stay up to date on
I got one in there
insomnia.
too. That's a little up there in age. We'll just say that
This one's for Rick.
I've thrown my hat in that ring too. But
That's because us older ladies know what we want and know what we don't want and don't want to mess with the people that have what we don't want.
I wasn't like asking your wife's age, like how many more years in between you guys, I could say.
yeah, I mean, it gets to the point. I don't know, like.
I'm talking to Rick. I don't know if you've dated older women. Rick,
Yeah.
he's married successfully to a woman older than him.
And overcome a lot of obstacles to achieve like total acceptance.
Yeah. So there's a 16-year age difference between us.
Oh, that's not bad.
My official title is 1 month younger stepdad, because I have a stepdaughter who's a month older than I am.
Oh.
And officially,
And
I am
that
much
contributes to your legacy.
right?
That
Technically a
absolutely
great
contribute.
grandfather.
Yeah.
How long has GILF been a thing? I thought it was always just MILF, but now GILF is like everywhere.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I was
Is it
gonna say
cougar
for
on
all
cougar bait?
Since all
I
of
was gonna
us
say
grandparents were looking so hot and sexy.
I was gonna say there's I know it was Brandon before, he's not here right now, but there's been a couple of us that are Formula One fans. So those of you that are into the sport of Formula One and you know Bernie Ecclestone, who used to own the sport, if you know about his extracurricular activities,
Yeah, you don't have to tiptoe, man. Just say what you're talking about.
then yeah. Bernie Ecclestone is literally in the top 10 of Guinness Book of World Records of oldest fathers. He fathered a child, I believe, at 92, 93 years old. I'd have to double check and look it up. But yeah, his wife was in her 60s. He was in his 90s, and he had daughters younger, or yeah, he had daughters younger than his wife at that time. So yeah. So he had children that were younger than his grandchildren. It was he's a very interesting man. We'll just leave it. We'll just say that.
It's very interesting. But yeah, I got something here. It says, after recovery from a motorcycle accident, my father passed away after a seizure. Was it painful? A bit of backstory for context. My father was involved in a motorcycle accident some years ago and sustained a traumatic brain injury in the process. He had a diffuse axonal shearing of his nerve fibers. During his recovery, I remember being told that he may have problems one day as things tried to regrow or come back together, seizures being one of them, if I recall correctly. But honestly, a lot of it was a lot of haze for me. My dad seemed to do well in his recovery, however, a little shy of 5 years after his incident, he had a pretty bad seizure and was admitted to the hospital. He was released after 24 hours and seemed to be in good spirits and nothing out of the ordinary. Fast forward to a month later, I received a call that no one wants to get from my uncle. My dad had a seizure and had passed away. I was told he got up from watching TV to go use the restroom, and when he stood up, that's when they believe he had a seizure, hit his head on the way down, and died as a result of the seizure itself. However, my dad lived alone and was not found for 2 days. I am worried that my dad could have been saved to some extent had someone been there. The coroner kept reassuring me that in her experience, it was, end quote, pretty instantaneous. I've had such guilt in the time of being in the time since because my dad was living alone. But I know there was nothing I could do as well as I am raising a young family in Texas, and he did not want to be in Texas. My question is, did my dad feel any of this, or did he just, end quote, check out altogether? Is there any truth to what the coroner said? Because most things read seem to point the other direction. Did he feel any pain? From the context, I wouldn't know, being that none of us were really there. And it's saying that he fell on the way down. That's kind of say so at this time. I don't know what he felt. If it's just a seizure, I don't think he felt anything unless you came out of it and then something happened. But seizures, I have to be reminded what's happening the 5 minutes before and all that. Other than that, I don't remember much time before it. What do you guys
I think
think? You guys think that was painful?
it's probably on the safe side to assume that in a tonic-clonic, you're not aware, so you're not feeling the impacts of that event. And in my case, even a few minutes prior, I, would never remember. So I think anybody who has a history of unaware seizures or even is in a tonic-clonic, it's safe to say they're not feeling those impacts.
Yeah, about the coroner saying that, I don't think the coroner necessarily knows what they're talking about when they say it was kind of instantaneous. Unless you have like drop seizures and you just drop and you hit your head and it's instantaneous. But personally, I just don't think that coroner knows what they're talking about. It's just me, maybe.
Yeah, add in again, sorry. I just wanted to say the same thing. Yeah, the coroner probably doesn't really know. I mean, and it's hard to say without the person giving exact details of like the report or whatever. Maybe the person fell and hit their head on something and it was instantaneous. They didn't mention that. Hopefully that wasn't, or what do you say in this case? Like, hopefully it was the case, or
I hope he didn't suffer.
hopefully it wasn't the case. Like, what do you say? Yeah, exactly. You don't want them to suffer, but you also don't want it to be just like a terrible instantaneous, thing to, for the family to think about. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough either way, but I think I just want to say that as somebody who has never remembered a single seizure that I've had, or minutes before or minutes after, if that was something that was, the person had kind of going on in their life as a normal thing, if that was that type of seizure, then they probably did go peacefully and they probably didn't know what happened, and yeah, it just went along with it. It's sad. It's sad to say. I mean, it's sad either way, right? It's losing a family member, but yeah, it's I'm off in my thoughts. So I'm gonna shut the fuck up now.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean,
Right.
I agree with you on that. It's always a total blackout with. I mean, most of the time with most seizures, it's most grand malls. I know there's different grand malls, but yeah, it's a total blackout, and we don't remember anything or feel anything until afterwards. So yeah,
Yeah. I think if they're taking a random guess that he got up to go to the bathroom and that happened, if he stood up and had a seizure, then I'm doubting he felt it because, well, everyone is different. But for the most of mine, like I said, I don't remember up to maybe like 5 minutes before, unless I'm told, and then it comes to me in bits and pieces. But most of the time, I don't remember some minutes before. So he probably, yeah, if you had a tonic while standing up, he probably didn't suffer. He probably stood up and then was already gone. I mean, not
yeah,
passed, but
absolutely.
already mentally gone and yeah, not there with the situation. But yeah, there's a lot. He could have, yeah, he could have just fell and then had a seizure from the hit. You never know. But that's very sorry to hear he went through that. I'm going to go through a few of these comments. One says, I'm so sorry. He might have felt a little funky, maybe woozy, just briefly. It's very likely the rest wasn't conscious. He likely felt no pain. I'm so sorry for your loss. I have pretty much the same cause, motorcycle accident from experience. It's just a few minutes after one, and I'm back aware. And that's with the complex partial seizures. Grand mal, I'm usually unaware, unconscious for 20 30 minutes after. Point being from experience, he wasn't aware after and most likely went into status. One more says he wouldn't have remembered seizing. Fortunately, he would have remembered getting up to go use the restroom, maybe. My husband says he doesn't have memories for a good 30 minutes to an hour before and then hours after the seizure. So it's possible he would have left off on a different memory too, almost instantaneously, as if they've said. He would have lost consciousness, hence why he fell. And obviously, once you're unconscious, you're not storing memories anymore. He could have felt an aura oncoming, but I bet a pretty penny he was on some pretty strong meds. So if anything, he could have contributed the feeling to that. Some people report anxiety or panic as an aura, but from what I've seen, that's with people who have had epilepsy for a while. Most of the time, it's like an extra warning on top of the aura. I know it's hard and I know it's a shitty experience. I'm sorry, no words can fully express how deeply I feel for you right now. Please take care of yourself right now. You know he'd want this for his kiddo. Try to keep your head up.
Yeah, just I want to add. I think I've mentioned. I think I've said this, once before. I had a seizure while with my family at Disneyland. Like I was, literally inside the park. We were by. If you're familiar with, if anyone has ever been to Disneyland, in between Fantasyland and Frontierland, like right where the two places meet, that
About
little
30 years.
that little passageway there. My sister was pregnant at the time, so she was with us. So obviously we had to make a few extra bathroom trips during that time. And then so she was like, "Oh, I have to go pee again." I was like, "Ah, fine." I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna go use the restroom too." Came back out, and like within like 2 minutes, I was sweating. I felt really, really warm. I came back out of the bathroom, and that's the last thing I remember was walking out of the bathroom, and I handed my mom my jacket, and I was like, "Oh, I am so warm right now." But it was like this was like 10 o'clock in like January or February, right? So it was like relatively cold at night. So my mom was like, "Hey, are you sure you're okay?" Blah blah blah. 2 minutes later, I'm down on the ground, flopping around, having a seizure. Just out in public, out in the middle of nowhere. And if, let's say, worst case scenario, something did happen, to me, that was the last of me. The last thing I would have remembered would have been being with my family at Disneyland. So, even if there is, a tough situation where someone passes away, their last memory could possibly be something very, very enjoyable, as well. Because honestly, if I had never, the next thing I remember after that was being pushed down Main Street in Disneyland by a couple of paramedics and a security guard. They're taking me out of taking me out of Disneyland, and that's the last thing I remember. After waking up. So possibly, if that was me being done, that my last memory would have been, an awesome memory at Disneyland with my family. So even if that was like a unfortunate way to go, my last memory would have been great. So you could always think of it that way too, as, that last person, the last thing that they did remember was something special or a family event, or, look at it positively that way, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot of positive ways to look at it.
They said that Thomas Edison, the guy who invented the light bulb, he actually had epilepsy. And it was a funny thought. What if it was photosensitive epilepsy? But yeah, maybe he had photosensitive seizures. But he did have epilepsy, they said. And then the guy who invented the dynamite, He also had epilepsy, which is very interesting. That type of career, inventing dynamite. Yeah, with epilepsy, that's amazing. That's a big risk. So we can do it, you guys. We can invent another dynamite. Anyhow,
I think
got
I
one
think
here
you
that
did,
says,
Pookie. You invented this.
huh?
I think you did, Pookie. You invented this.
Oh, man, I just put somebody else's idea into work. No, I'm just kidding.
Just like Thomas Edison.
Yeah, put somebody else's idea to work. Okay, I got
That's
something
pretty
else.
much what Edison did. He put everyone else's ideas to work. He stole a lot of ideas from other people.
I didn't know that much. He also created the motion picture camera, which, yeah, like you said, I heard about a couple of his inventions being stolen from other people.
I'm not saying you stole any ideas. I'm just saying.
I've read a few things about it, not you in particular. I got something to know. It says, anyone else get them from fast temperature change? So for some critical context, I got a semi-regular, probably 4 to 5 a day absent seizures due to a TBI in my youth. I'm baking cookies at the moment and walked from the kitchen where I checked the oven to the living room where there's a good air conditioner and it caused me to seize. Does anyone else get the similar experiences? First comment says, I've had a seizure-like symptoms from getting too cold, especially if it's sudden. I say seizure-like symptoms because I have both epileptic, focal aware, and focal impaired, and non-epileptic seizures, and I can't always tell which is which. That's what I was thinking. I think I said that earlier. Like, do they feel different?
It happened to me in a walk-in freezer, and the headache lasted longer.
I get light fevers afterwards, so there's that, but yeah, it usually doesn't send me into a seizure. Usually I'm in the emergency room and they help me out with that.
Ah, shoot. That's why I won't go out in a blizzard in Buffalo. Because the house is,
That's the main reason?
yeah.
The
'Cause
blizzard?
the
That's pretty risky.
No, really, hear me out. What creates a blizzard? Snow and wind, right? And we're getting wind from the Arctic, which is very, very cold. So it isn't unusual during a blizzard in Buffalo, New York, for our wind chill factor to be 20, 22 to 35 below zero.
1 second, Ann. 1 second.
Yeah.
The Bills won last night. It was fucking
I'm
awesome. I bet
Squish.
they did good.
Squish.
They did really good last night. That was a good game.
Squish.
I won some money. I bet on them, so I had to say that. Go ahead. Back to Buffalo.
Hey.
They
But
did
yeah,
good last night. That was a great game.
that was a great game. And so, but yeah, we can get a wind chill that's like 30 below zero. That literally you will get hypothermia in 5 minutes. So let's say I really, really want a cigarette and it's really, really windy. And I thought I was going to be okay. And by the time I get back in the house, I've got tremors and I face plant on the floor. Because I went from nice and cozy warm to ice cold, smoking a cigarette, go back in the house to nice and cozy warm, and the seizure hits me. So I have to be careful during times like that. Or like I can't go camping anymore for that reason. Like if I get too cold overnight, I can't warm up fast enough when I wake up. So stuff like that. But no, a blizzard in Buffalo, I will never go outside ever again until the wind chill is at least above zero. Yeah, that's just Buffalo squish.
I haven't gotten to see snow yet. I'm from California. We don't get that often, especially in the area I'm in. Yeah, so I haven't got to touch any snow yet.
Yeah, same with you, Pookie. For anybody that doesn't know, I'm right by Pookie. So sorry, I might say places names that other people don't know, but yeah, Pookie. One time when I was driving down to SoCal, I got a lot of friends down there. We were driving through the Grapevine, and like right at the top where it gets the coldest and everything. This was December, so we stopped at Fort Tejon, the rest stop there, and there was like maybe like half an inch of like snow on the ground that like the second you picked it up, like it would turn into water. Like it was barely snow, but that's the
We get
closest
hail.
I've ever been to snow. I have a picture of it like on my computer. This is like mid 2000s, bro. This is like old times, right? And like I have like a picture
Right.
like my friend and I made like a like 6-inch tall like snowman. Like that was it. Like that was all the snow that was there. And like being the area that we're from, like we were just like, oh my god, this is the most snow we've ever seen in our life. And we made this tiny little snowman out of it. We took these two little I don't know what you want to call them, little like I don't know, pine nuts or whatever, like from a tree that fell, and like
Sounds like hail.
used it as the eyes on it. Like it was just like the shittiest, tiniest little snowman ever, but that's how you get out here in this area, right? And like so
Yeah, it
my
sounds like
40,
hail.
yeah, my 40 years of life, that's the only snow I've ever seen.
I seen some on the side of the road and on the way to Tahoe. That's going through the mountains, but I didn't get to like throw any snowballs like you guys. I wanted to make a snow angel. I've always thought of such stuff like that. Build a snowman. We'll never get that in California. I mean, the
But it's
sunshine's great.
safe to say that snow is on the bucket list for both of you guys, right?
Not necessarily. I want to go to Croatia before I see some snow. So there's not a.
All right. It'll be fun if you get to it.
Yeah, Croatia has some great beaches. I've heard.
No, I've been East Coast. I've been like Tennessee and Virginia, but those were always like summertime trips. So yeah, coldest I've ever been was just that one little area. So like I said, the snow melted the second you touched it. So it was probably only like, barely 30 degrees or so. I've never had like wind chill factor being like -20, -30, nothing like that. I've never experienced that. We just don't get those mood swing change temperature changes out here.
Yeah, like yesterday it was kind of sunny, but it was kind of cloudy. It was like they call it overcast, and then we
Yeah.
got like 5 minutes of heavy rain. And then
Huh.
it was
Yeah, it
over.
was hella weird. And during the day when I was at work outside, it was humid as hell. I was like in a t-shirt, never wear a t-shirt. I was sweating. It was hella humid. And then at night it rained. I'm like, how is this weather going like back and forth like this crazy?
And I was actually doing laundry, and since it started raining, I didn't go get the laundry, and I just thought about it. The laundry is still there. I got a post here, and it says, "Had a seizure in front of a loved one. I'm feeling kind of humiliated. It's obviously not a choice I can make, but I couldn't stop apologizing. It feels horrible. Really ruined my day seeing them, and ruined my weekend as well. I don't want to talk to them because I feel so ashamed. I'm sure we all went through this, right?" I think right is the question because I went through this and then right. Yeah, I went through it. I felt humiliated a couple times, but I was younger. Um, any advice for this person having seizures in front of people and how to feel and how to go about? I wouldn't say stop apologizing. Maybe once or twice, give a decent apology. Um,
Psalm 101. I have
yeah,
epilepsy. I'm going to have seizures. Um, don't take it personally. I think too many people who witness that will take it personally. At least I've had that happen, but they get really scared, and I get that. But yeah, Tom 101. I'm going to have a seizure. You know,
Yeah.
unfortunately, it happened, but thanks for being there for me. That's all I got. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Can't predict. I mean, prevent it. I mean, yeah. Don't apologize too many times. Apologize maybe once or twice. Like I said, a decent apology to get past. But yeah, the humiliated part. Sometimes it's hard not to feel like that. Depending on in front of who you have a seizure in front of. There's once upon a time I had first date syndrome. So just imagine what that's like. Leave it like that. Yeah, wasn't fun.
You could have played the pity card so easy on that.
Oh yeah, it did. It worked.
As I say, yeah, you could do you know, yeah, do a
There
50 Cent
were
thing,
second.
first date thing, play that off, or yeah,
Yeah.
you can't control it. Yeah, like, you know, one or two apologies is acceptable depending on the situation. The person say, you know, all the details of it. Like, you know, say you were out at dinner and then you had one, and like your arm, you know, you slapped their soda, you know, all over them. Then, like, yeah, of course you're gonna apologize and feel bad about it. You're gonna say
Oh
an
no, mine was
apology.
even worse.
You're
The
gonna say
lady,
an apology or two, but
the lady that was handed me the food, I knocked over the whole tray. So
oh,
yeah, she was
dang!
bringing our food, and
Oh no!
she said it looked like I was reaching to push the tray on the ground, and that's exactly what I did. I went like this, and I pushed the tray on the ground, and then I had a seizure. Well, yeah, that one was rough. But yeah, I liked her. She called back the next day. How you doing? Checked on me. Um, Asked me if I wanted to hang out. It didn't go anywhere after that. But yeah, a few dates and
Yeah. It just depends on the situation. If it's, you know, if it's something like that
I
where the
know good
person
people.
understands and handles it, or if it's somebody that has no clue, you know, they don't even know what epilepsy is or whatever, and then you have one and you throw their drink, you know, throw their drink on them, or, you know, something like that, and they don't understand. Yeah, there's very different, you know, levels of that situation.
Or I got a funny story. Another first date, had a seizure on the date. Yeah, it was at a restaurant. The funny part is now we have a kid. There we go.
There was a success story 5 years ago about somebody on the one of the subreddits saying, I met my wife on this subreddit, and here we are 5 years later, and it's a wedding photo. So those success stories are out there too.
We had a good kid, and that was it.
You guys are gonna think something about this one here. I'm sure everybody will have something to say. This epileptic Canadian man with a US green card dies in ICE custody. This was posted 3 months ago. CBC News article, Canadian citizen who had a green card since 1998 and a known epileptic died in ICE custody, even though he'd been lawfully jailed for past criminal offenses. The how and why he'd been transferred to immigration control is mind-blowing. He hadn't been given access to his meds since arriving at ICE holding. ICE and their department are refusing to say it at the time, but it is safe to assume he had a seizure that may or may not have gone into SUDEP or had an episode while sleeping that had him or caused him to fall on the hard concrete floor of those camps. Be careful, keep an eye on your fellow epileptic friends of color to help make sure they're safe and to prevent similar things from happening. All right, this
That's
brings it closer to home.
yeah. Obviously, memories and time don't go well for all of us, but I want to guess this was probably like I don't know, sometime 2 to 3 years ago. I saw this story that a man had been jailed, and he was
denied his epileptic medication. The reason that he had it, wasn't something that most people sympathize with. It said he had alcoholic epilepsy. So like he had to take a few drinks, every few hours or whatever, or else he would have them, or he had to make sure that he was on his medication. I don't remember what he was arrested for. Like I said, this was a few years ago, but basically he was denied his medication, and obviously once you're in jail, they're not going to be like, here's a couple shots. So he ended up having a seizure, fell, hit his head, and he died while in police custody. It was somewhere here in the US. I don't remember the details. I need to look it up. I'm sure it could be looked up really quickly, but yeah, they just denied him his medication or the other substance that he needed that might have kept him from having them. And it was basically just like nothing was ever. I mean, this like I said, this was a couple of years from now, so maybe things have changed, maybe some lawsuit has come or whatever, but at first, nothing was ever done about it. Nothing was ever given to the family. Nothing was ever said that it was the police's fault. They just said, oh, he drank, it was on him, sorry, that sucks, bye. Like, this was basically all that was ever done with the situation, as as recent as I've read about it. But
I didn't have anything for that one. Can I move on? Or you got some comments for that one?
Oh, for the epileptic one, I mean, it happened in Florida, so go figure.
Best
And a
place
lot
to
of
have
the
a
comments,
seizure, right?
never in custody, never
Oh.
ever in custody in Florida. No, they are camps down here. It's not the ICE camps are bad. Those are the whatever those things are called that they bring on the trains in like all the Walmarts that closed during COVID. They're using those parking lots as ICE processing places.
alligator Alcatraz.
There you go. That one's even bigger.
Okay.
But yeah, a lot of the comments are just saying that's not good enough. Native US born people who are also Canadian citizens are just choosing to go back to Canada as soon as they get questioned. Like dual citizenship seems to be questioned way too much on this whole, plan or whatever is being executed. And that's another unfortunate realization. Good.
I got some here, you guys. It's I read the what's it called? The caption first, and I thought it would be interesting, and I just knew it would happen like this. From what I read, I waited to read it with you guys. It says concert with boyfriend. Hey guys, I'm going to see Billie Eilish with my boyfriend pretty soon, and I'm worried how his seizures will be. His triggers are flashing lights and loud noises. Is there anything I can bring to help him feel more comfortable? And thanks. There are one comment, and it says emergency supplies such as earplugs, covers, eye mask, and rescue meds if he has them. Basically, stuff that can block out his triggers if he starts to feel sick. I can't
I was gonna say rescue med as a first, just as a first thing to make sure that he has on him. I'm not photo sensitive with mine, but if I do go to like, I don't know, like I don't want to say I don't go out to clubs or nothing, but like anywhere that has something with like music and like flashing lights, or like you go on like an amusement park where there's a bunch of like flashing lights, like it does make me feel a
a little weird, a little off. But I know I'm not, but it's never triggered anything. I'm not photosensitive, so I would say to that person, if they're going for it, just that person's situation, make sure they have a rescue med that might help, or yeah, just when the flashing lights are going on, that music's going on, just stand there, looking at him and dancing, having your fun or whatever. Make sure he's not seeing the flashing lights, or yeah, something like that. There's just not really a exact way to prevent it. So
Personally, if my triggers are lights and sound, personally, I wouldn't go. Then again, personally, I took a risk going to the weekend concert. And I would just hope for the best, and then I went alone. But yeah, I don't risk just testing your safety. I mean, I don't suggest trusting your safety.
I mean, the girl after the fact would probably not help but question if that was selfish of him to go, knowing his triggers and kind of setting her up for having to handle that. That's the first thing that came to my mind.
Yeah. Also, yeah, if she wants to go to the concert, that doesn't mean he has to go as well. But yeah, don't risk your safety. Don't do shit that I do, because yeah, like me, I said I went to the concert and just hope for the best. I had my bracelet and I let the girl next to me know. So not that that was any better. Yeah. A lot of lights and cameras and lasers and smoke and fire and stuff.
I mean,
it was amazing.
I mean, a lot of times we all say we gotta, we realize what we have, but then at the same time, all of us are just like, we got to live our lives, and we have to do this, we have to do that. What else are we gonna do? We got to joke about it. We got to get out there. We like those types of things. Depending on the situation, and like I say that to myself, like pretty much every morning. I've mentioned I'm into bicycling. I ride my bike virtually every day, and because I obviously we can't drive, but there's always like that one tiny little spot in the back of my head that's like, what's gonna happen if I have a seizure while I'm riding my bike? Right? Like, I'm in the bicycle lane, have one, fall over into the car lane, car hits me.
And
It's
eventually you learn to put those thoughts away.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very real situation, but at the same time, like what am I supposed to do? Just, buy 100 pounds of bubble wrap, wrap it around me and just walk around the house wrapped in bubble
Share
wrap,
your
just trying to
location.
keep myself safe. Like, no, I still I'm a human. I still want to live my life. I'm gonna get out. So there's some risks that you have to take, that you want to take, and that you need to take, and you just kind of at some point just got to boil it down and realize which ones are the ones that you want to, or the certain things that you want to risk making that decision for. So if once every 5-10 years it's going to a concert, then go ahead, do it. Go ahead and do it. Have some fun. Just make sure that you're there with, like it sounds like in this situation, they're there with their partner that knows what the consequences and what could happen, as long as you're with somebody safe, or that you feel safe and that knows your situation and everything. So
when you say that, the safe thing, I don't know what it is, but I kind of get a rush when I'm kind of not in a safe situation. It's weird to say. It's like when I'm out and about and I know I'm not supposed to be out and about in public, it makes me feel good. You know, I'm kind of rebellious.
Independence,
You're here at the moment.
independence, right?
I'm dealing with siblings, not parents, so I'm more rebellious
No, I
these
said,
days, and I just
I
go and
said
do what
it.
I want, and I don't let anybody know I'm doing what I want to do. So that's where I get a little rush from, like I'm doing this, and nobody knows I'm doing it. It hasn't shot me in the foot yet. Not really bad, but I've missed a train. Yeah, I've missed the train because I was taking a selfie and
Yeah, the selfie start. Yeah.
there's been that, but otherwise that was funny. Otherwise, I don't suggest doing it, but yeah, I'm dealing with siblings and not parents, so sometimes I'm a little more rebellious against them, and then I hear from the parent later.
But why you
Yeah.
gotta
No,
talk
no, no.
shit when
I
we
just
do it
wanted to.
with
I
our
just wanted to
parents?
mention. I didn't say parents. I said independence.
Oh no,
Like,
I was just saying in
like
general.
going out on your own gives you that sense of independence, and then it makes you feel like
Makes me
free.
feel good.
Versus, yeah, when you have somebody like always looking over your shoulder, like, hey, you were, you took a shower today for 15 minutes instead of 10 minutes. Is everything okay? Like somebody just always, counting everything, looking over your shoulder.
And when you need to get the fuck away from that, it's totally
Yeah.
fine if you leave your location known with your daughter and she knows where you're at and you can come back 3 hours later and be totally fine. You got somebody who knows where you're at and can check on you periodically. And if the parent never finds out, then as a fully grown adult, that's allowed. I shouldn't feel bad about that.
Sounds like a personal experience to me.
Go ahead, move on. I don't have siblings to deal with, so
Yeah.
I can't feel bad about keeping it from mom any
Is
longer.
that, yeah, I could rant about it for a bit, but I won't. Today's not the day.
And you
Yeah,
said going to a
James, I
concert once
know.
every 5 years? That I don't know. 6 months
Yeah,
is long
James,
enough.
I knew a guy who rode a bike and had a seizure on a bike. Yeah, he didn't have a good story for it.
Hey, James, do you ride an electric bike?
Well, yes and no. I mean, my I've mentioned before my backstory. I've always been a bicyclist. I started working at a bicycle shop when I was
Well, I know all
15 in
that.
high
I mean,
school.
just
But
like
I have both. So I have both. I have electric and non-electric. It just depends what type of bicycle riding I'm doing. But
okay,
so yeah.
it just depends on what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. If I'm looking more for like an exercise, then I'll just ride a non-electric one, do some bike trails. If it's, more of a commuter bike or I'm running some errands, then I'll take, my electric one and run to the grocery store and, load it up with pounds of groceries and yeah. So it just depends. Yeah.
That would be cool.
The thing with the concert, back to the concert and the sounds and stuff, it made me think about yesterday when I was watching football. I seen the little baby had the headphones on. The lady was holding her baby and he had these big earmuff headphones on. So I was thinking that, but that also would suck. Because you wouldn't be able to hear it as well and it might be a little muffled. But yeah, to not have a seizure, I'd do that if it was a good concert. Personally, Billie Eilish wouldn't be my go-to, but yeah, to each his own. Anybody advice for taking your boyfriend to a concert? No, not all of us have boyfriends. Go ahead, Rick.
I always like taking my boyfriends to concerts, except for
Fun, right?
usually I have to pay for it all, so I'm paying extra attention to how they're feeling, make sure that they're comfortable.
Right. Yeah, if I was her, just make sure he's comfortable. Check on him, get him some earphones, or at least try. Some people might be like, "Oh no, I don't want the headphones." I've seen that happen before. What's it called? Rescue meds. Would that work, you guys? You like take some nasalium at a concert? How would that go?
That would ruin the concert. Because there's still aftercare involved. You can't just prop them back up in the chair and get back to having
Yeah,
fun.
not like they're back to it. Yeah, I haven't. Thankfully, we the school I work at, we do have a like a special needs class, but it's mostly kids that are like autistic. Nobody with epilepsy yet, but yeah, some of them just trying to be kind of a nice, patient person with them, a little understanding. I have been, hit a couple of times. Obviously, it's little kids, so it's not, it's not a big deal or anything, right? We're talking about like 7, 8, 9 year olds, not a big thing. Um, but at least, yeah, still, I understand it a little bit more than some of the other people that work there. And it has been kind of tough because then I end up, I don't know, feeling a little bit more for them and spending more time on that. And then I know I should be doing something else. And
I got something here. It says, AI Gemini has convinced me I'm going to have a seizure. Please help. Before I read this, I don't suggest listening to AI about medical advice, but to each his own. It says, so I've recently came off clonazepam. Did I say that right? Clonazepam. And I'm on tapentadol, which both lower seizure threshold. I asked AI, what is deja vu? I'd like before a seizure, as I keep getting random thoughts out of nowhere in my head because certain people I was with on the weekend feel slightly anxious. I also feel dizzy and dreamlike, but pretty sure that the tapentadol, as I usually feel this way off of it. But what is deja vu like before a seizure? Personally, couldn't tell you. One of the comments here says, don't want to scare you, but it's how I know when it's coming on. It's like I have an intense feeling of deja vu, remembering things that never happened and feeling like I'm living the same day over and over, staying hydrated, making sure that I'm taking meds on time and getting 8 to 9 hours of sleep each night seems to help. Hope that helps you. Deja vu advice. I haven't got it, so I'm hoping you guys can explain deja vu advice.
I don't know about advice, but as far as a description, I mean, as I experience it before a seizure, it's kind of this feeling of like this has happened before, like wherever I am, whatever I'm doing, even like I know for sure that it is a new event, location, whatever. I definitely haven't done this, but I have this overwhelming eerie sensation like this moment, this brand new moment in space-time has occurred before, but I can't place my finger on it. I don't actually have a full memory of having done it or been there before, but it feels like there should be a memory there. It feels like it's happened before. I don't know. It's hard to put into words a lot of these sensations, but it's kind of the best I can do. It's like this has happened before. I don't remember it. I know it hasn't, but it feels like I should know what's going to happen next, kind of, because I already know. I don't know.
I know what you mean.
That's yeah.
It really is hard to describe because I don't know if I had deja vu before seizures, but the closest thing I can think to describe to that would be like the brain skips, like because time was always such a weird thing. like I would have like a sort of a blackout, like a time skip in my head, and it felt like I jumped forward. So maybe I feel like I don't know that I don't know. There was a
Now it goes, sweetie.
like a Futurama episode where they were all skipping forward in time, and that's where I don't know, and maybe that's what I kept feeling like when I was having those auras. It was I felt like I was leaping forward in time, but everyone else was stuck there, and or I just that's how I would describe my deja vu. Like I kept like I was skipping forward in time, but I was still there. I don't know. That's an awful description, but everyone's different. So
I feel like I remember a quote from that episode from Fry. Like, didn't he say something like, "Is it now yet? I can't remember."
Yeah.
Or something like he's jumping around and yeah. Oh man, I love me some Futurama.
Yeah.
That's a good reference, a good way to kind of.
It's difficult, yeah, but that's the best way I can describe it.
Yeah, that show has some really good like reflective on life type of moments. My favorite episode, dude, I still can't watch it like without like tearing up, is the one where it describes like his background story. You know, where he goes to deliver the pizza and
Oh,
then
the
falls in
dog?
that, yeah, in the time machine, and then his dog is,
Seymour?
yeah, is sitting out there waiting in front of the pizza shop for him to come back, and like, dude, that makes me like cry like every time I see it. Like I almost want to right now just thinking about it. Like it's such a good episode.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, if yeah, anybody that hasn't seen it or hasn't watched that show, yeah, that's definitely like, yeah, one to check out for sure.
One of the last comments here on this AI Gemini convincing medical device. One last comment says, "Can't really tell you. I have auras or used to which I describe as funny feelings in my head from mild to super intense. And when I had grand malls frequently, I never had a sense of deja vu. And now they're mainly nocturnal, so I have to wait until I go see my neurologist to check on my seizure activity. You also can't go looking towards AI Gemini for medical advice, especially epilepsy and seizures as AI. Used largely language modules and grabs any information it can find floating around and puts it together into an easy way to explain seizures. Don't listen to ChatGPT.
No, it's like a really, really fancy souped up predictive text algorithm. What you're gonna say next. Instead, it's like, well, what do you want to hear next? And it just spits it right back out at you. So if it picks up in whatever statistical workings, comprise its algorithm that you are describing seizures, it will latch onto that and feed back to you. Here's how your symptoms can be interpreted as being seizures. And so it's not objective diagnostic any more than like a WebMD search. The only difference is it can do it in a way that sounds like it's written more naturally like a doctor, which if anything probably makes it more dangerous than WebMD searches of past for whatever symptoms. Yeah, don't listen to any AI models for any sort of medical advice. if you're trying to search your own symptoms for sure. Yeah, that's.
I got something. Says finally met my neurologist, and I don't know what to think. Man, I met my new neurologist today, honestly, because it was so new to me. I had no idea what to expect. I was afraid afraid that I'd be dismissed and sent to a psych or something. However, when I explained my symptoms for the umpteenth time between the nurse practitioner, a student, and the neuro, he wanted me to explain and demonstrate what movements happened during the episodes. When I showed him flexion in my arm, mostly, and he said it was phenomenal symptom. No idea what that means, LMAO. Always kept saying my symptoms were interesting. It went a lot better than most of my horror stories I've heard. I've got an MRI scheduled before my next appointment, and he's referring me to an epileptologist that he highly recommends. That, and he's a trusted doctor in my family, so that's a plus. I'm hoping the Kepler will help, considering the episodes are now happening at work instead of just at home. I just looking for some advice. I already heard keep my head up enough times. They're not looking for keep your head up. Basically, we're going to see a new neurologist. I haven't met mine, and I'm going to meet him for the first time over video chat, so I'm not too into that. But I hope the best for you, that they don't send you to psych or dismiss your stuff.
The best way to avoid that is to have all your ducks in a row. Have every piece of evidence you can as to why these are not psychological and you don't need psychological treatment and you're not at some breaking point where they need to recommend you be carted away inpatient, and stay focused.
Yeah, get all your notes ready. Go there. Look confident. Advocate for yourself. I don't know if looking confident will help. Still shut you down. I've seen. Afraid to go to sleep. The past 2 weeks, my loved ones have been really busy and troubled. I can't approach them right now, and I've been feeling really lonely. Last night I might have had a seizure. I'm not sure. Didn't bite my tongue and nothing is out of place, but I had painful brain fog I get after one. I woke up early in the morning and was not able to go back to sleep at all. I was wondering if I could ask for some reassurance here tonight, some comfort before trying to sleep again. Give me better odds, I think.
All the factors that we're giving them, or they were hoping to give them better odds at, being controlled.
I say don't be afraid to go to sleep. Have somebody watch you, maybe check on you every now and then. Do that. I don't know much else if you can't ask your family to help or loved ones. Yeah, what I do when my loved ones don't help, I just kind of make someone else aware. I have this camera right here in my room. My mother can check on it every now and then, call me if she thinks I'm doing something weird or can't hear me. Yeah, and it has a microphone on it just in case she wants to say anything and I don't answer it, then she calls. But get you some cameras, watch you sleep. That should give you a little more, make you a little more comfortable with going to sleep. Then you can check the footage overnight as well. First comment here says, I get this feeling. It's hard for me to sleep most nights. I've had most of all my grand malls in my sleep, so it's crazy. But I notice that I feel better sleeping with the TV on some kind of show or YouTube video on in the background. My go-to is Whose Line Is It? Sometimes I read or do a word search before I go to bed, something that makes me feel normal. You got this, homie. Lay back, watch something funny, or doom scroll, and go to bed. I hope you get a wonderful night's sleep. 26-year-old female Started having seizures in January 2023 out of nowhere. No family history, no brain injuries, and no health problems. I'm a little overweight, but I've seen 3 neurologists since then, and all of them have had different things to say. The first one told me that I'm having them because I was fat, and once I lost weight, to come back and he would actually see me. The second one done a 30-minute EEG with lights flashing in my eyes and told me that he was, in quote, stumped. And to see someone else, the third one, who I'm still seeing, seemed great. My first appointment, he sat me down and explained the different types of seizures and what triggers are for other people. Then asked me and my sister to explain how mine were. Here's one of my many problems. I have no idea what grandma feels like. I've had 6 to 7 in my sleep, and I mean, dead sleep. The last one I had, I was awake and in the car, but I still don't know what my trigger was. And another problem, I have both grandma and absent seizures. The only reason we know for sure is that I have an absent seizures are from a week-long EEG I had with a new doctor. I had one while I was looking out of the window at the hospital. Never fell or passed out. Just told my mom I was feeling weird, then boom, I was gone. Right before I had felt it, I was having an anxiety attack, heart pounding, and ragged breathing. It was weird. The next morning, my doctor came in and was like, "Yep, you had an absent seizure," and showed me the tests and camera footage. Since I've seen my doctor a total of 3 times, I only because of how frequent I'm having my seizures now. He's changed my meds and gave me new ones, which haven't worked, and took me off of old meds, which switched everything around. I feel like I'm going crazy and I can't do anything alone or go anywhere without being bothered by someone else. I can't sleep because of the meds, and I'm afraid if I do, I'll seize and not come out of it. Then I'm gone for good. My doctor won't order any more tests or hear me out about how I'm feeling or taking these meds. And the cherry on top, I have no diagnosis, nothing, nada. Seizures out of nowhere and no diagnosis to help me. I'm stressed out and so confused. I just want someone who actually helped me listen. I don't care what the tests have to do or how long I have to spend in the hospital at this point. I'm afraid that if something doesn't happen soon, I'll give up on trying to get help myself and stop caring.
So what this person is dealing with, if their medication isn't working, it seems like that was a lot of information.
Yeah, 3 doctors.
Okay, so I've had bad doctors, or one bad doctor, but pretty good doctors. If you aren't finding a good doctor, well, always self-advocate, as they say. Just research the medicines, keep looking for a good doctor. Keep doing that.
So, okay, yeah, um it's a difficult process, like getting the diagnosis. Um I mean, I would want to mention that, a single 30-minute EEG coming back clear is not really anything significant, uh, either for or against. So don't take that as though you are being written off by the doctor necessarily, in and of itself. I mean, in the broader scope of the story, it sounds like that may have been what was happening, but I'm not sure. I can't I was having a little bit of trouble keeping track of all of the information that was being provided, but that's part of the whole diagnostic process behind epilepsy is just information, gathering information, you know, um, and so if you're just starting out having seizures, if you're just starting out this whole process, um, then um, the as Kevin said, self-advocacy is important, but don't feel like you're left out in the cold, or that you are like uh, singularly alone in this situation. There are a lot of us who are in a very similar position who have gone through a lot of different tests and have not really had any, or a lot of different doctors, a lot of appointments and not found anything um, to resolve it. No label or anything necessarily. But I mean, keep at it is really the only thing that you can do. The process is tedious, but following up is important. And if you have a doctor who's willing to continue any sort of investigation, I think, wasn't that what had happened with the story? At the end, they found a doctor who said that they're like when they reenacted the movements that he found it interesting and stuff and was, or am I getting things mixed up?
No, you heard it right.
Yeah, yeah. So if you have a doctor who thinks you're interesting, you're going to get attention there. That is something. Yeah. So, I mean, you've probably hit a sort of jackpot in that sense. If your doctor finds what you're saying to be interesting, um, you know, that's have him figure you out, if you are the puzzle that gets him excited, that's a good thing. And it still might take him time to put all the pieces together, but an interested and focused practitioner is something to hold on to.
One thing I did catch that I thought was kind of messed up was the person doctor said come back when they lose weight. So like, can you sue someone for saying something like that? That's insane. You can have seizures because you're overweight, is what they're saying. Has anybody ever heard of something like that? Seizures from overweight? I gotta look that up.
That doesn't sound like a simple way of putting it. A doctor would have to, they can refuse service, they can refuse to take on a patient for any reason. But if they're actually trying to cite being overweight as the reason, that doesn't sound like they're giving enough detail. I've had doctors say, get this condition under control before, we could talk about anything else. But unless it was something cardiac or, respiratory maybe, then I don't see how a doctor could ever just refuse somebody for that one thing if it's not an active, threat to their life.
Don't know if I always advocate for personal health and it bothers me that Doctors don't look into what a person's doing on the front line first, what they're eating, and I think that should be what they ask first. What is your diet? What is your lifestyle? I think that should be what they look into first. But I don't know why a doctor would just say, "Are you overweight?" Then just shrug them off. I would need a little more information on that. Um, but yeah, that seems suspicious. Uh, you know, you know, I I would I would be very concerned about a doctor like that.
Yeah, she said the first doctor told me I was fat, and once I lost weight, come back and he would actually see me.
That's that's the actual words. You're fat, go away.
That's from what I'm reading. I gave you as much context as it says. That's really messed up.
Why would you ever want to go back if somebody said that to you?
Oh, I remember this one. It says my girlfriend drinks lemon juice and tons of it. She put it on chips and drenches it in it. So much that there's a puddle left over in the bowl after she's done, and then she drinks it. I tell her she's not supposed to do that, but she thinks it's okay and doesn't affect her seizures. She has epilepsy and tons of other health issues. Can someone shed some light on if I should fight her over this? She just had her third seizure in the last 20 minutes. Something's going on. Um,
Lemon juice, like the fruit.
it's spelled like that. Lemon juice.
Would
Like
she be
lemonade, but
overdose?
without the extra sugar? Like, what
Like
is, how is that something concerning for
Would
epilepsy?
it be like an overdose of citric acid or something, maybe?
Possible. I've heard that.
yeah.
Or what the
But is
citric
it, I
acid
mean,
does to our
citric acid
medication.
is water soluble, isn't it? Doesn't it just come out in your urine
I have
next
no
time you
idea.
pee? I don't know, that was my impression, that it just,
I was just trying to think of something that was in lemons, and I thought of citric acid.
In rare and extreme cases, an overdose of lemon juice can potentially cause seizures due to severe electrolyte imbalance.
Well, there you go.
If it's
Okay.
close enough to grapefruit juice, I mean, or
Yeah.
grape juice.
Yeah, I've heard
That's
that
what I was thinking.
grapefruit juice breaks our medication down differently than.
well, yeah, there's a monoamine oxidase inhibitor that specifically stops the enzyme in the liver that breaks down a lot of different medications.
So,
Yeah.
so is this fresh lemon juice or actual lemon?
There's
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 two.
no specification if it's lemonade or lemon juice or the
It
from
says lemon
concentrate or
juice, but it doesn't say if it's lemon juice out of a bottle or a fresh
Like,
squeeze. So
like lemon kind of. Okay, I'll just okay.
it depends on what kind of
Um,
chips it's on for me. I mean, yeah,
Maybe she's just weird because I used to drink pickle juice when I was a kid.
but that's common. To put
but
pickle
yeah,
juice on
pickle
chips would
juice
be
is a
different.
thing.
he just wants something to blame because she had a cluster right after the snack. So, or during the snack, maybe. But he was saying, 3 seizures in 20 minutes or something.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounded like there was a cluster going on, and they always want something to blame so that they can make sure to cut that habit out. And that's a really good situation for, you know, what he wants to get done.
Does she always have seizures when that happens, though?
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're gonna have to take note of. If they're actually taking this seriously about researching whether it's a threat, then go ahead, have that snack every day for a month and we'll tally it up.
All right.
You should,
Best of luck
Then
you
with
should
that.
always take note of, yeah, write that down in your food journal or what. Yeah, take note of everything. Yeah, that's very
And don't be
important.
surprised if next month when, yes, there were 3 or 4 seizures, if you just switch it up, have that snack earlier in the day rather than, after work, have that on the lunch break or something.
Or
A
what
lot of
happens if you don't
everything
eat it?
changes.
What happens if you don't have it?
Try that. But he doesn't say if this is our first time or not.
Or what about lime juice?
I don't know. Squeeze a lime over it. I don't know. Makes me want some chips with lime now. First comment here says, I've never heard of anything like lemon juice triggering seizure, but every person is different. Sounds delicious, by the way. Another one says, I'm convinced this is a shit post. Then the person says, no, bro. We had a tough night last night. Another one says, it is more likely she is farming a chronic gastro problem and overweight with this habit than anything related to epilepsy. It's kind of mean. But
I think it's on everybody's weight.
yeah, they didn't say anything about her weight. That person was kind of rude about that. We're asking about seizures. Yeah, that was the last comment. And I guess come to find out, lemon juice is a thing for us.
Do you ever stop to think about SUDEP? I think the most I've acknowledged it was asking my doctor to swap the stronger medication dosage to nighttime, but otherwise just live like I don't know I have an inconvenient medical condition that could just randomly kill me. I think roughly 20 years of living with this shit has made me desensitized. So they're trying to make the point of why don't we think about SUDEP more? Or why is it not, more attention brought to it, maybe? Honestly, I don't keep it a priority because there's not much we can do to control it other than what we're already doing to manage the condition, live a, reasonably healthy life and not take too many risks, I guess. But yeah, other than that,
Yeah,
I
I
don't like
mean,
SUDEP to be a focus. What do you think, Mark?
can't stop it, right? Can't prevent it. At least by definition. Um, I don't know. I don't worry about it because I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, it sounds pretty nice. If I'm gonna die, like just boom, gone in my sleep, go to bed, and then that's just, compared to like all kinds of other, I watched my mother or grandmother die from breast cancer that had spread to her bones. I mean, many years long, decades long process. By comparison, epilepsy, even an active seizure, if I'm unconscious, it's really it's a bigger concern of mine for my family and friends, the loved ones who would be left behind. That's the bigger hit, I think. As it is with the tonic-clonic seizures. Personally, I think that my family, any bystanders have it worse than I do subjectively when I'm seizing. So, My only concern is for third parties in that regard, but it's unpreventable. So even then, there's not anything to do. So I don't think there's anything that should be dwelled on. Otherwise, you're just going to be ruminating on, your own problems. That's just, there's far more productive ways to use your time. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much my thought. My seizures are controlled, but I could still go uh, at any time. So uh, yeah, I could still have a seizure any day, and I'm just at risk, um, pretty much as as much as you guys. So if it's yeah, it's not something I really worry about. Um, I think I saw a story about recently within the past few weeks about a former U.S. attorney. I just looked it up. Passed away from SUDEP, and yeah, it happens. It, and it could just I could die from being hit by a car, struck by lightning, anything. So why think about it that much? Why waste time worrying about it? That's the bottom line.
Yeah, that's what's detailed in this comment here. One of the most popular comments on this one. It's very unlikely to kill you. 1 in 1,000 people with epilepsy die from SUDEP each year, or 0.1%. Put it this way. If the average person with epilepsy were to somehow be immune to all other causes of death, in other words, they could only die from SUDEP, they would expect to live for another 693 years. In other words, have a 50% chance of survival after that long. Whatever you can do to get better seizure control decreases the risk of SUDEP. Getting the right treatment, lifestyle, better stress management, good sleep hygiene, etc. If you have nocturnal seizures and are worried about SUDEP, you might want to buy one of those breathable pillows. It would at least help you sleep better. That kind of sums it up for me, that it's not as much of a threat as plenty of other ways to go.
It's not worth the stress.
There you go. Jeff, James, Andrea, what'd you think?
I have a pretty bleak lookout on death right now, so that's probably not a very good question to ask me.
Okay, so ruminating over SUDEP is
Not
something
on
that
my
you're open to?
list. I
Oh,
try
okay.
not to think about it. No, I try not to think about it.
It's
Good.
silly.
Glad to hear.
We're
It's
all gonna die.
right.
Sorry, Andrew, go ahead.
You're gonna die one way or another. The reason I say I have a pretty bleak outlook is I was standing about 4 feet away from my partner 9 months ago when he dropped dead right in front of me. So, I mean, if you're meant to die, you're meant to die. Call the paramedics, do the CPR. They did all the things. I did all the things. If you're meant to die, you're meant to die. That's just kind of how I feel about it now.
Go ahead, Jeff.
And I feel kind of the same. I mean, why worry about how you're gonna die? You're gonna die. I'm not gonna worry about it. It's when it happens, it happens. And I can't control that. You can't control it. Nobody can control it. So Why worry about it? I mean, I could die from a million other things besides sue them. And I
Yeah,
probably will.
you do the best you can with the time you got, and I
Yeah.
hope my family's all right when I'm gone.
Yeah. You know, when it happens, and all I can do is hope that Liz is fine afterwards.
Yep.
Which that I know it'll be tough for her, but she'll survive. And that's all I really care about.
I love your perspective.
That's about all you can do.
Keeping it simple is so much easier said than done, but it feels like an accomplishment for sure.
It's really not simpler, easier than done. It's very easy to do. You set your mind to it and you do it.
That depends on the person, Jeff.
No, but whoever the person is, if they set their mind to it, they can do it. If they're not strong-willed enough to mean it when they set their mind to it, then of course they can't. But anybody with any kind of willpower, if they set their mind to something and they try hard enough, they can do it if it's important enough to them. I was smoking 3 packs of cigarettes a day, and Liz wouldn't go out with me. So I stopped. I had been smoking 3 packs a day for probably 18 years. You know, if something's important, you stop.
Yeah, I can see
And,
that.
and if you worry about dying, that's stupid. You're wasting your time.
But,
All right, we got another post here talking about sleep. My autism brain is so active at night. I have had epilepsy since age 8, and now I'm 24, with long-term effects of being on clobazam and lamotrigine. Plus, I heard from a neurologist that insomnia can happen with epilepsy. Anyone else? And they said they were writing this at like 4:30 in the morning.
Well, I know Pookie keeps talking about how his meds keep him up all night.
Do you have any experience with that, Andrew?
I used to, but since they put me on Xcopri, I just take that and I go into an Xcopri coma and I sleep like a baby
So
till
that
about
balanced it out.
5 a.m. Yeah,
what
it
is this I
knocks
hear
me
about
out.
insomnia?
A post, somebody just asking for advice on it. And Andrea brought up again how Xcopri is getting a good reputation for taking at the right time. You will pass out for, I mean, would you call it a full night's sleep?
I typically take it around 8 or 9 and I sleep pretty good until at least 5 usually.
But that's what I mean. Are you taking it at 8 or 9 and not falling asleep until like midnight?
Oh no, I'm asleep within a half hour. Half an
Oh,
hour, I'm
okay.
out. Take my
Nice.
pills and like half an hour, like 30 minutes to an hour, I'm out cold.
Okay, so that's your full night's sleep.
Right.
Yeah, I'm getting like 7.5 to hours on average, according to my Fitbit data.
Okay. And here's another one saying, I'm 45-year-old female, developed epilepsy at 39. Never slept through the night in my life. Being on Keppra for 3.5 years made me develop chronic insomnia, and it got worse when I swapped to lamotrigine. Ended up medication resistant, had right temporal lobe resection with amygdalohippocamphectomy. So they must
Good
have
job.
took
You did
part of the
great.
hippocampus
Took out
10 months
the
ago.
part of the amygdala and the hippocampus, I think.
Oh, okay, okay. So then she had the resection and that lobectomy version 10 months ago. My sleep got worse again after the surgery. Smoke cannabis and take 900 milligrams gabapentin, clobazam, lemboxarant before I go to bed. Have been able to achieve 6 or 7 hours in a row some nights, but I still wake up at least once or twice. Better than 10 or 20 times. If I ever do sleep through the night, I'm going to throw a party. Okay, so this girl's only had epilepsy for, the woman has only had epilepsy for 3.5 years, but she's always had insomnia.
Yeah.
And it sounds like just taking the best what she can get. 6 or 7 hours is definitely enough to celebrate. But it sounds like medications are what a lot of us use to find that balance of being able to get enough.
I feel like they either kill you or they make your life, you know, it's it's good or bad. There's kind of a not, you have to find the right balance.
Yeah, because you're still opening yourself up to the long-term side effects of these newer medications. So yes, you're getting the sleep, but in 5 years,
Right.
you might have to check out your kidneys or something, or liver or whatever. I think liver is more popular.
So with insomnia and lamotrigine, I don't have any advice. I just ride it out. If I knew any tricks to this, I would not be awake at 4 or 5 a.m. watching Disney.
Well, if
Does
weed is not working for you,
THC
talk to the doctor about medication.
They got this one movie on Disney named Elio. Check it out. Yeah, first time last night, kept me up till 3. Good stuff.
Does the THC in the bud you use knock you out? Is it the high THC content that helps put you to sleep?
The thing about it is, I had some weed the past 2 days. So a few days ago when I smoked, I fell asleep and I sleep really peacefully throughout the night. I wake up, it's hard to open my eyes and crust in between my eyes. That's when I know I fell asleep because I'm high. And that worked for like 2 days, but other than that, I'm just vaping. So when I do go back to flower every few weeks or a few months, then I get that different type of weed high. But otherwise, I just be vaping and yeah. When I had
'Cause
flower the other day.
I just tried this THCA sand concentrate stuff from the dispenser in here. I'd never seen that particular form of extract. But I was gonna recommend it if you like if the psychoactive THC side of the medical cannabis use is what helps you like therapeutically most, then the THCA sand is just like this white crystalline powder that I just sprinkled on top of a bowl of ground up flour, kind of like stirred it in a little bit, and it just melts right on top of it. It kind of is like just sprinkling a bunch of extra keef on there, but without all of the extra, like whatever byproducts that, fell on the floor and got through whatever sifter processes they use to separate the keef they sell you from whatever is probably in those pre-rolls that they sell us here too, get the good stuff off it. Yeah. They all of the pre-rolls mysteriously have a notably lower THC content than their
I know.
whole, yeah, so.
I know a guy who has,
I mean, for the convenience, right?
but I do got something else. Says when you panic for a second until realizing it's just deja vu, or is it just me that does that? Anyone ever get regular deja vu, but panic for a second thinking you're about to have a seizure? It happened to me for a while rollerblading with my friend a couple weeks ago. We came around a corner to see a playground I recognized from childhood, and I got so scared. I sat down on the curb and I said, end quote, I'm about to have a seizure. But then I realized I didn't feel weird at all. I merely recognized the playground. Haha. Is that weird? Um, I guess I'd say that's kind of a horror-like thing. The question was,
Anything
is that
deja vu sounds aura.
anyone get regular deja vu or for a second thinking you're about to have a seizure? Personally, no. Deja vu at the thought of going to have a seizure? Nah. And then again, I haven't fully got an understanding if I've even having deja vu because I don't know exactly what it's like yet. Is it anything like the impending doom?
I stare off into space a lot. Like, I don't know. I do morning exercises. And like, I don't know. I just go down these holes, these thought holes, and realize I've been thinking about something for like 3 minutes. Like I'll be doing my stretches and then realize I was like staring off into space. It wasn't a seizure, but it was just like, what was I thinking about? Just very, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like ditzy or something. Maybe it's just nothing. Maybe I'm overthinking this.
Talk about if that affects your sleep. Do you find yourself kind of drifting off to sleep when you're focused on one thought, or is it easier to fall asleep when you're distracted by a TV show or some like sleepy podcast or something?
Like I'm just thinking about one thing, and I've realized I've been standing in one place, and like I should be doing one thing, and I'm just like I was like thinking about like I just my mind drifts a lot, and I don't know, very drifty mind. Can't
So
focus.
I went to the kitchen a little while ago. If you weren't paying attention, I had some lemon juice and I had some chips. I did not put them together, but it was just a funny thought that I actually had those two items and I didn't know there was lemon juice in there. And it says 100% lemon juice. You think I can make lemonade with that? Lemon, water, sugar?
Yes, you can.
Mm.
Fresh squeezed makes better lemonade, I've been told, but you can make it with bottled from concentrate lemon juice.
I think you have to boil and melt down the sugar and the water and then mix it. Is that right? Or is it?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes the simple syrup, because if you don't do it that way, then when it gets like later, the sugar doesn't stay mixed up in the right or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes really good
I'm
lemonade.
not wording well.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I usually make lemonade a few times during the summer, fresh lemonade, and I haven't done it so far this summer. Just I don't know.
You use fresh squeeze.
Yes, and I
So
have
a lot of
a mint patch out back, so it goes really well. Spearmint out back, and I love using that.
I bet it's good.
Yeah.
I want to know who all has cameras in their house.
I got something here in the meantime. I actually don't have something here.
You know, a little bit of lemon juice over the top of the guacamole will keep it from going brown. Yeah, so if you ever do your own homemade guacamole, go get some avocados and mix up whatever. And you have the bowl at the very end of it, just you spray lemon juice over the top, and then the top of the bowl will all stay nice and fresh and green, pretty looking guacamole. Because otherwise it'll start to oxidize and it'll get a sort of
Avocados looking moody.
yeah, like a pukey brown, more of an olive than an avocado green.
I was just smashed like plastic wrap on it. You
I
can't
still
get
like
the
the
air
lemon juice.
can't
That too.
I've
The
never
light
thought
injury
about the.
adds a whole nother layer. The combination of the two. I bet
I
that
never thought about that. I'll bet it's really good.
Well, that's why I like those Ziploc containers too. Those genius containers that actually do seal the air out. Because I hated. I'm so glad we don't use plastic wrap anymore, but it does take a lot of prep
I
and
hate it, but
yeah,
sometimes I have to use it.
definitely works better than foil. But here's one about a Canadian epileptic and DTC. Hello to my fellow Canadian epileptics. I'm just wondering if any of you collect Canada's Disability Tax Credit, DTC. I have TLE and am wanting to apply. I have seen different info online. Some epileptics are able to get the DTC and others aren't. Just curious to see if it's worth going through the process or will I be not denied. 25-year-old female diagnosed with TLE for almost 2 years now. Well documented because of a lot of ambulance calls. Recently got my license back after 6 months seizure free and can drive, but I do not work. I have tonic-clonics, but am on Keppra. Helps keep them under control. Doc said I'll be on meds for my life. Even if it's controlled, there's still a lot of disabling parts about it. The brain fog, fatigue, anxiety, and just wanting to hear some of your experience. Well, I don't know how much easier the system is in Canada, but even if your well-diagnosed seizures of the past might not influence enough medical professionals, especially if they're from the government side, which is my experience, to support your inability to work. But this all coming from the USA. What do you guys think? Anybody know anything about the system in Canada or just where she started?
Not a clue.
Yeah, not. I mean, I haven't started the process. I don't know if I will start the process. I've considered it, but I've had recommendations made to me to not even start unless I have a lawyer, like advocate, in order to take on the case and push it through. It can be very difficult here in the United States, to,
For disability here,
yeah,
yeah.
to demonstrate the inability to work when, you look like we do, you know, just a normal person you would pass in the grocery store, except for those like 2 to 5 minutes at a time every, you know, several months to, you know, or just, you know, even sometimes actively out in public, just that person standing and staring off into space in a grocery store that you just walk past and don't pay any notice because, you know, people zone out all the time.
The more documentation, the better.
Yes.
Yeah, this comment looks like they said it well, saying I could never apply. All the jargon was wishy-washy. They use the words prolonged and severe to be accepted. And that's the impression I have too, is that the doctor, like whatever medical professionals you do have on your side, have to actually be able to prove that it's prolonged and bad enough to stop you from working ever again. Because even I think I started that journey before the surgery, and that was a point of debate. The lawyer had to get somebody to say, even after the surgery, there's undoubtedly 100% chance that this is still going to have to be managed for the lifetime and be, you know, severe enough to prevent going back to work. So, what's up?
I'm gonna step out. Kate, you got this. You're great. There's someone here. And she asked a question that I was like, oh, so you do want to know about epilepsy. She asked me, what's my everyday, day-to-day life? And I was like, I'm kind of doing something right now, but I'll be right back. I knew it was something that Kate could handle. Yeah, I'm gonna go tell this story because that was quite interesting when someone actually asks, how do I deal with it? I just told her 1 second because I do want to answer your questions.
Let's talk about getting business cards. You got to go spread the word.
I don't think she wants a business card, but since she's
Well,
family,
it'll have the podcast. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's it.
Professional epileptic. Something like
There
that.
you go. Gotta love it. Okay,
got
so
this
somebody else is talking about shave my hair. Has anybody else, okay, Andrea, I have to ask you this, or even what are you today? Green Machine. Have you guys ever had bangs because of injuries?
I have had everything from like inch long hair to my hair is almost to my elbows now.
Ever styled it to cover scars or bruises?
Sort of. Yeah.
Okay.
I've because I would pass out for a second and I got a bunch of scars right here. You can't see them, but yeah, I would just like just pass out for a second and go down and hit my head out on the tables and stuff. And yeah, I had a few stitches on my forehead. Uh, I wouldn't go down that far, but I have a really bad scar on my skull. I don't remember where I got it from. I
Did
think
your
I
hair
got
grow
hit.
back over that?
Yeah,
Looks like
yeah,
this
it
one
was a
random
really
part
bad
I have
lump.
back here.
It was there for a year. I do
But it wasn't an
apologize.
incision. It was from an injury.
I got hit by something. I don't remember where I got it from. But
Imagine
yeah,
that.
and also my ear. I Van Gogh'd it and just chopped off most of my ear, but it grew back really well. Um,
Okay, that's good.
but yeah, I was always covering up scars with my long hair. It was, but yeah,
Yeah, that's what taught me that what hairstyles not to try. Not to ever get those forehead bangs ever again because I just hated how it looked and I would literally rather just use makeup for the black eye or whatever scars were left than ever get bangs again. Not to mention that I always just wanted them up off my forehead because it would get sticky anytime you step outside.
it's
So,
okay. I got nice hair.
hey,
Does covering up psychological scars count? Because I've definitely used my hair to do that.
well, now you have to
Um,
elaborate. Okay, but we can't see what you're covering. Talk to us.
I've got all kinds of unplumbed depths that I've got to keep secret. To cultivate an aura of mystique of some sort, You're not going to get to the bottom of me tonight. That's, but a lot of stuff was like just stupid, petty, rebellious stuff when I was a kid. Like, well, some of it was also practical from a sensory standpoint, autistic sensory. The the process of going to a barber shop and having a stranger touch me all over, cutting my hair and stuff was unnerving. I didn't like it, wanted to minimize it as much as possible. So crew cut, buzz it all down, just as short as they can possibly do it so that I have as much time for it to grow as long as possible, and still look like, a decent church going kid with just a normal buzz cut, you know, nice and clean. So that was that in early childhood. But the the creativity came when I was allowed to actually have some control over everything. Then, you know, there is no reason to get that next buzz cut at all. So just grow it as long as possible. And you know, do that until have a job and work, and they've got a dress code, right? You know, it's a grocery store, so it's not that big of a deal. But still, you know, something they can't allow just the completely grown out. But as part of the dress code for the bag boys, they do allow baseball caps. So I go and do a mohawk and I just cover it with the baseball cap to be as rebellious as I can without actually technically breaking any rules. And I made sure to make a point of taking off my baseball cap as soon as I was off the clock, and walk out of the store with that. just just to be as petty as I could be. But yeah, there's been all kinds of different little creative, and there's not really any good reason for any of it except for like psychological stuff, you know, without without going way off into a hole, deep rabbit hole. But
I'll jump in with this post then. So good job on the mature perspective on being presentable and still, you know, achieving your goals. This girl though is saying a similar situation. So it's clearly psychological. She's saying, I'm under so much stress right now and I need opinions. Going for an SEEG in a couple weeks, and then I'm having epilepsy surgery 6 weeks after that, after I get out of the hospital. I'm really considering just shaving my hair to make the process of keeping my wounds clean and growing the hair my surgeon saves back a little easier on me. Everyone, including my boyfriend, is giving me a hard time. I feel isolated, but I honestly feel like it would be so much easier. So what she's saying is no, just shaving my hair to make the process of keeping the wounds clean. So shaving the whole, you know, incision side, it sounds like. Growing my hair, the surgeon saves back. Yeah, so it doesn't sound like she's planning on going total buzz cut, but definitely larger area than necessary. And the comment that
yeah,
most surprised me is somebody saying that they had an SEEG and an RNS implanted in 2020, various surgeries in 22, shaved my head before, and consistently had nurses and doctors telling me how grateful they were that I had done it. They told me I didn't have to shave and I could have kept my hair, but it made it easier for them with healing and cleaning, and they reminded me every day. It also made healing and cleaning so much easier for me afterwards, especially since you're having more than one surgery. You won't regret it. It's just hair, it'll grow back. Plus, it was kind of nice to know what I look like with hair at every length. I'd always wondered what short hair would look like on me, and now I know. What are you gonna say?
Whatever you
yeah,
feel
I mean,
comfortable in. I'm sorry.
yeah, exactly that. Whatever makes you feel comfortable, and if going into the process with you know, as clean shaven as possible, and giving all of everyone to as much access as possible. I had the technicians commenting when I just went in for the 5-day VEEG stay at the EMU. That's why I've got just the little stripe down the center here. They were saying, you know, he gave us such easy access here. And And yeah, knowing what your hair looks like at every length is kind of an interesting whole process. And you know, it only takes about 2 years for your hair to grow out long enough to kind of look I don't know, I'm
Like
failing
it's
at
back.
words, but yeah, I mean, back and intentional and, you know, cleaned out, leveled out so that it looks like nothing ever happened except, you know, just a little bit of a trim. So, yeah, I'm team shave. Just remember a little bit of sunscreen when you're outside. That's important, or a hat.
Yeah, the next most popular comment makes a good point too, saying those people that give you shit about being more or should be more concerned with the major surgeries you're about to have, not the hair that's growing on top of your head, but what's going on inside. And I think that was a pretty good point too. Like you said, it's hair, it grows back, except for like maybe that little incision site, but
Yeah, it's
yeah, it's on the
all
back of your head and you don't
temporary.
even see it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all temporary. The surgery is what's important, and whatever makes you feel comfortable going into the surgery is only going to make the whole process coming out of the surgery that much easier. Um, I'm gonna repeat it. Team shave, go for it. Yeah.
Next one is, how do you guys deal with grand mal seizures? Male, 26, diagnosed with epilepsy 4 years ago after a TBI, and have had a total of 5 to 7 grand mal seizures since then, with large time frames of seizure-free activity. Recently had one in July, one last month. Every time the ambulance is called by my family, we don't know how to deal with them, and given the caring nature of my family, they're just quick to get medical attention. So this person just wants an overall, do we have to call an ambulance every time? And sounds like, how do you tell your family to deal with them? And the first comment says, I just haven't died yet. So that's one outlook. What you got?
I mean, the family can't really do anything unless they know about it. So making sure that they have whatever they need to feel comfortable about their ability to come and help you without compromising your need for a degree of privacy is kind of a delicate balance there. I don't know.
Safe spot is one of the most popular comments here. Just have a safe spot and let them happen. Only call the ambulance if there's an injury.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, and hospitals are awfully uncomfortable, money
Yeah.
wise, if you can afford it, but you know, they're it does not make the healing process uh, any more. It, yeah, it does not make it easy. You know, you just go there and they tell you you had a seizure and they send you home. You're there for hours. Awfully uncomfortable. So
Does
yeah,
anybody
only
abide by that? Go ahead.
no. So you know, only if it's an emergency. You know, right?
That's why I'm
Or
wondering, does anybody abide by that official recommendation of calling if it lasts more than 5 minutes?
I mean, I wouldn't know if it's lasted for more than 5 minutes unless I had my family around to tell me that. And I mean, unless they're there to watch it right at the beginning, nobody's gonna know. Nobody's gonna know that. And even if I did know it, in that postictal state immediately after a seizure, there's no way I would be able to act on that knowledge. It would take like a good 30 minutes to an hour after any seizure for me to be able to act like some process that complicated, or that simple, I should say, to, unlock the phone and call 911 or activate the emergency contact on the phone. It would be too difficult for me to manage for about a half hour. So there's really no taking care of myself before or after. There's more just making sure that I'm in a good spot as much as I can. And when people aren't around, that usually means just staying seated in a nice, comfortable, padded location. I do get some sense of, like, physical sense of a warning, impending or something before things get interesting for me. So I do have a little bit of a luxury in that sense. But I would go and just lay down if I feel stuff happening, put on some comfort show on TV, and yeah, try to stay leaning over on my left side, I guess, a little bit. I don't follow those rules as much as I should, but that's what I tell people to do because that's what we're all supposed to do. So,
And the nasal lamp.
the nasal lamp, yeah, keep the nasal lamp close by, I guess. I don't know if I would. Yeah, I guess my neurologist, now that I remember, my neurologist said if I start having a tonic-clonic period, somebody nearby should give me the nasal lamp. Like if it's a tonic-clonic at all. If I'm having my focal seizures, the tingles, and I have a cluster of them within, like, 3 or 4 of them within an hour, that's when I am supposed to self-administer the nasal lamp. And oh boy, once that's happened, I'm done. I'm just, make sure I'm laying down before I zap myself, because I will definitely be laying down once it gets in my system. Um, so
The nasal
yeah.
lamp, is that a newer drug? Because I never heard that.
It's midazolam. It's I'm forgetting the trade name of midazolam now. But yeah, it's the
What'd you say?
It's liquid Valium.
no, Valium is diazepam.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
what
midazolam.
nasal is.
No,
Okay.
no, the diazepam nasal preparation is Valtoco, the trade
Really?
name.
That's what
Yeah,
I was told.
Nasalam, it's I don't know. It's a benzodiazepine. They're all benzodiazepines.
Right.
It's just kind of
Is
The
that
formulation is summed up here as Nasalam is administered. Okay, this is their take on it, saying Nasalam is administered intranasally, a significant advancement over older rescue medications like rectal diazepam, Diastat, which had limitations in social settings. So that's as close as it can get to diazepam. Yeah, it's pretty popular. It's definitely been
yeah,
around for at least the 3 years that I've had it.
I would say there are problems in social settings with the rectal preparation, the
Yeah, you don't
diazepam.
want to put that on a dog tag, Parents have to wear a dog tag saying, don't call the ambulance first, this, and this. That's not the main reason you want to be turned on your left.
Still blanking on the trade name of midazolam. Hold on, let me look it up.
I'm just seeing midazolam in parentheses after nasolam. So you can dig deeper, I'm sure. All right, Pookie, how'd the meeting go? Now you got somebody a little more educated?
Think so, I said.
Versed.
Yeah.
Midazolam is Versed orally, the trade name. So, yeah.
How's that one
That's
administered?
that stuff they give you before surgery.
Yeah, Versed is the benzo, like the anesthetic benzo before surgery.
Yeah, that's the stuff. I like that shit.
My
Good
pain
to know.
doctor used to give me shots of that.
I've had a lot of surgery. I'm always like, give me that stuff in my IV so I can go to sleep, doc. Come on.
Yeah,
Hey, now we know it
midazolam
compares to
or
nasolam.
yeah, midazolam or propofol are
That's the
what I
stuff that
understand.
killed Michael Jackson.
Yes, yeah, the white milky stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a way to tell if it's like a white milky liquid going into the IV.
Yeah.
That's
The white
propofol.
liquid in your IV.
Yeah.
That one's
Milk
fun.
of amnesia, they called it.
It works well.
All right,
Yeah,
next post
I
is,
prefer
go ahead.
midazolam personally. I think that the nasolam preparation, the nasal preparation, as much as I recall, at least, up until the point that I stopped recalling. At
Until you
least
quit recalling it all entirely.
right, and I time traveled to the next morning. Yeah, I preferred that over I had propofol one time for I forget when it was when I was young. But yeah, midazolam, it's good stuff.
I got something. It says medication reducing seizures, and can you know when it's happening? My husband started having grand mal seizures in his sleep around January 2021. He has been previously prescribed Keppra and was effective, but I also made him feel not like himself. He requested a change in meds and now is taking Excopri, which is much happier on and doing his job. My question is that sometimes he feels like he could tell when the meds are keeping a full onset seizure from happening, and if this is something others experience. This morning, he woke up feeling like he had experienced a seizure, but without convulsion and is suffering from really bad headache all day. He is also running high fever, only on one side of his head, the left, and is, end quote, riding an emotional roller coaster. Is this technically a seizure being regulated by medication? And can you feel it by doing this? Help me understand what my husband is experiencing, if you can, please. I wouldn't say that's the meds stopping the seizure for the headache, because I think that probably is the seizure. Like she said, his seizures have always been this sleep. Yeah, that's hard to say. How do you know if the seizures are working? I mean, if the meds are actually reducing the seizures? You just got to go an amount of time and see how many seizures you're having in a certain amount of times. Okay, when's the last time you had a grand mal?
Let's open the diary. How about you, Pookie?
August 11th. Don't take my word for it.
Were you able to narrow down the cause of that one?
I called breakthrough. Average seizure. There's no specific reason for it.
My last unprompted, untriggered, whatever the term, January 17, 2024, the last ones that I had, period, were at the EMU in May of that year. I had 2 nocturnals back to back. But I think that I have had a couple more since then, but I have not had the camera till just a couple months ago. So no telling in that regard. But those are the definite ones in my case.
That's a good amount of time. Looks like my last tonic-clonic is on the calendar at 2 in the morning on Monday. But it wasn't witnessed. I guess I wrote this one down because I had a swollen eye and I had gotten changed, and I wrote down some other stuff that got moved around, and I don't remember doing that either, and nobody else was awake to blame. And I wrote down some, potential causes, surprises that could have been stressful and maybe enough of a cause. So yeah, I've been good since Monday. What
Kevin,
about
you
you,
have
Jeff?
that date for
Okay.
your last chronics, your TC?
Let me see. About 6 years, 10 months ago.
All right.
Pretty sure. Almost. Yeah, I'm very sure.
Jeff, you still keeping track too? You have comments on that last post?
Hello. I'm
Oh,
here.
okay.
I generally have nocturnals, so the last one that I remember was sometime around January or February that I know of. That I woke up on the floor, 2 blue eyes and a cut nose. That's I don't need to get.
Sorry, Jeff, you're fading out a little bit. We can't hear you too good. There's another post over here about random seizures. Has anyone had a seizure even after taking their meds? Just had one at work, but I know I took my medication this morning. It was hot out today, around 97. I work in the food court at Costco, so it was 87 inside. So I was thinking heat stroke or heat dehydration, but the neurologist says no. Anyone else have advice? Don't dismiss that anything intuition that you have of what caused your seizures just because the neurologist says no. Yeah, you had something to drink after. If they did a test and said no, you're not dehydrated, that's probably because you had plenty to drink right after it happened. What's the first thing that comes to mind?
Last time I had a seizure, I had taken my meds that morning, and I think it was only like 12 p.m. when I had the seizure. So I didn't understand what was going on. I was like, I just took my meds not too long ago, and I took them the night before. So yeah, mine are just seizures happening out of nowhere. Random seizures. They said you can't call them what they say, a year is before breakthrough seizures. So yeah. I even told the nurse I had a breakthrough seizure, and she agreed. So nurses don't know what they're talking about these days. They're just agreeing with the patient. Shouldn't be like that. Like I said, she should know it's a year, but she did not. She agreed with me. Oh yeah, he just had a breakthrough seizure.
This one is saying, a comment on that post is saying all the time, seizure meds are not a particularly effective class of drug because we don't fully understand how the brain works and why most seizures happen. I have about 2 seizures a month while taking Keppra twice a day. My neurologist considers that controlled because I used to have over 5 a month. So they're saying that the AEDs are just not reliable, and don't be surprised. That's a good way of explaining it.
I got something. It says, what could have caused it? I had a seizure yesterday night. I was standing up for a few minutes getting dinner, and my vision started to go black. So I sat down till it got a bit better. Then I took a few bites of my food and my vision went very black and I wanted to go lay down on the couch, but I didn't move fast enough and I woke up on the floor. My mom shaking me. She said I started snoring. Then my head hit the counter. Then I fell to the floor and my arms started twitching. She rolled me over and had to yell at me and shake me to get me to come back. I went to the hospital after, and the blood work and the brain CT scan came back normal again. The only thing I could think of is I got an hour less of sleep that day. I've lost 10 pounds. It's 10 pounds this month and accidentally under eating. And the past 2 days, I haven't eaten as much, but I was hydrated. I've been a little stressed out this week and I had taken an edible 4 hours before, but I use weed regularly and this was tested and legal so that it's not laced and it wasn't a high at the time of the seizure because it had already worn off. But otherwise, I'm completely healthy and exercise regularly, drink lots of water, sleep well usually, and I'm at a good weight despite accidentally losing 10 pounds. Under eating after a traumatic wreck. My family has no visible history of seizures or epilepsy and really just came out of nowhere. The doctors really didn't give me any answer. I have to see a neurology whenever I get an appointment, which will take a few months probably. I did used to get black vision randomly by sitting would fix it, and it was caused by trazodone and buspirone. But I stopped taking that 3 weeks ago, and I haven't had black vision issues unless I stoop too fast. I'm gonna take it as they meant stop. Black visions unless I stop too fast. I'm just concerned why this happened and how to prevent it.
Stoop, STOOP is a word. It means to like bend over, crouch over at the waist or something. So in that context, I think it makes more sense to think of it as the bending over than the stop. Just to be the grammar spelling nerd here.
I think it's just missing an E because it's STOPD.
Okay. I thought you were saying stoop.
I thought it said stooped at first, and then I was like, stoked, and then I just put an E there, and it stopped.
Well, sorry to correct you. I guess there's
It is all right.
Your grammar spelling fun fact for the evening.
Thanks, Mark. Love it. Every input you get, man. But yeah, that does sound like a seizure, and what could have caused it? I don't know, but my mom said once upon a time, well, she said quite a few times that I have the seizure and just come out of it snoring, which I always found funny. Yeah, I always found that funny that for some reason I come out of it and it turns right into a snore, like just a deep sleep instead of waking up. But I'm not gonna say I like those, but yeah, they seem like I came out of it a little better. I woke up and asked that I have a seizure instead of waking up in panic or surrounded by the EMS. Any other experiences with this? Because first it sounded like they were just eating. So
Well, this person's not an epileptic. It could be anything. Could be people faint, people pass out. Yeah, with that loss of 10 pounds, change in metabolism, I don't know. Yeah, it's just, yeah, people do pass out sometimes. Get your blood sugar checked. Go see a doctor. That's what I would do. Yeah. Get all the stuff checked at a doctor. Yeah. But I can't conclude that's a seizure. Might have been, but I can't conclude that.
don't know what cause it. I don't know how to prevent one of those. We don't exactly know if it's a seizure, like Kevin said. There have been plenty of things. Shaking on the floor is kind of a sign, but it doesn't mean exactly a seizure. With less context, I believe with more context other than shaking on the floor, could mean a lot. Can you smoke after a seizure? 19-year-old female had a seizure for the first time during work. I'm okay, and they think the main cause of it was because of the medication I've been taking. They said it could also have been because of the alcohol withdrawals, which I doubt because I hadn't had anything to drink since a week before. I'm pretty big advocate for weed, and I'm fairly new to it. I've also only been smoking for about a month and a half, and I was wondering how long I should wait before I smoke again. I've woken up to something already lit and was like, let me hit that. For some reason, it helps my headache. Not for some reason. It helps being nauseous. It helps with the headache. It helps with the overwhelming feeling of the headache. Just like you can't fight it off.
Just that I wouldn't let a seizure stop me from smoking. I mean, the first thing I do in the morning when I wake up is smoke a joint. And if I had a seizure, I would probably smoke too. And that's just how it is. I don't, I can't see where it's any harm at all.
I got one here. One of the comments says, yeah, for me personally, I find it actually helps prevent seizures, especially CBD dominant strains. You should be okay. Another one here says alcohol withdrawal is a possibility because I had them a few days after drinking too, mixing meds with alcohol. But yeah, you can smoke. I don't know about you, but I get headaches after seizures. I puke a lot. But if your head doesn't hurt, you can cough without your brain throbbing or your throat being sore. I don't think it'll affect you in any negative way. I do it all the time if I'm not feeling sick after a seizure.
Drinking is stupid.
I had to completely stop smoking after my fourth seizure. My medication made it difficult to handle, and now I can't be high without feeling like total shit. My neurologist highly advised me against it, but I didn't listen at the time. But everyone is different. Rebel
I don't
against
know.
doctors.
I don't know how much this person drinks, but absolutely, alcohol withdrawal can cause seizures, especially mixed with medication.
A few weeks later,
Yeah, if
It
you're an
takes that
alcoholic,
long to get out of your system.
yeah.
And how much did he drink?
didn't really say.
Yeah,
You know,
if they're at the
2
point
drinks is
where
fine.
if they're at the point where they actually feel like physical withdrawal sensations from the alcohol, that's something that really needs to be addressed ASAP. Because yeah, like I mean it's like Kevin said, it can cause seizures, the withdrawals themselves, even in healthy, like non-epileptic people, they can get seizures from alcohol withdrawals. So doubly so with epileptics. But yeah, tapering down that alcohol slowly and carefully to avoid the withdrawals is it's not an easy task, but it's something that should really, if you're taking your health seriously enough to follow the medication regimen that your doctors have given you, then you should take it seriously enough to be upfront with your doctors about the alcohol and about the alcohol withdrawal sensations that you're feeling when you do not drink that, because that is a dangerous situation to be in. And There are no doubt people who care about you and who will want you around. So yeah, don't drink and epilepsy.
We got one here about, do blue light glasses help? I have epilepsy, and over the last few years, since about 2019, when I started showing signs of epilepsy, I've been getting really bad headaches and migraines in school and work from what I can only think to be computer screens and the overhead fluorescent lights that leave me lying in the dark bedroom for all evening and night. Does anyone have similar experience, and did blue light glasses help you, or are there other methods? Nothing. I don't think the screen for extended periods of time has ever really caused issues with me, but I know the blue light glasses are recommended whenever you're in front of a screen for your vision too.
I've heard there's glasses I should use for staying on the computer too long and all that, but I haven't had a seizure sitting in front of this computer. And yeah, I've sat here for a full 8 to 10 hours watching one video. So yeah, the computer hasn't bothered me. But lately also I've been taking my HDMI cord and plug it into the TV. So I also been having a bigger screen, which I don't know if that's a bigger problem. But I use my computer on my TV these days. So yeah, I haven't had a seizure from it in particular that I know of because I've been doing this.
Anybody else use those blue light filter glasses?
I might consider it because I'm not photosensitive, but my eyes are sensitive. Like they get very tired very easily. And after watching so much of the screen, uh, so like I always do keep sunglasses around because like my eyes are actually a little tired right now, and I take a little break here and um because I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I think I got 6 or 7 hours. So like, what you think that's not a lot of sleep? What?
No, I'm
I
thinking
see it.
that's plenty. I'm
I
thinking
would
5 hours
love
for
7
me is like
hours.
a yeah, 5 hours is a must wake up for me now.
I can't
Um,
remember the last time I had 7 hours.
it ranges a lot for me. I sometimes I sleep like 10 hours. You'd be surprised. I take a weird cocktail of medicines. Um,
Yeah, have they
yeah.
prescribed you eye drops?
What's that?
Have they given you any prescription eye drops? Because that's something somebody else is saying here, that it doesn't necessarily have to be the blue light filter glasses, but anything tinted and the prescription eye drop gel they get.
That actually has been suggested to me, and I do have really bad eye problems. Um, I'm like partially blind in my left eye from an eye injury many years ago, so I have to wear glasses and everything. So that's another whole story. It's not epilepsy related. It's just you know you know yeah, it has nothing to do with epilepsy. I got kicked in the face. Um, and so
And
yeah,
you're positive
that
that wasn't a TBI that did lead to seizures?
no, no, no. This was after I was diagnosed. Well, this was an incident that happened in my 20s, and uh, long story. And so yeah, that really contributes to my eye sensitivity and ocular migraines, and I don't get headaches though. I'm just very tired, and the light hurts, sometimes a lot. Um, yeah, but I gotta watch out for my eyes because I think getting more sunlight would help because I don't go out in the light a lot. Yeah,
I
so
think getting more sunlight would help too.
I agree. yeah, I think, yeah, I think it's good for everyone. I think we are meant to spend time in the light. I think, yeah, meant to get more activity, more sunlight. That's what we are designed as animals to do.
Night sweats. For the past couple of years, I've been waking up drenched in sweat. For the past year, my husband says I have started snoring. 2 days ago, I had my first two seizures. I had to stay overnight at the hospital, and all my tests came back normal. Could any of this be related? In April, I was getting faint and actually passed out twice. Once in a public Safeway, I wore a temporary heart monitor for a week that found nothing. No one has any answers. I'm so confused as to why this is happening. I'm starting to take lamotrigine along with Prozac and propanol, propanolol, and mirtazapine. It's just asking, could all the basically seizures and stuff like that be related to the night sweats? I don't have seizures sometimes, but I do get the night sweats, even without seizures. First comment says, I hope you get answers. Look into focal seizures and auras. My boyfriend has had a similar experience, still waiting to see a neuro, but CT and labs were normal, as always. You guys have night sweats and ideas? Does that sound like it could be part of a seizure?
It could also be sleep apnea
Mm,
from what you said about snoring.
Could
yeah,
also be hormones.
it's good to know because I can relate to this situation. I don't think it's hormones for me, but could be the sleep apnea.
You have hormones too?
Yeah. How often do they peek their little heads out, show each other? I don't know. They're there somewhere.
Oh, they're there.
It's like emotions. They're there somewhere. Anyhow, night sweats. Anybody get night sweats? For me, I do a lot, and like Jack just said, it could be the the. Oh, Jeff, I forgot what you just said.
Sleep
Oh, it
apnea.
could be the Oh man, I said it again.
Sleep apnea?
There you go. Jeff said it could be sleep apnea, which I have, and which is really nice to hear because I never thought of that. I never put those pieces together. And sometimes I wake up like extremely drenched, like I need to take my shirt off because there's no other way to cool down. Or it just feels disgusting. Shirt's drenched.
Can't that be a trigger for seizures too? I mean, is it for you?
Not really. I never woke up and felt drenched and then had a seizure. But I've waken up and felt drenched and had to change my shirts and sheets and that type of stuff, or yeah, or stop coddling because I'm sweating.
Did they specify in the post if the seizures happen after the sweat?
Since I had my first two seizures, I had to stay overnight at the hospital. The test came back normal. Could any of this be related? For the past year, been snoring, and waking up in drenched. Waking up drenched in sweat.
Yeah, so keep taking notes. What are you gonna say?
Those are the new things. Basically, waking up drenched in sweat and new to waking up snoring. Snoring and drenched in sweat is new. Snoring isn't a big sign of epilepsy.
It's a big sign of sleep apnea, though.
Snoring is?
I believe so.
It is.
That is like the big sign of sleep apnea. By the way, quick side note though, I just got a call this past Thursday. This guy got the results of his sleep study that he just had just a couple weeks ago. I told you about, and I have mild obstructive sleep apnea. So I'm gonna get a CPAP machine. Yay. I don't know whether to be happy or not, but if it does something, then great. Um, yeah, I don't know.
Mine worked for a long time. And now it just, I don't sleep. So, sleep restlessly all night.
Is
But
it the CPAP or
no,
the
CPAP is working fine. It's
yeah,
it's
it's
just
the
me.
new meds and stuff that
Yeah,
hit
probably.
or-
And even before that, I didn't sleep great.
We should have a CPAP party.
oh boy.
I've been using mine for, I don't know, 25 years. So
I've
I can't
had
even
mine
sleep
for
without it.
I've had mine for around 18 months and haven't used it.
You should.
Yeah, someone else told me that inside the CPAP subreddit that I should
Yeah,
use it.
it'll be uncomfortable the first couple of nights, but stick with it.
Yeah,
It
the
really
only thing
helps.
about it was the thing is like it's my hair.
Yeah.
That's a horrible excuse, but like it doesn't stay on because of my hair. Um,
Be able to get specially designed ones, I would think. For
You would
people.
think they would have come up with something by now.
Yeah.
There are now ones that you can just put in your nose like oxygen from the hospital. So you don't have to wear that mask. Right, just like that, Mark.
Tubes. It's tubes.
Yeah. Whatever they're called. That's the new thing now. You don't have to have that big mask.
Yeah, medical supply stores sometimes are those employees that will tell you more. That's how my mother found out about the tubes instead of the big headgear that they gave her at first.
That gear. It doesn't bother me.
Mine is like this.
Yeah, that's how they are.
Well, news is
Oh, yeah,
good
yours
news,
is
I guess, for you, Mark. That's
I couldn't imagine
results.
sleeping like this every
Yeah,
night.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, results are results, answers,
Yeah.
whether positive results or negative results are successful test results is my attitude. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's a way forward. If
All right,
I
now I want
have
to see a
been,
CPAP episode where everybody has their headgear on for as much of the episode as possible.
yeah, see how long
Have
we
to.
can all put up with it.
Have to.
I don't have any distilled water. What about tap?
Don't do
No,
it.
better
It's
off
bad for
using
the
no,
genes.
distilled.
never, always distilled.
Where do I
You
get
don't want to be
distilled
getting
water
that
from?
stuff up your nose.
Where do I get distilled water from?
Any
Just
Anywhere.
the
supermarket.
store, any supermarket, anywhere you get like drinking water should have like gallons of tap water
It's
or
by the pop.
gallons of distilled water. Yeah.
So if I get like a case of water, do they come like that? A case of water and distilled water?
I
You
never
can
see them
get
in
I
it.
think
bottles,
you
but they come
get
in
them in like,
gallons.
yeah,
Yeah,
like gallon
gallons.
jugs like milk.
Well, being that I don't have water, I guess we won't be having a CPAP party. I'm gonna be
No, we
faking
don't.
just having mine
You don't
on.
need to be using it. Yeah, you don't need to be using it. I think the symbol of nice screenshot of everybody on gallery view with their headgear on is the point that we need to make.
Oh my God. I remember when my parents first started buying gallons of tap water, or like, I thought they were crazy people. I thought, what are
All
you
those
doing
Sam's
buying
Club,
water?
Costco days.
Yeah. You look like crazy people. We get water for free, man. And that was like sometime in the 90s.
I hate
That's how the
buying
childhood
bottled
mind
water.
works. Oh, I know. Don't you feel like we're just drinking plastic?
I hate buying it, but I don't trust the bottle of where I live. I don't trust the water.
Where about are
Absolutely
you?
not.
Yeah, no, it's just the local area. The pipes are breaking all the time, and I just I don't want to drink it.
Yeah,
Down
for
here,
some
I feel like
reason.
we're risking drinking the swamp water.
Oh
We're
man,
like
that
below
sucks.
sea level already.
So Jeff, when you have the CPAP on, is there like a smooth? I don't know. I guess I can breathe pretty well. I mean, without this, but smells different.
I think you would get used to it faster than you think, honestly.
I think I'm more motivated now that Jeff and Mark are doing it as well.
Yeah, and that's not bad. I mean, the one I have, it's a whole mask that covers my nose and my mouth. Not my mouth, my nose. And I have a
You got
whole headgear that goes over my whole head.
It seems like it
you,
might be easier. It's just a little mask instead of all this.
Yeah, that's it's not a little mask.
is yours a BiPAP?
Don't know. Try it a couple of nights. See if you can get used to it. Just make sure it's distilled water.
Yeah, I don't have any distilled water, and
Call
I'm sure.
Instacart.
Yeah, there's that. And then there's 7-Eleven at the corner. I'm gonna go check that out first before I go Instacart because
They might have it too.
when I Instacart, I tend to spend too much, and I see other things there, and I'm like, oh, I want this too. But I'm supposed to be only be there for distilled water. Oh man, this is kind of giving me hot flashes. I feel so constructed.
Did
Which
you
they,
just go get a cup of coffee? Yeah, you. Green machine. Is that a cup of coffee?
No, I got actually a cup of soda actually.
Oh, you had a mug in your hand. It looked like you'd sat down with a cup of coffee.
Now I got ice and soda. Uh, I know I shouldn't be drinking soda, but I can't drink coffee actually.
And coffee
Now
just
you're gonna
sounds
have
so
somebody to
good.
answer to.
I drink caffeine. Oh, I have to admit, I violate the rule. I am bad. Yes,
Oh, I drink
coffee and
caffeine all the
sodas.
time.
Yes, wake up
water.
for a
Decaf.
cup of coffee, and I have such a big soft spot for Mountain Dew Code Red. Yeah, it is.
I drink
I
a lot
had
of water, kind of like 99% water. It's good for you. Keeps me
yeah.
regular. No, I'm just kidding.
I just last time I drank coffee, I had a panic attack.
No, that's not good.
So that's where I draw the line is coffee. I cannot drink that. I can drink soda and tea, but not.
No form of caffeine at all, or
Oh no, I drink caffeine, just not coffee for
not
some
in
reason.
coffee form.
I Yeah, I don't know why. That
Caffeine is a
that
soda thing, right? Or is
I
that just sugar?
No, I don't know why I can't drink coffee. That's where that drives me nuts.
That's really interesting, though. Yeah, that's gonna drive me nuts now too, thinking about it. Was there something about the coffee beans? Like maybe a different roast, or what about a different blend? Is it the particular beans that are, is
It's a
it the
level. If you
region
check
that they're
the
grown in, or oh my gosh, this could get so scientific.
I
You
love the
know
smell of
exactly
coffee.
why I can't drink coffee. I woke up
Caffeine,
after
no?
my I woke up after my bypass, and the surgeon said, if you ever drink caffeine again, you're gonna die.
Oh my.
So I stopped, and I
That's
learned to like
pretty
decaf.
harsh. That's pretty harsh.
It was probably true.
Did you drink a tremendous amount of it before?
I drank a fair amount of caffeine. Uh, at least 3 or 4 cups a day, and a cup or two of cappuccino.
I mean, it's a lot, but I've seen people drink a lot more than that.
I think it was more my heart than the caffeine.
Well, I'm glad you're still here.
Me too.
Me too. I have a post here. For some reason, I always have the hiccups, especially when I talk a lot. I talk a lot. So, seizures and hypochondria. What's hypochondria? And the
Making
main
you
When you
sick all
think
the time.
The
Huh?
fear of like getting germs and sick and stuff, like the TV show Monk. Do you know Monk? He's like obsessive compulsive and a hypochondriac, concerned about getting sick from touching stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
More or less.
Seizures
Yeah,
are
they always think they have a disease.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Yeah, like thinking
Yeah.
that they're always sick with something or looking up the symptoms and convinced that they've got this or that, whatever obscure disease from, that nobody else knows about because of insisting on that.
says my late dog was diagnosed with seizures later in life. Certainly sounds like a trigger. Certain sounds would trigger him to jerk, tick, or no other obvious symptoms. I was surprised when he got the diagnosis because that's what I had all the time as a kid. Especially hated clearing the dishwasher because every time I got a glass and it clanked, felt like my brain was jolting and my eyes would flutter. It didn't really impact me much at the time because my spaciness could just be written off as ADHD spaciness. Plates clanking don't have the effect on me anymore, but I still have brain glitches that are annoying at best, but annoying at best, but annoying at worst. There's so few far between that I'm not even sure if it's worth looking into. I'm also not sure whether I'm experiencing seizures or symptoms of disassociation. As an example, I was cutting the sleeves off of the shirt to turn it into a tank top. The first side was perfect, but on the second side, I got confused. End quote confused. For lack of a better word, 1 second I'm cutting on the line. Next I notice something is wrong and now it's butchered beyond repair. I don't know, I'm just stressed because I really think something is wrong with my brain and it's always brushed off. Does this sound like hypochondria? Mark and Kevin explained hypochondria. Does that sound like hypochondria?
Those last 2 or 3 sentences really do.
You said what are the last 2 or 3 sentences?
Yeah, the last 2 or 3 sentences really sound like a classic sort of.
I can't diagnose, but he definitely sounds obsessive, maybe a little of doing all those rituals again and again. You know, I don't know. Definitely sounds a little obsessive. But once again, I'm not a doctor or a psychiatrist, but
Me either. But hey,
Yeah, just playing amateur armchair psychiatrist. So just wild speculation from lay people.
one comment here says, might be FND, PNES. We can't just diagnose online. That said, I read your recent post history on your memory issues, and even if you don't have epilepsy, you might benefit from a neuropsych assessment and any referrals that may garner.
FND, they're saying, is another psychogenic non-epileptic. It's like a PNES type. It's functional neurological disorder. So it looks like they're having a seizure, but it's not caused by electrical activity in the brain. Instead, it results from temporary problems in how the nervous system functions, stress, trauma, other life events. I don't see how it's different than PNES yet.
It sounds to me like PNES looks more like a non-epileptic form of a tonic-clonic, and FNES or the F1 sounds more like a non-epileptic version of functional aware, or something where, you know, you're walking around and doing something, but you're not consciously there doing it. It's just in that case, it's not electrical activity going haywire in the brain that's triggering it. It's psychological stuff that's shutting off the conscious awareness part and is proceeding through these processes automatically on its own.
Yeah, that makes sense. It looks like they're saying that it could have be more gradual during a functional. The person's eyes are typically closed, so broader spectrum. Attacks come and go, varying intensity.
Seizures only in sleep? Anyone else? Anyone else only have seizures while they're asleep? The first one was this morning. The others all were while asleep. What's your postictal state like? How do you feel going to bed? Has your neuro found the cause? I'm happy to share all of my experiences with any of you, but is this happening to anyone else? You're not the only one, so don't feel alone. I'm sure other people are going through it. One
Yeah,
more thing.
even if not only in sleep, there are definitely other people who are having them in their sleep, and it sucks either way.
I'm having them in my sleep mostly.
Have you ever had any awake?
I've had absent seizures while awake a couple of times. And I had something the other night. I'm not sure what it was. Liz was eating dinner. I just kept tapping my hand with a finger, and I couldn't stop. And I was aware I was doing it the whole time. And she was talking to me the whole time, and I know what she was saying, but I couldn't stop my finger tapping.
I guess that can be scary for someone not knowing
Yeah.
how you're not paying attention to them when they're standing in front of you.
Well, luckily, I mean, Liz looked right away and she said, you're having a seizure. And then it just stopped a few seconds after that. And in answer to the question about afterwards, yeah, you have a terrible headache that lasts most of the day afterwards.
Do you have like a weird vibe before you're going to bed that tells you you're going to have one?
I thought so. I thought I was getting headaches on the left side of my head, right in the front. And then I was having seizures that night. But then there were nights lately that I had that headache, but I'm not having seizures. And I never really had headaches before that. So that's kind of the way I look at it. And I'm not sure that that's true or not, but that's the only thing I know.
Go through some of the comments. First one says, I'm so sorry. I haven't had any in my sleep yet, but I have had some awakening from sleep and found them terrifying. No advice, but I'm sending love times. Sending love times. Another one says, my boyfriend only has tonic-clonic seizures in his sleep or early morning. The orbits or focal seizures often happen in the morning, but sometimes throughout the day. Another one says, was diagnosed with focal partial seizures a year ago. I am unsure if I have yet to have one in my sleep yet. None of those comments were helpful.
Mark
Go ahead,
has
Mark.
something to say.
Yeah, those.
Okay, so my seizures, as I just said a moment ago, are not only nocturnal, but I do have nocturnal seizures. I don't have only tonic-clonics either. I do have frontal lobe seizures. I have footage of myself having a seizure. And I'm in the middle of what the neurologist described as like textbook classic frontal lobe motor hyperautomatisms or something, moving around um, and kind of flailing, kicking. So instead of the jerking, it's kind of reaching and hand flapping and stuff. But the way I knew that that had happened the next morning was first off, the post-ictal state was just an incredible sense of tiredness. I woke up feeling worse than I did when I went to bed. I felt more tired, like I needed more sleep. It was just this, it wasn't explainable. Next off, I had noticed um, in my normal morning routine, I checked my Fitbit for how much sleep I got and whatnot. So I saw that there was a heart rate spike, a dramatic heart rate spike that had occurred at around like 4 a.m. or so in the morning, something like that, from 60 beats per minute all the way up to 170 beats per minute for like 1 or 2 minutes at a time, and then immediately right back down. So it wasn't like a up and sustained or anything, just boom. And when I went to the check the camera that I had in the bedroom, right at that exact timestamp, matching up with the heart rate spike on the Fitbit was those movements, the flailing, moving arms, the kicking and stuff coinciding with the heart rate, and then the tiredness the next morning. So those three together kind of are how we were able to put it together and prove to the neurologist that that particular seizure had happened. But to the question most specifically, the aura the next morning is that sense of tiredness and kind of an emotionally drained feeling. Yeah, if it weren't for that, I don't think I would have checked the Fitbit. And if I didn't check the Fitbit, I wouldn't look at the camera, and didn't look at the camera, I wouldn't have known anything had happened because, I sleep alone. So, some recommendations there for everyone.
I got something, you guys. It says, do non-status seizures cause brain damage? Can having an ordinary non-status tonic-clonic about once every 1 to 3 years result in brain damage? People complain about the side effects of meds and reducing their cognitive ability. What happens if you just go unmedicated then? Someone says not quite. I think brain damage caused by the seizures. I had a few tonic-clonics right after my first stroke, then I had an aneurysm and seized again. After the stroke, episodes were addressed by having a hole in my heart. I have not had any episodes for 2 years. I tapered off the anti-seizure medication over the first year of recovery, and I've been okay. This time, I kept in touch with my neurologist and the rest of my doctors and followed orders on how to taper off. So ask your neurologist is what I'm saying. I do think that all seizures, regardless if they're non-status or anything, kind of do something to your brain, even the slightest bit. You're never the same. I'm not gonna say you're never the same because I've come out the same, but nothing is ever like it was in your brain once you have a seizure. Things are altered without our consent. Yeah, you're still getting brain damage. Losing cognitive abilities with a non-status seizure. Yeah, I've had non-status seizures and I think my brain is just as messed up as anyone else's. Thoughts on you guys without non-status seizures? You think they're causing brain damage? Because like you said, he's having one every other year. No.
Well, like you said, I mean, I think it does kind of forge new pathways in the brain for more seizures to happen, but you don't necessarily feel it after every seizure. But we have a lot of times like it's impossible to tell how severe the seizure was because nobody's around, or we just turn around and have a black eye and in a different outfit and don't really know what happened. So stuff like that, yeah, you feel different, but I don't know if your brain is like damaged necessarily every time, but it's changed. I think that's safe to say. Wait.
I mean, yes, of course, all seizures deprive the muscles and brain of oxygen to a degree, but I don't know if that's heavy brain damage. I wouldn't call it that. I don't know if that's evidence for brain damage. Yeah, I don't know if we'll classify it as that. I don't have evidence for that. That would be my conclusion so far. I would need further evidence of that.
Is the COVID vaccine responsible? Hi everyone, I'm 72 years old guy and I'm in excellent health, but this year I've had 2 seizures, one in January and one a week ago, that landed me in the hospital. I've had all kinds of these tests done, including MRI, EEG, blood work, CT scan, but without finding anything abnormal. The doc now has me on Kepper and can't drive for 6 months. I'm an avid hiker, so my entire summer plans are flushed down the toilet. I wonder, is there any evidence the COVID vaccine may be responsible for triggering seizure disorder? I've heard this question plenty of times. I did not get vaccinated. I did not get COVID. So I can't talk there. Did anyone have more seizures during the pandemic? I did, but I didn't get COVID. I had so many seizures during the beginning of the pandemic. So many. Yeah.
But I think that was just because there was people around more to see it.
I was at home and it was ridiculous. I don't know why I was having 6 or 7 a year. Sometimes every month. I didn't understand. I could say I wasn't taking care of myself as much as I am now, but yeah, the beginning of COVID was rough.
6 or 7 a year, is that tonic-clonics?
Yeah.
Does that include focals too, or?
At that time, I didn't know what focals were, so I don't know if I was having focals. But if I had to guess, yes, I was having focals. I think I've been having those for around 10 or more years, at least 10, without knowing exactly what it was. But the ones where I went to the emergency room was only because it was a block away. So yeah, I would always go to the emergency room for seizures, no matter how bad they were, because they were up the street. And I don't know why we need the ambulance every time, but yeah. A
You
lot
get
of,
seen quicker by the doctors and stuff if you arrive by ambulance.
yeah, get you a bed instantly instead of sitting in the emergency room. That I did like. I always got a bed fast because, yeah, they call ahead of time, get them ready. So yeah, there's that part. But anybody had more seizures during the pandemic? Kevin, you were still having seizures around then, right? 2019? Yeah, somewhere around there, right? Oh, you stopped having seizures during the pandemic.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I think so. Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. I'll have to do the math on when. Yeah, yeah. I think, yeah, either 18 or, yeah, 19. Yeah, but I don't want to get into that right now. But no, no, I don't know. I'm not a math guy. I'm not one of them math science nerds. Come on.
Well, if you say you haven't had one in 6 years, the pandemic ended, well, not ended, started around 6 years ago.
But yeah, no tonic-clonics over for the COVID pandemic. No.
Lucky
And
you.
I did get the vaccine, and I did not have.
Lucky you. Um,
As we're celebrating.
Toaster, how did it go for you? Did you have more or less seizures during the pandemic?
You know, I have no idea because that was around the time that we were working on surgery. So I have no idea.
You had surgery?
Yeah, want to say it was 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, no, pandemic happened in 2020. Wow, I am getting so many years confused. You know, I don't remember when I had surgery. I'd have to look at the damn picture. That's how I know. When I forget when I had it, I go look at the picture of my hippocampus.
Oh yeah, I do remember you said you had the hippocampus taken out and you got to see it, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
yeah,
actually
remember
also had surgery during this pandemic. In 2020, I had a battery taken out, so that all went well though.
Do they do that outpatient?
Yeah, it was outpatient. I think it was yeah, it was 2020, and they were all, very crazy about the cleanliness and everything, but nothing went wrong.
Could never take that mask off.
Oh
No.
yeah,
some of the comments here. One said, no, the COVID vaccine should not be responsible. I have nocturnal grand mal seizures. Have had them for 20 years, multiple MRIs, EEGs, sleep studies, and they have never found anything. I am also on Keppra. The brain can do funny, stupid things like an electrical short and cause a seizure. Hopefully, you can find some local hikes you can do that you can get a ride or use public transportation. It really is a second position to be in, and I'm sorry you went through this. Another one says it could absolutely be responsible. Doctors are just now admitting what they are seeing in quote post COVID. Seizures are just most recent symptom for my daughter and many, many other we've met. The truth is coming to surface. Let's just pray that the research community figures out and a way to stop the effects and spike protein in our bodies If you haven't tried low dose nicotine patches, give it a try. Many say all of their post COVID symptoms clear up. Didn't work for my
What
daughter, but it was worth it.
the fuck type of psychobabble is this shit?
Hey,
Okay, sorry. I need to mute myself.
Patch if you have post COVID.
That is on the level of this is actually worse than, oh, you have seizures. Have you tried keto? No, that's even worse. I
right.
don't know why, but it is.
Yeah, not as bad as Clorox cures COVID, but worse than the seizure thing. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Well, I don't think there's any argument that post-COVID is a thing, but it doesn't cause seizures.
Got one here. My wife fought seizures for 8 years. Same test found nothing, but we figured out after the third one, a year apart, but getting closer, that we simply drink too much. We retired in 2008 with lots of money, and time went into party mode, which slowly but naturally escalated into a problem. We loved our lifestyle, so we resisted seriously considering that. We are 69. Good luck. Another one says, I don't know about the seizures, but I believe it's caused by my brain tumor that led up to little seizures I've had. When the neuro tells me it's likely been there for 4 to 5 years, it all adds up to me. Of course, not to mention that the doctor specialist because they won't hear me out. I don't think they know enough to rule out anything it could be behind. Kevin, what gave you seizures? I never asked you that.
I don't know. Nobody knows. I was diagnosed with JME, juvenile myoclonic epilepsy, and I don't know if there was a gene for it or anything, but yeah, I think about half of the, I'm not sure about the exact number, but yeah, half of cases of epilepsy don't really, they don't really know. They don't really have a cause. And I'm one of the cases that they don't really know.
That
They have a
sucks.
diagnosis, but they don't know what caused it.
One says, I say yes, it's definitely possible. My daughter had left temporal lobectomy in 2008 and was seizure free, still on low dose seizure meds until she got her first COVID vaccine. She had a seizure the following day. We thought it was weird that it seemingly came out of nowhere. Doc increased meds. Then she got her second COVID vaccine. She had a seizure the very next morning. This one resulted in her being intubated in the ICU for 24 hours. Then regular neuro floor 2, regular neuro floor for 2 more days. That's what made the connection of the vaccine causes them to start up again. Now she's having 3 to 5 seizures every week. She's had to quit her job, can't be alone anymore, sleeps with a monitor in her own bedroom. So, in my opinion, yes, the COVID vaccine could definitely be responsible. Best of luck to you. I knew it. My close friend's hubby just started getting seizures randomly. Wouldn't say it was a picture of health. Smoked a lot of weed, but the ER actually admitted it was most likely triggered by the vaccine. I am in Canada, outside of Toronto. I was shocked at that fact. Just wasn't expecting docs to now be readily admitting to it.
See, that wasn't on record.
It could absolutely be responsible. Doctors are just now admitting what they are seeing post-COVID. Seizures are just the most recent symptom for my daughter and many other we've met. The truth is coming to surface. Let's just pray the research community figures out a way to stop the effects and spike protein in our bodies. I think I read that already.
What evidence is this now that these people have that
They're
vaccines
going off
cause?
personal experiences, it sounds like.
Kevin, you want evidence? These are
Yes.
crackpots. There's no evidence.
Yeah, that's what I just want to bring it up that, yeah, like they just
The
heard
evidence
from,
is
they just
the
heard from
evidence is they
someone.
heard it. Yeah, they heard it
Yeah.
on
Timing is
Fox
everything in
News.
their logic.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of different opinions here. Read one more. It says, I'm not your age. I'm 47. I had 2 grand miles now, one at 46, and 9 months later at 47. I first was determined to be a fluke, but after a second seizure, I was put on Keppra. I got the infamous Keppra rage and switched up to Lamictal. I got a few second warning both times and laid myself on the ground before having grand mal. So I have not been terribly injured like you. Not being able to drive for 6 months each time has been the hardest for me. One of the seizures was at a workplace witnessed by a coworker, and the second was at home by my 17-year-old daughter. I do not want to attribute the COVID vaccine to my seizures, as I got the vaccine at least 2 or 3 years before my first seizure. I have had normal EKG, EEGs, CAT scan, MRI, blood tests, blood sugar levels, and Dexcom, etc. The not knowing the cause is frustrating. I wish you luck. Oh, you never have a seizure again. To be honest, I hate the ones where people are just like giving their experiences instead of answering the question, because I just read like a paragraph to hear, oh yeah, this happened to me 3 years ago and I still haven't had it.
But she's given the flip side that she had seizures before the vaccine, and then after she had the vaccine, it didn't cause any more. Like, it didn't even trigger seizures. It sounded like what that one said. So it sounded like that one was just giving an opposite opinion of everybody else, saying she had the vaccine and then had a seizure the next day or something.
Yeah, it wasn't just that one. There was a few of them. They just wasn't answering the question. They were going for just telling their experiences and then end up with, hey, I'm sorry you're going through this. Hope for the best. But got another one here. It says, that was a lot. Off of Keppra, recently off Levopil, having a headache, right, and had nausea for the past few days. Is this normal or should I be worried? I feel like crying because I want to feel better and get back to my life. I just got off Keppra. And that's what they're feeling. I don't know what it's like to get off of Keppra because I don't remember. Did anybody get sick after getting off of Keppra?
Not at all. It was a breeze for me getting off it. And I was happy to get off it.
Yeah, lowering the dose has been nothing but positives.
Okay.
Just worried about starting at the Lamictal, I think. I was just stressing about that.
Yeah. This one that says I felt like crying. That sounds like getting on Keppra. Don't know how to feel about life. But the first and only comment here says, when I came off of all my meds, I was very sick, even though I had doctor's help with lowering the dosages at proper time. It took me a long time for my body to adjust because I had been on meds for so long. I can tell you it got better for me. I'm no longer nauseous, tired, just brain block feeling. Hope you feel well soon. Anybody enjoy being off of Keppra? I do.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Am I a weirdo that was never on Keppra to begin
Yes.
with?
Lucky you, man.
You are the weirdo.
High five your doctor.
Yeah, heck yeah. I was too prone to suicidality beforehand to risk it. I don't know if that's a positive reason to have not started or not, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
the
what you
black
learn from
box
that is to
warning.
always look at the positive, right?
Yeah, I guess.
go.
Yeah.
Any
Black box
reason is
warning on
positive.
Kepra kept me off of it. So, yeah.
I
Hooray.
don't think they asked me enough questions to know. They just said, here, take this.
Really?
Yep.
It's got a black box warning on the side, the highest caution rating. It's supposed to be obvious, like even, I think it's even you're supposed to get counseling from the pharmacist, I think, about the potential for suicidal thoughts and negative mood shift when they first give it to you. I might be mistaken about that, but that was my impression. I was asked about that in the office before anything was prescribed to me. So, yeah, that's why I was started on Lamictal initially, and then I got skin rashes, sun sensitive skin rashes. Not Steven Johnson syndrome, but still rashes. So that's why I was never on Kepra, but
Well, it's great that you didn't have to take it.
Right.
yeah.
The gold standard. It's what they usually start to give to everybody. Yeah. Luckily, it was my second.
But we did have shortages. There was a couple of times where they couldn't be filled.
There's another thing
Yeah,
I was thinking of. Does anybody think there's any relation to generic and not generic? Like, do you think you would have less seizures if we took the not generic? Like, if I was to go get some Lamictal, which is actually like $1,000 a bottle. No,
That's
they
not
said
extended release, is it? Like it's
no,
just
it's just
tablet, not a
Lamictal.
capsule.
It's Lamictal, and it was for 60 days. 2 months worth of pills was $912. And I was like, ooh, I don't even want to know how much the rest of it is. Because I needed a 90-day refill, and they didn't have the regular, like you said, extended release. They didn't have regular lamotrigine. So they were like, yeah, we can get Lamictal. We have that. And my
Well,
insurance.
expect to have a bad week if you're switching it up. If you were taking the brand name or if you were taking the generic and then you got to take the other one, extended release or not, it's going to be a rough switch if it was anything like anytime I had to do that. More focals. No more tonic-clonics than usual, but just a real, like, confusing week.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on whether you noticed any more side effects on one or the other? Any preference for the brand name over the generic?
I noticed when switching over, there was a little bit more drowsy. And then I didn't beat that until most recently. I've been dealing with that. The drowsy, once I switched over, I used to like point
Which
out like
one?
I'm much tired than I used to be. But
On the name brand?
no,
More tired?
no, when I switched over from Kepra to lamotrigine, that's when all I noticed was being that more tired. But that was the only thing I noticed after switching over. And then again, that was like, yeah, that was several years ago. So that was the first thing I noticed.
But there was more side effect from the generic over
Yes.
the brand name. So that's interesting.
Yes.
And I don't think it's an accident.
Yeah.
How so? Because I think a lot of the differences, at least my impression is comes down to the manufacturing processes and the oversight between them. The name brand pharmaceuticals produced by the big you know, giants here in the United States are all subject at every single step of their manufacturing process to oversight by the FDA. That, I mean, from the very first precursor chemicals all the way through to the final tablets that go into every single pill jar is supervised by the FDA. So every single molecule effectively is accounted for. So that sort of control, you know, there's more control over a single precursor chemical in an American pharmaceutical than a lot of like generic overseas brand name final product. That's really where a lot of the difference comes down to, is the manufacturing control.
So
And
does that give us more
that is
reason to be suspicious or feel safe?
more reason to feel safe, but it's the reason for the high cost. You pay for the quality for any sort of assurance. The cheaper overseas stuff, they give you ostensibly the same molecule, and there's probably still the same amount of the medication in each tablet and whatnot, but they don't have the same sort of oversight over every step of the process that American companies do, which is how they can produce these drugs at such a low cost compared to the American ones. So it's a trade-off. You know, there's no free lunch. You either pay for pay the high price for the manufacturing control and peace of mind over that, you know, knowing that they can go and track down to every single individual bottle which pills, if there's a recall or something in some step in the process, they can tell you these individual people have the pills that were affected by this little spill something, you know, in a lab somewhere. You don't get that sort of assurance from a generic overseas pill manufacturer. But you don't have to pay that high cost. It's
Toaster, what's your thoughts?
Well, actually, I want to remark that I really enjoyed the not counterpoint. That's not the right word. Oh,
perspective.
Yes, because yeah, I've been sitting here for the longest time being like, I want to be in Canada. I want to be in blah blah blah, and I never thought that. Yeah, maybe the pill factories aren't as clean, I guess is the right word.
controlled,
Yeah,
supervised.
regulated.
Yes.
And I know this is a very, very weird analogy. There's a store near my house called Where Ya Been. And my mom took me there once because I couldn't stand it. I walked in, and all it is these giant bins full of boxes of returned Amazon items. But they've all been taped up. You can't see what's in the box, nothing, and it's just random chaos. And we walked 10 feet into the Target, and it's like, this is what I'm paying Target prices for, is the organization. And now my thought is done.
And welcome, Raven. Happy to have you. Anybody remember that icebreaker?
Ketchup or mustard?
Ketchup or mustard? ¿Por qué no los dos? I want both.
There's a one or the other. It's like yes or no. It's like, you don't get
Oh, okay.
both
Ketchup or
soups in one
mustard?
bowl.
Yes. I guess if I had to be honest, I don't eat either of them anymore because I have too many dietary restrictions. But I would probably say if we're just thinking like regular yellow mustard, I'm gonna say ketchup. If we're doing like the spicy stone ground stuff, I'm gonna say mustard.
The official icebreaker was, what's your favorite possession?
Most prized possession.
Most prized possession.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Mine's really wholesome. When my youngest stepkid lost his tooth here and not at his mom's house, I had to clean up the blood all over the sink and the mirror. It was just everywhere, and I got to slip the money under the pillow and steal the tooth, and I kept the tooth, and that's what I would save in a fire.
That's so sweet.
That is adorable.
It's mine. I
love
earned it.
Hey, you know what? You're not the only mom that's done something similar.
Aw. That's good.
Raven's a grandma.
I am. I'm Nana Kitty.
It's hilarious when I say it.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? You're a grandmother?
I'm a step grandma. Yes.
Unofficial.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask how old you are? Because you look so young to me.
I'm 38.
You're
but my
kidding
partner's
me.
15 years older than I am, and
He's still 21.
He had a kid when he was too young, so we have accidental grandbabies in the family. Yep, 4 and 2, or 5 and 3. I can't remember how old they are now. They grow up so fast.
Yeah, they do. My grandson is just about to turn 6.
Aw, that's a fun age, though.
As long as they're in a good mood.
Fair enough.
But my nephew's 2, and he still thinks my mustache is a toy. So.
I mean, isn't it?
Almost forgot you were there, James.
He was.
He
I
has
just
handlebar stashes.
I just joined back in a few minutes ago, but yeah, whenever I have it, yeah, he always tries and grabs it and play with it. So I make sure to do something crazy with it whenever I know I'm going to see him, just because I know he'll play with it and mess with it.
I don't know how you don't play with it and mess with it your own self. I would not be able to stop touching it.
I don't know. I'm too like obsessive. Like I make it the one shape for the day, and I'm like, okay, that's how it's gonna stay. I'm not gonna touch it now. I'm just weird like that. How's everybody been? I know, I dozed off for a couple hours, guys.
I think you needed it.
Yeah, I think I still do. I'm in a bit of pain with my pancreas and everything today, and still not eating very much, so it's hard to keep the meds down. And
Well, just rest and listen.
yeah, if I chime in and say random shit, I apologize.
It's all right. I was going to ask you, what's that pain like from the pancreas? What's that like? How do you manage that?
Uh oh, there's not really a way to describe it. It's kind of like right under where your rib cage kind of meets up, like right in the middle, like maybe a little bit to the right, like up under there is where the pain is. Um, and it's a lot of just not being able. Anything you eat or drink gets filtered through your pancreas. So when it's inflamed, I can't eat anything, I can't drink anything, which also means my yeah, other medication doesn't stay down, and then that's what kind of leads to some of the seizures and hospital stays if I can't have stuff for a couple of days. So
Isn't the
um,
pancreas what controls insulin levels?
correct. Yeah, yeah. Thankfully though, I don't have any diabetic issues. It's weird. I mean, it might be something that spikes, once in a while. I did have one hospital stay, when you go there obviously to the ER, they test, your blood for everything. They told me that my, blood sugar is through the roof, but I didn't feel any different than I had it at any other point. But I had never, out of all the other, dozens of tests I've had and done and everything, they've never mentioned that it was high. It was just that one single time. It was super weird. And then they tried to ask me like, oh well, your blood sugar is really high, and lipase, that's the enzyme that your pancreas makes that breaks down everything. That was really high as well. And usually, also kind of with epilepsy, you get people think I don't know, just side things about it. With the pancreas, a lot of times people that have issues with their pancreas or issues with that, it's either diabetes, but I don't have that. And then the other main issue that causes issues with that is drinking alcohol. So I've gone in there a couple times and they're like, "Oh, are you sure you don't drink?" Blah blah blah. And I'm like, "Fucking go ahead, draw my blood. Look at it right now." And like my lipase will be really high, my blood sugar will be high, but there's zero alcohol in my in my system. So then the doctors kind of come back and they're like, oh okay, yeah, now, oh, we should look at this. Yeah, they actually take it seriously. They don't just take me as some idiot who overdrank and ended up in the hospital or something. It takes them a few minutes to take me seriously. So along with that, and the how sometimes you can get treated with seizures and epilepsy too, and it gets frustrating. Man, I ranted. I needed to not sign back on. I'm sorry, guys.
It's all right, James.
No, that's why we're here.
Did we ever get that what's your most prized possession out of Toaster and Raven?
I don't remember Raven either.
No, mine was the
Raven was a tooth.
Oh, okay.
the last tooth from my stepkid. But
Toaster?
where's Toaster?
Ketchup or mustard?
If I had to choose, I'd probably choose ketchup. My
Mhm.
prized possessions. So last summer, my kid Jeffy, he went to some
yeah.
lessons at the library, and he learned about Picasso, and he drew a Picasso dragon in the cubic style. Yes, I don't know exactly where it is either. And then later on, he went back for a Clayworks class. And it's sculpting, not clay, but I don't care. He had fun. He made another cubic dragon. And so these are my two prized possessions, or my Picasso dragons.
Those
I
are
remember
awesome.
that. Yeah, I remember you showed that earlier, but I'll let you finish.
Thank you for reintroducing us and indulging my loose memory.
Well, I missed
Goldfish
it entirely
remember.
the first time, so I'm excited to see it.
Okay,
Hey,
there we go.
I don't mind showing these off.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, I
how
could have
it
played it
is.
off as intentional.
know how it is being a parent. You love showing the stuff that the child gave you. That's
Yeah.
why
Yeah,
I
I
let
didn't.
you
I
finish. I
didn't
was
get.
like,
I
okay,
didn't get
yeah,
to
she's
see it
proud.
either, so it's all good.
Something to be
The
proud
painting
of.
is
Your child gave
actually
you something.
awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, Jeffrey got this new dragon toy today, and he absolutely loves it. I'm teasing Jeff right now.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Does he not love it?
Oh, he loves it. He got to build it. You had to put it together because this is a Discovery toy. It's from Discovery, so of course there has to be an element of science and hands-on.
I was gonna ask if it was Legos.
Nope, nope, nope. It was a robot toy. He had to add the legs and the tail together and the wings. And then, of course, add the water in to make smoke. It's just fine mist. He had a blast.
Nice.
He got to read the directions and then read it twice.
I'm glad he liked it.
Yeah, some of the most random gifts end up being favorites. You never know which one they're gonna latch onto.
Yes. Its name is let me see if I remember it right. Light Steam. Big name.
Was this the one that he drew or an actual another toy?
No, the toy he made today.
Oh,
It's Light Steam because it lights up and
okay.
it makes steam.
Nice.
All right, I'm
That's gonna
done
be a fun
with
age.
my little tangent.
Come
That's funny. Like
on.
like he said,
Mommy of the
yeah. Like
century?
sometimes the most like random gifts are like their favorite ones. My nephew turned 2 about a month ago, so I just gave him a bunch of little things like right. Got him our whole family's into Disney and into like racing, like auto racing. So we got him some Legos, a couple Disney things, all of this. But then the school that I work at, each year the library, we get rid of books that
Oh, I
I don't
love it
know,
when that happens.
they get they get older or whatever, whatever you want to call it. So
Yeah.
they put them in the staff room and they're like, oh, free books. So I'm looking through them, right, and there's one, and it's called If I Were an Oakland Athletic. So for anybody, the Oakland A's,
Okay.
the baseball team, that's close to where I am, and I've been our whole family is huge Oakland A's fans. Well, at least until they moved. I won't rant on that, but anyway, so
You guys suck, bro.
yeah. So there's a book. So like I said, it was titled, If I Was an Oakland Athletic, and like right in the middle of the front page was a place to put a picture. Like so you could put like the little, like the little kid's picture. So I took I took it home. I printed out like this teeny little picture of my nephew, put his, face in there, and like so he opens up like like the Disney stuff we got him, like the Legos that we got him, but he was like holding on to that book. He would not let go of that book like out of one of his hands. He would still, maybe touch or play with the other pictures, but like as he's walking out of the house, he's still like a little 2-year-old wobbling out of the house, and in one hand he's holding on to this book. It
My
was just
book.
like, yeah, it was like something I got for free. I just printed out,
Yeah, but it had his
versus the other
picture in
stuff that
it.
we, yeah, but yeah, it was versus the other stuff we spent time and money on getting and everything, and he still found like the cheapest, quickest gift
Book.
that I got him as like his favorite. And it was so cute.
It's adorable. I think we lost what the post was though. forgot it. The post where we.
Yeah,
Prize possession. Prize possession.
Oh yeah, we were on that.
James.
I think I kind of linked into that.
A's.
I'll say that's his for the moment, since that was just like 2 weeks ago. So.
Yeah, but what's yours?
Oh,
Jay's
mine.
A's suck.
I think I showed it earlier. It was one of my pocket watches.
Oh yeah. I
have one
remember
from
that.
I have one from the very early 1800s. It's got an actual silver chain connected to it. It's one of those like old-fashioned ones that you like, a stereotypical one, like you push the the stem down and it chimes like with each hour.
Oh, that's cool.
I would pull it out right now, but I have to take the key out and then wind it because
Whoa.
it's so old. It
It's
still
hard
needs
to
one of
hear
those.
with the background noise. I'm sorry.
I'll pull it out later.
Is that mine or?
Oh, I am die hard A's fan. I have literally, I'll have to break it out one day. I still have it. I have been in the fucking Mercury News. I have been in the newspaper because I dress up when I go to A's games. You've seen how I dress. You know, when I come home from work sometime, you know, the suit and tie, that's just how I always dress. I have a full white tuxedo with a green shirt, a yellow tie, and I wear a green top hat. And that's how I would go to A's games. I would dress the fuck up. I had all these crazy outfits. I spent so much time, so much of my youth there. My first game that I went to there was in 1993. Man, so you know, over 30 years of them being there, I was pissed. And obviously you can tell I can go on for like the next 5 hours about how pissed I am about them moving. But
Well,
I'll
you
shut
guys
up.
got the bees now. It's crazy. The A's left and the bees moved in.
That's true. I haven't gone to a game yet. My mom and I have been talking about that. Was like going to the A's games was like kind of like one of my like my mom and I's like, you know, bonding time type of thing.
You're gonna go to that?
She was such an A's fan too. So yeah, it kind of sucks. We're just like, well, what do we do now? Where do we hang out? Like, what the hell?
You go see the Giants. You don't go to the bees. Oh, that's what you go
dude,
do.
I'll go to the bees game before. Yeah, no way I'm going to a Giant. I am not putting on anything Giants ever.
It's 20 minutes away.
What the bees?
The A's. I mean, the Giants. Just go over the water. But
Nah,
yeah, we're talking California,
dude.
and they don't understand.
Exactly.
I would not go see a bees or an A's game. The Giants are right there.
Dude, that would be okay for maybe the others that don't know. If you do know baseball, that would be like telling a Yankees fan to go to a Red Sox game. Like, like it's not something. It's not something that's gonna happen, no matter what.
Oh, man, I got something here, you guys.
Out to Sacramento to see an A's game before I go and see a fucking Giants game, bro.
Wasting time either way.
What did you expect them to do with no attendance? You expected them to stay there because you were a fan and there were a few hundred fans that went to the games? He's there to make money. There was no support for the team. I mean,
What's
be
their attendance
realistic. I
now?
understand it hurts. My team moved also.
What's their attendance now? Nobody's showing up to the games. They're playing in a minor league stadium. They can't even sell out a minor league stadium. All the other teams that go there hate playing there at a minor league stadium.
Shots fired.
So what? They still needed to move. Maybe Sacramento's not the end result. Maybe Sacramento's a temporary stop.
Then demolish the current stadium and just build a new one. They didn't need to move.
Yeah.
What do they need a stadium for if there's nobody coming to the games?
I was gonna say that was their problem. Is a lot of their games were empty.
That's the same reason the Dodgers moved.
I know
from
you
Brooklyn.
remember that.
Okay, well the A's have been gone a year and a half now. How has
You remember those days
attendance gone up? Has their attendance gone up?
I have no idea. I stopped paying attention once they became.
It
Well, the
doesn't
answer's
matter.
no. I was being rhetorical. I was being
Oh no.
rhetorical, but
Hey,
Um,
okay,
let's
so
it hasn't.
I want
Yeah.
to do a trash talk.
Huh?
I want to do a trash talk.
You've got everybody's attention. The floor is yours.
You a
Okay.
baseball fan?
Oh no, I'm a football fan. Well, soccer fan. So that's the only trash talk I know. But David Tepper is the owner of my football club, and he's an idiot. You see, there's a tradition that we do before every game. We turn our backs to the field, like put our hands over the arms of the other people, and we all jump to a song called the Peppas. This tradition came from something called the Ponzan or Ponzaz. Oh shit. Anyway, Pon something. And it was originally used as a way to show support for your team, but disapproval for management.
What?
Huh?
Say that again.
Support
your
for the
team.
team, but disapproval of the management.
And you should
So
have seen
doesn't
those
he open the
games.
Panthers too?
Yes, he's the owner of the Panthers too. And it was caught that him doing this dance is like he has no idea what this means. He is dissing himself. Okay,
Yeah.
that's all I have to say. But I love my team.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Oakland
Yeah, I mean,
We're
that,
talking about
I
some
think
rich
I think
guy
I've
like
mentioned it.
unintentionally insulting himself.
Yeah.
That's cool with me.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I mean, I think I mentioned it before. That's why I was holding up the right here, my Raleigh Fingers bobblehead. That's the reason I have that's the only reason I have my mustache. I would have never thought to like try and grow out, the big handlebar mustache if it wasn't for the A's players, back in the 70s. I mean, obviously I wasn't alive then, but obviously I loved the team, so I got that deep into it, and that's the reason I've had this thing on my face now
It's
for
a part of your
15,
image.
16 years. So what was that?
It's a part of your image.
Yeah. It is now. Yep, Mr. Mustache Man at work is how it always is now. So
James.
what's up? You know what? I thought we were friends, but I don't know about now, man.
Give me a second, you guys. It says I need help. I have had 3 seizures in the last 6 years, hospitalized for 2 of them. First one I had was at age 17, possibly from 72 plus hours of sleep and Adderall. We didn't even know it was a seizure until later on. The second one I had was a full grand mal convulsions, all when I was 20. Sent to the hospital and had all the tests done and no epilepsy and no weird brain activity shown. I recently just had a third one right after my 22nd B-day. I had nothing in my system other than 75 milligrams of Benadryl for allergies. I'm so confused and scared, and I have no idea why I have them. I have a history of anxiety and depression, so I'm wondering if it's possible in the case of PNES. I'm just scared and unsure of what's happening to me. They're so infrequent and circumstances are not always the same, so I have no idea what the triggers are or what they can be. They tested me and nothing abnormal came up in the EEG. Please, anybody experience, tell me what's happening to me. That's quite a few seizures. It's not that many. I wouldn't say PNES because I don't fully understand it still. I've heard a lot of Ann talking about it. I need a one-on-one with her. I don't exactly understand PNES and what it's like. I know it's like panic attack seizures or something like that, and I don't even know if that's true. So Um,
Go ahead, Toaster.
Okay, so PNES, psychogenic non-epileptic seizures. First thing you have to know is that while they are not electrical, they are still real seizures. And they matter just as much. That being said, there's different treatment options. The only treatment option is therapy, or known treatment option, I should say. Cognitive behavioral therapy, that's it. CBT therapy works the best. And honestly, I think therapy is for everyone. So even if it's not PNES, it's therapists. PNES, it's kind of hard to say how it works because it works differently for everybody who has PNES. I do know that 30% of epileptics will experience PNES at some point. So it's still possible that it's not just PNES, or you know what I'm saying. If you don't think that what you are, all I can do is really give facts. Also know that first EEGs usually don't show nothing. You need a longer EEG. Usually EEGs that people have first, I forgot the word right now, is only like 30 minutes long. That's not going to do shit for most of us. That's like a lightning strike.
All they've ever done for me.
I think that Jeff, is it Jeff? Yes, Jeff is the one that has his hand raised. I saw the J. I knew it was either Jeff or James that had the hand raised.
Hi.
Hi.
So if I'm sleeping and I have my arm out and it moves, but not jerks, it just moves up and down. Is that a PNES seizure?
No, that actually sounds more like a myoclonic.
Okay.
Or just a Heil Hitler, real quick.
A lot of PNES, I can tell you what my
I'm joking,
PNES seizures feel like. Or I can tell you the difference between my PNES seizures and my auras.
Right.
Usually with my auras, I will get a sense of dread. It's a sense of sky, earth, all of its array is doomed, and it's all coming down on my head. My PNES seizures, I also get a sense of doom, but it's actually on a more personal level, if that makes any sense. The world is literally closing in, and I will not be able to get out. So
I can't see my
that's,
head shaking, but it's shaking.
it's okay. But everyone, again, with PNES, it shows differently. Sometimes the fear will be so bad that my mom says I will fall down and I will be out of it for a few minutes, kind of shaking like I'm having a seizure. But she actually says that my PNES seizures are more floppy than my epileptic ones. My epileptic ones, I am much more stiff. PNES, I'm kind of noodly.
Yeah, the full ones are way worse. I know I've been like I hadn't had like a full like grand mal like in front of the kids at the school that I work at. But I did have one day
From you,
where
sweetie pie.
I'm
Daddy's
sorry.
getting water.
What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't
Oh,
hear.
someone's throwing a tantrum. Someone has to go to do parent duty. That's
Oh,
what we were
okay.
hearing.
So yeah, I ended up I went to, you know, there's obviously it's a elementary school, so there's tetherball. So one, you know, the kid had hit it really hard and somehow it got like looped around at the top of the pole or whatever. I'm the like kind of the I'm the only male uh yard duty there, so you know me, it comes to me like, oh, can you go grab, you know, get this down. So I went to go over and like try and knock the ball down, and then one of the other, the head um kind of like the maintenance staff and everything there, he like I said, my mom has worked there for years, so he knew my mom and he knew me already years before in my situation and everything. And he came over to me and I had just frozen in place. I was just staring up at the the
Nothingness.
tether ball. Like, yeah, there was nothing that I was doing. I wasn't moving. He was like, what's, you know, what's going on? Are you okay? And yeah, it was just super weird. And I don't remember it. The next thing I remember is, you know, lying in the, you know, the nurse's room at the school. And like my mom is sitting there in the chair next to me, and yeah, it was just a super weird thing because 99.9% of my seizures are the full grand mal, fall over, flop over, you know, like I had last Thursday, like I mentioned, you know, in the shower and fall down. But that was the only one that I've had where it's been kind of a like phase out, like mind disappear type of seizure. Every other time I've always had one that's just been a grand mal. So I was really confused as to why I would only have one that was like that.
I'm not the only one that's been diagnosed with PNES on here, am I?
Here, right now, I believe so.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I haven't been officially diagnosed, but my neurologist doesn't think that that whole episode I had where my eyes were, were the nystagmus, she doesn't think that that was an epileptic seizure. So I'm not sure what other conclusion could be drawn from that necessarily. I haven't been seeing a psychiatrist to talk about any issues
Yeah.
associated with my epilepsy though, so I don't know.
I'll have to reshare the questions in my seizure diary at some point because that's what really tells my care team what type of seizure I'm having, is answering those questions. And it's really good for logging, of course, because, well, seizure diaries are good.
Kepra. Can Kepra make you be uncertain about your relationship and partner? I don't know what to do over here. I just woke up and felt done one day. I can't tell if I really want that or not. We're engaged, supposed to get married. The question was, can Kepra make you uncertain about your relationship and partner? I think it can.
My statement is it can seriously screw up your head, and that will make your feelings about your relationships change. Therefore, I suggest you don't make any relationship decisions until you get off the meds. Go find a better medication.
First comment says, Kepra made me irrational, very angry at everything, and thoughts of suicide kept creeping in my head throughout the day, every day. Getting off it because that all gotta go. It was a terrible couple of months for me. Well, I can imagine a couple of months. Kepra made me really depressed without noticing until I quit. Don't you know why you're feeling done? I had a horrible experience with Kepra, major brain fog, mood swings, depressive thoughts that my family would be better without me because the docs Doc swapped me for lamotrigine, and it took a bit of adjusting to, but I'm 100% myself again. These meds can be fine for one person, but miserable for another. Don't go cold turkey on any meds. Consider with your doctor. I had to taper off Keppra and taper on lamotrigine. I didn't taper. They just gave me pills and said, take these. One here says, Keppra seemingly works great on certain people, but I had to get off of it fairly quick. It made me angry and irritable, among other charming qualities. Switch drugs. That comment was from the one, the only, Jeff.
What I didn't say in that comment is that after I was on Kepler for a while, I was driving home from the dispensary one day, and I had to pass a railroad crossing, and the bars just went down, the lights started flashing, and I heard the train whistle, and I started to go around the person in front of me to drive on the tracks until I saw the train was stopped.
But was that a couple days ago? Was that the Seattle video I posted?
No.
No, that was a
No,
couple of years ago.
obviously I'm joking. Obviously I'm joking.
That's rough. Sorry it happened to you, Jeff. Keppra, Keppra with me. Only thing, I just had weird thoughts, like looking over the balcony would be like, oh, well, what would it be like if I jump? Would I land right? Or how would this feel if I just walked into traffic? I don't know if those were suicide thoughts or I just kept imagining just like, what would it be like?
I have those two.
That's considered suicidal thoughts?
Intrusive thoughts, maybe?
Oh.
Yeah.
Like if you're just like,
intrusive
oh, I
thoughts
wonder
is-
what would happen versus I think I want to do that.
I was thinking about doing it, but
Okay, then
for
yeah.
some reason I was thinking about, could I make it? What if I just go? And yeah, I was younger and thinking about, what if I just walk into traffic and I'm start contemplating the route and stuff. And I'm like, why am I thinking about walking into traffic?
Yeah, that sounds more intrusive thought.
that sounds like intrusive thoughts.
Like just a couple of weeks ago when I was at work, this kid, I had to keep telling him, I'm like, dude, stop jumping off of the top of the slide. Like you know, it's like a 12, 15 foot tall, just a regular playground slide, right? And he kept jumping off of it. Like, honestly, I don't care. They're kids, they're gonna have fun, or we did way worse things when we were kids, right? But I'm at work, I'm at school, I have to follow rules. So I have to say, come on, man, don't do that. So literally got to the third time of just the one day, just the one lunch where I had to tell him to stop. I'm like, all right, bro, we're gonna go sit down on the bench here. I've asked you to stop doing this a bunch of times, blah, blah, blah. I was like, it doesn't matter to me, but I have to follow rules. And he's like, but it's so fun. Like, I just like sometimes I just think about like I want to jump out of an airplane like without a parachute and just like fall the whole way and just see how it is. And I'm like, whoa. Like it just hit me in the face. Like I was like, whoa, this is a lot to be hearing from like an 8-year-old kid. Like if it was like one of us like saying it here or whatever, and we're, all adults and have our shit going on or whatever, like, okay, that might be, yeah, like you were saying, an intrusive thought or something. But when you hear an 8-year-old say that, like just out of nowhere, because you ask them to not jump, 12 feet off a slide, I had no clue what to say. I just froze. I was like, well, okay, that probably wouldn't end the best for you, buddy. Let's just not jump off the slide, okay? And then I just turned around and walked away because I had no clue what the fuck to say to that.
That's because they're kids. They believe in Santa Claus. All right, it doesn't matter. Kids have no pretense. That's why they catch us. Just shut up for a second. All right, kids have no pretense, and that's why they catch us off guard. You good, James?
Yeah, that's all good. All good. No, I've been ranting. I know I've been ranting much. All good, man. I'm sorry.
No, I was.
Tom 101.
Mm.
When Jeff responded, Kepler seemingly works on certain people, but I had to get off of it fairly quick. It made me angry and irritable, among other charming qualities. Tom responded, Kepler works pretty good for me. Yeah, it was 3 months ago. I was wondering
That was
if you guys
old.
remember that conversation.
That was old.
Yeah.
Everybody, BODY, is different. And
Yeah.
it's great that it works for Tom. That's sensational. But
It is. It's super
it made
duper.
me crazy.
I'm
Made a
sorry
lot
to
of
hear
crazy.
that. Life sucks.
Yeah.
Then you get on camera.
Says, how do I cope anymore? I don't mean to be like, in quote, cry for help. This isn't a hotline. I just feel so lost. I keep getting medicine. I think it's getting better. Then bam, a seizure. What am I doing with my life anymore? I feel helpless, always on edge. Am I doomed? I bit my lip. My legs feel numb and shaky. Thank God it happened in my bed, so I didn't bump my head. I don't want to go in and out of the hospitals and test EEGs. I just want someone who feels my pain or something like that. I don't know what to do. White coat, it's been 20 years. It just took some time to trial and error process, taking medications and dealing with everything else in between there. It's gonna take time. For anybody who just got it recently, oh Jeff, how does that go? It's been, this person seems early on. I think you're the most recent person here.
Yeah. How's it going?
Um,
It's
how do you
going. This
cope?
is my life.
Okay, yeah, I know you. You're like one step in front of the other, one foot in
Yeah.
front of the other. Yeah,
Right. I mean, what am I going to do?
right. That's what the person said. I don't want to go
You
and
go
quote
on.
that forever.
That should be Tom 101. You
When
just
did
keep
your
moving forward.
when did your seizures start?
As far as I know, my first official seizure was the end of December 22.
That wasn't very long ago at all. I thought you'd
No.
been here a lot longer than that.
Yeah, I thought you were here a lot longer than that.
No.
No,
I've only
Jeff's
come I've only
amazing.
come recently.
Yeah,
And I
you're
say
fresh
recently.
fish.
Yeah. I am.
Fresh fish.
Jeff, do they know what caused you to start having seizures?
They have no idea at all. I think it might be a result of Lyme disease. It's well known that Lyme disease causes seizures, but the doctors seem to bypass that. They don't believe.
That's
And there are
silly of them.
also a lot of doctors who don't believe in Lyme disease. So it's hard to convince some of them that there's something that would affect you that they don't believe in.
Frustrating.
Well, these doctors don't know squat about epilepsy, where it came from, how it came about,
Right.
what kind of medications to use, the medications that would do work, why it works. I mean, epilepsy is witchcraft in a lot of people's mind. So
It's a crapshoot, Tom.
it
They
is.
try different combinations, and hopefully they find something.
That's it. That's it.
So individualized to each person.
Uh-huh.
Everyone is so different. It's actually not, shouldn't be that surprising that everyone has to have different things.
Says epileptic auras and seizures. I've been experiencing seizures since 2021, but diagnosed for 2 years prior to experiencing a full-on seizure. I was experiencing deja vu, which would always make me sick and caused me to throw up, and later found out that what auras were. After having a harsh physical seizures, my auras became worse. I can feel them coming on, and it's debilitating. My auras are now turning into hallucinations, thinking someone is following me and trying to hurt me when I'm in the car. I hallucinate talking to my boyfriend and my dad, telling them I'm okay, and then admitting to them that I'm not, and telling them that I need to drive when I am not going anywhere. These auras have caused me to, in quote, black out and lose motor skills, where I squeeze or drop whatever is in my hands. Has anyone ever experienced this with their seizure diagnosis? And what medication do you take? I take lamotrigine.
I'm
I've
taking
never shown
lamotrigine.
any signs of any of this.
It's about as close as I come to that as I take lamotrigine.
I guess I get the blackout, but when I black out, I black out.
That's it. When I black out, I'm gone.
Yeah, I wander off. That's what my
I don't
blackout
even
is.
do that. I'm just gone.
Yeah, I don't know if I lose motor skills because I know I just wake up other places. I don't know.
Are you still walking around
No, you've been
in
trying to stay in
Xavier?
the house lately.
Or is this still the same stuff you're talking about?
Luckily the other one there was people here, so then I didn't wander off.
Are you still wandering off?
It's been a while. I'm hoping
You
the
know
next
what they
one's
need
like
to do
that.
is they need to put a choker on you and then tie a cable to you and then make it so you can make it long enough to where you can get to the front door.
I was thinking of,
But you can't get out the front door.
oh man, I'd figure it out.
Dog run.
Because I'd figure it out because for some reason I don't know how I do it. Yeah.
I think it was Raven that said dog run.
Yeah, like I left work and I was out of it, blacked out, and I took 3 buses and a train. Imagine what I could do when no one's paying attention. I could take that chain off and all that stuff. Walk
No,
right out.
I'm not saying put it on so you can take it off.
I need an air
I'm
tag.
saying put it on and then weld the other end and then attach it to the wall or something, just so it's long enough for you to reach the door to answer it, but not to get through it.
Yeah. I need an air tag.
And knock and nail all the windows closed.
Actually, we're on the 3rd floor, so these.
So you going out the window isn't an option?
Yeah, it isn't an option. I mean, I've thought about it, but that was just crazy thoughts in my head. Like, what would happen if I jumped and landed on the first floor? I think I can make it, to be honest. But
It ain't worth it.
jumping off that 2nd story balcony, I did not want to do it.
Okay, quick question. What was it that brought up the
Jumping off balconies?
The Kepler thing about where I'm not having problems with Kepler. You just brought it up a few minutes ago. Where'd that come from?
So that you said where'd it come from?
I mean, what made you think of it?
Think about jumping over the balcony?
No, me having no problems with Kepler.
You or me?
Oh,
Wait,
dude.
you're losing
me. You're hurting me. 5 minutes ago, maybe I came in the middle of a conversation, but it was a Tom 101. Tom said that he takes Kepler but doesn't have problems with it.
Oh, okay.
And I
yeah.
see Toasters over there. She heard it.
Yeah, I remember that. There was a post here. That was something you commented on.
Oh. That's old. That's an old post.
Yes, it is very
Like
much.
a couple months old.
Yeah. You responded to what Jeff said and said that your seizures are okay.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. Cool beans.
That's why he said. Cool. That's why he said
Life
that's
is
Psalm
good.
101.
Hey, how's Jeff? You still there?
I'm here.
How you doing, my friend?
Not great at the moment,
Well, that's not good. I'm sorry to hear that.
but you know,
I see you your messages back and forth. Is that a new message link or thread?
yeah, I think you're on there.
I am, yeah. I don't know how to get onto it unless someone is uh posted something. But anyway, I just wanted to say that I see everybody on there. So that makes me happy that I can still see you guys are around. I'm
So
sorry
we
I
have to
haven't
watch
been
what
on
we
as
say.
much because I work too much.
I got something here. It says, how worried should I be? I had 2 tonic-clonic seizures about a month ago. I was hospitalized for 2 days and they discovered my sodium was dangerously low. I was taking a lot of medications, had a few drinks the night before. I had donated plasma about 5 days before. However, I have never had seizures before. The CT scan at the hospital was normal. I had standard EEG ordered by my neurologist. I think everything came back normal. I'm not sure. I'm in the middle of a 72-hour video EEG, also ordered by neurologists. A few times I've had a few weird feelings, dizziness, trouble focusing on my eyes, etc. And during one of the times this happened, my brain waves started going crazy. Of course, I have no idea what any of that means. I can't drive right now, but I have returned to work and I'm doing the best I can. I still feel like I'm having a lot of issues. I was put on sodium chloride and Keppra, a pretty hefty dose. And I have been taking those for about a month, but I have a lot of brain fog and a lot of dizziness, exhaustion, serious memory issues. I've had them before, but not near as bad as now. I'm just terrified and I'm going to have another seizure. I have an MRI on June 2nd, and I'm scheduled to leave the country for a few weeks on June 4th. How worried should I be? The seizures were a couple hours apart, one while at work and another while at the hospital. They were about to discharge me. I don't know what's going on, and no one has told me anything. Any advice, any suggestions, anything?
How old is that post?
4 months ago.
Yeah.
You didn't respond to it, but you've seen it.
Well, I think the first thing we need to be concerned about is his low sodium. I think what he needs to do is go and get a salt lick. That way he can increase the sodium.
Yeah, increasing the sodium. That's a big deal. I see that. But he said he's taking some sodium chloride now. Any advice? Take some of that sodium chloride with you to wherever you're going to out of the country. You don't want to have a seizure out of the country.
Leaving the country isn't a good idea. Because you go to another country and you're having seizures, you might not have the medical that you need.
It depends on where you go. You got the money.
Yeah.
Well,
overseas.
so did he leave a return address?
Yeah,
I'd like to find out how his trip went. How that worked out for you.
They told me I couldn't donate plasma because of epilepsy. Anybody been
No, I don't think if you're taking any kind of medication like we're taking, they highly do not want you giving blood that's full of medication.
They didn't even know I'm taking medication. They said if you have epilepsy.
Probably because if you have epilepsy, then you've got you're taking medication. Unless they think you can get epilepsy from a blood transfusion.
No, it's
Yes,
actually a
Rosa.
quite more simpler reason.
Please.
So when you give blood donations, it takes a lot longer than just, getting a simple blood draw. You're losing blood. So it's different from having a needle stuck in you for 24/7 for a week or longer in the hospital. It is literally you are having a piece of metal in your arm and it's draining your blood away, and you are prone to seizures. And if you go into a seizure, that piece of metal can break. They don't use the plastic guarding things that they use for IVs. It's more safety, well, liability for the people who are drawing the blood than anything else. Take it as someone who used to be a phlebotomy technician. I mean, I'm not a phlebotomist.
Not a
So
phlebotomist?
not a phlebotomist, but I am the person that
May
went to
I
go.
ask
I
you,
am the
Toaster?
vampire.
May
I'm the
I
one that
ask,
stuck you.
Toaster?
Yes.
What would gosh, I'm sorry. I'm not thinking well tonight. My brain's not working well
Hey,
tonight.
it's that type of night.
Yeah. Well, I just got off of work.
been-
I mean, I'm still dressed in my outfit here.
What tasty goodies did you give out today?
I gave out Izzy seltzer water.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Is it tasty? Is it
I
flavored?
don't know, honey.
I don't know. You didn't
You
taste
want
it
to taste?
yourself.
You want to taste some?
Yes.
All right.
I
Well,
always stop at those booths
call
in
me on the other
Costco.
line.
Yes,
Call me on the
sir.
other line. So let me ask, what would make you want to become a phlebotomist?
Oh, well, actually, this is a very easy answer. I could not do normal college. I couldn't do it. I went in as, oh, this is going to surprise everyone, as an English major.
I failed.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it and dropped out after 2 years. My dad was like, no, you have to have some type of training work, something. And so he
Gosh,
helped
it's
me
nice.
apply
Huh.
for a phlebotomy technician course. It was a year-long course, and did the classes plus in lab training, and he took a test at the end of the year, and then we had a physical test, I guess is the best word, where we actually had to prove that we can find a vein.
Yeah, you put a needle in a mannequin's arm or something.
Oh no, my father.
Oh, you put it in your father's arm?
Yeah, my father showed up for me.
Oh, well, that's swell.
Yeah.
Y'all are
It
brave.
was a bring your own volunteer.
Yeah, well, pretty much. Actually, no, they asked for volunteers. My dad was like, okay, fine.
So they could always go downtown.
Yeah, I wasn't the only one to stick them.
Yeah, well, I see you could have just gone downtown to the local homeless community.
Probably.
Yeah,
I
say,
mean,
here, I'll give you a cigarette if you let me stick you in the arm.
you probably would have gotten someone. Yes.
Their veins
Well-
may be a little
Rough
a little
because they're
to wear.
thin.
You know what, people? I just walked in the door and I need to eat something. So
Go eat. Go eat. We'll
All
be
right.
here all night.
all right.
I
I'll
just
talk to you
remembered
guys
to
in a
go
bit.
take my pills.
Go take your medicine. I'm
I
glad you
did.
remembered.
Oh, no, I just did. I was going to let my alarm just went off a couple minutes ago, but I'd already taken it.
Loki, I feel
instead of
like I'm taking over from you. I need to stop.
No, it would be great if you did.
So you can have a word?
Gosh.
Yeah, as mods, you guys can grab some questions. You know, I was telling you guys that you can get some questions, you know, and just jump in here and take some of the stuff off
And
my
then
back.
Tom
You know,
shows up.
I'm really sad that I had to take my meds and now I'm gonna get tired in a half an hour and go pass out. because I
I
don't want
haven't
to go
taken
to
my
bed.
meds yet. I purposely didn't take my meds so I could stay up a little bit for insomniacs.
Take your meds. Come on.
You want me to pass out before insomniacs?
I'd rather you pass out than have a seizure.
You guys won't start that for another like 5 hours.
No,
Half the
it's
time.
about
An
45
hour.
minutes.
What?
55 minutes.
You're starting in 55 minutes.
It'll be
Yes.
midnight.
That'll be midnight East Coast time.
And I'm not famous yet. Oh wait, no, now I'm getting into the song. Yeah, I should go take my medicines.
Yeah. Angel will be here. He'll probably be asleep by then. He's gonna be taking his Excalibur and putting his daughter to sleep.
I might have to get another can of pop. Normally I wake up and you guys are about done with insomniacs.
You called it pop. I love it.
I plan on being here sometime.
What does nobody else call it pop?
Yeah, my grandma did.
Sody pop?
So yeah, I do it time
My
to time.
parents just call it Coke.
What about when you have Shasta? They're all different flavors.
Oh, I grew up drinking Shasta.
Me too. They call them pop. Just
Yeah.
in a can.
Oh
Go
no,
grab
no, no.
me a
You see,
Oh
pop
yeah,
is in a
dear.
glass
We're gonna
container.
have a can of pop, dear, with our burgers that we put on the grill. Yeah.
It's go grab me a pop. Okay, what kind do you want?
You gotta have the Midwestern accent with it. Oh geez, dear. Yeah,
Hey
grab me a
now,
can
watch out
can
who
of
you're
pop.
talking to. Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from California, but I have plenty of friends from Minnesota and Wisconsin, and yeah. So no, I'm completely used to hearing it called pop, but it's always with that Midwestern accent, so that's why I just had to throw the joke in. I hope
Yeah,
I
I
didn't offend
lived
you. I'm
in
sorry.
South Dakota
No,
for a
I'm
year
just
and a
you're
half.
talking about
So
Midwesterners. I'm from Kansas.
I've got
Okay.
Kansas.
What'd you say, Mark?
I lived in Sioux Falls, South Dakota for like a year and a half, 2 years. So I got some love for the Midwest.
I don't know anything but the Midwest.
I don't know anything but California. The other states I've been in, I didn't wander too much. I just was in the city that I was in when I went there and didn't go many places to like really see the environment or anything like that.
I know Vegas. I know, well, Nevada. I know North Carolina. Well, the Carolinas, just not the North Carolinas. Wow. Okay. Okay, so I have a question. Or a post. It says sleep issues with lacosamide. Over the last 3 years since being prescribed on lacosamide, I have struggled with insomnia issues. I wake up every hour on the hour throughout my nights asleep. I wake up around the same time each hour every night, so I never really feel like I get a good night's sleep. When I have days off, I'll end up being so tired that I'll fall asleep on and off throughout the entire day. Does anyone else have this issue with lacosamide or any other AED? I have been reading up on ADHD lately, and I think I maybe have been dealing with some long-term undiagnosed ADHD, so I don't know if that might be playing a role as well. Thanks for the input.
Which one is lacosamide? Is that the brand name or the generic name or?
It's Vinpet.
Lacosamide is Vinpat.
Oh, I can't take that. I think that's the one they gave me I was allergic to. But before they put me on the Excopri, I was kind of that way. I would wake up at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock and like every night. And if I went to bed early, it was like I'm up at 11, I'm up at 2, and I'm up at 4. And I hope I can get back to sleep.
What about you, Jason? Have you ever taken Vinpat? or had any sleep issues with any of your AEDs?
Yeah, yeah, like I have a problem like sleeping and stuff like that, and I'll get like less than 7 hours to sleep. So I'll get less than 7 hours of sleep. So like, I mean, so like from here until actually like I couldn't get any AEDs from here. So like I'll have to go to a different city to actually get AEDs.
Oh, how do you get your what normal? Do you take any AEDs normally?
And
Or
I mean, I mean, like back then, like when I first had my season in 2018, like I think like in 2018, I would used to, but now I would used to, but now until as but now until as they don't have it anymore.
okay, yeah, I know some of us stay away from the AEDs.
Yeah.
Anyone else have sleep issues starting with a medication?
I do.
Yes, you do, Pookie.
It's
Yes, you
very
do.
fun. So I'm usually up till like 3 a.m. 3 a.m., 5 a.m. ish Pacific Standard Time or Pacific Daylight Time, however you want to look at it. It's pretty fun. It leaves me about 5 hours to sleep when I take my meds, and then I can't sleep anymore. So I'm getting an average of 3, 4, 5 hours of sleep, somewhere around there. It's been working for years. First,
Do
I
you
didn't
nap?
know. Before
Do
I
you
knew it was
nap
a
at
side
all?
effect, I was just riding the wave and hoping for the best. And come to find out, it's insomnia and the medication is causing it. I just thought sometimes I was good at staying up or something other than the medication. That's the last thing I thought it would be.
You're a party guy. That's the reason. Yeah. No, you're nocturnal. Yeah. We'll say it that way. Sounds better.
Yeah. Where I'm from, the term nocturnal, they refer to people who are using drugs and who are up all night. So,
Oh,
yeah. So,
a little street lingo from where you're from.
right. Uncertain about whether I even have seizures. My first encounter with a seizure lasted for over 5 minutes when I was stressed out over an argument with a family member and ended up lying on the floor having a full body seizure. A while after that event, I started searching up on what possibly happened. I found out PNES, psychogenic non-epileptic seizures, to be the most fitting because my seizure happened from stress. But a while on, and I noticed how it happens without stressors and triggers at home too. And it doesn't go full body like the first occasion. Sometimes hands shake, more often legs. My head shakes around, etc. And I noticed recently that when my stressors are out of sight, when my body starts going berserk, and as far as I know, bodies can't just control seizures turning it on when it wants. I did thought of the possibility of tics, especially Tourette's, but the shaking sessions lasted too long to just consider them tics. So I would love to learn if I had misinformed information anywhere with seizures and if anyone went through the same as me. First comment is, how do you feel directly before and after? Do you have any other symptoms? And the response to that was, before one, I could feel the unnerving feeling of something about to happen, but I don't know what. And then after that, I'll feel disorientated, and usually I'll need the last 5 minute break. Other than stuff like motor movements and usual trigger being stressors, nothing else really. The response to that would be, those before and after feelings of impending doom and confusion could be indicators that it was a seizure. Only a doctor can tell you for sure, of course, but those are kind of things they might be looking for. And that was from Arfin Raven. Great advice, because that was the only response to that one.
Well, yeah, someone who might need just some words of comfort. It says, it says, my boyfriend complained about taking care of me. I, 29 female, have been best friends / dating my boyfriend, 51 male, for 10 years. We got into an argument yesterday and he made a comment I will never forget. Typically, when I wake up from a seizure, I feel so horrible he had to rescue me and feel guilty. I'll cry and cry, and he says, "Don't worry, it's not your fault. This is why I'm here. It's just a part of the deal, honey." And I feel so loved and cared for. He will hold me and pet my back and just rock me to sleep, basically. But he said something different yesterday. Yesterday, after my episode, he let me know that he is sick of taking care of my seizures, that he didn't sign up for this, and that he would like to have a real life. But no, I'm stuck here constantly on call waiting for you to seize. I will never forget that he said that. I think this person just needs some word of comfort.
Yeah, I say leave them. That's bad because that doesn't sound like somebody's looking out for you when you're having a seizure. And that's what you need most when you're having a seizure, is someone to look out for you, or at least someone who cares. Yeah, it doesn't sound like he cares or he's looking out for her. And to be a boyfriend, that sucks. It's time to move on.
Time to move on.
Time to put one foot in
Could
front
you
of the other.
forget that?
Oh, fuck.
As a woman, how could you possibly get over that and forget it?
If you're dependent on a man, sometimes you just say, "Oh, he didn't mean it. He was drunk," or "It came out of his mouth because he's high." Everyone gets this way. I should not be saying this. I'm sorry.
Hey, it is what it is. We need
Well,
an
I
answer
say
from a woman.
Why
it's
shouldn't
the
you be
truth
saying
of
it?
what happens.
We need a perspective of a woman.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
But that's what happens in some relationships, is that I mean, she mentioned that she cries and cries for having to be rescued. That's already making me feel that maybe there is some underlying, she's already being told, "I'm taking care of you," because
Abused.
yes.
Okay, you know what that reminds me of is an abused woman, and you say, "Well, why are you still there? Leave him." But
You
I
can't.
still love him. You know,
Yeah, he's my soulmate. Yeah, he's just going through a rough patch. The kids won't be able to deal with this.
and she might also be reliant on him.
Yes.
And at the same time, you know, and I can
It's
see
not
it
that
too.
easy to leave.
I lucked out. I mean, I've got Tracy. I mean, I'm fortunate. I've got a honey. She takes care of me.
I got a honey.
I have a honey. I have a honey bunny.
I have never thought I would want to hear those words.
I have a
But
chihuahua.
that was great.
I have a honey
Chihuahua.
bunny. Look at the smile on Jeff's face. He's saying, "What the hell's wrong with this guy?"
I don't think there's anything wrong with you. I think you're absolutely 100% perfect.
Oh, you
That's the
He's
way
quit.
you should think.
agreeing with you.
You quit.
No,
No, but
that's the way you should
Tracy,
think, sweetie.
yeah, I'll tell you
I just-
what, this woman rescued me. I was strung out on dope, met her in a bar, and we've been inseparable ever since. She took me in and went from Portland to Vancouver. I never turned around, left all my associates back on the other side of the river, and I stayed with her for a year. And then I became a witness, and the rest of my life is history. But Tracy saved me. And I mean, and she hasn't left me since. She's always there for me. So I feel as though I'm one of the few
Yeah, you are.
very
That's the type of
fortunate.
person you want in your care team. That's the type of person you want to surround yourself with.
That's right. That's so true. And so now when I hear these stories of women who are abused, or like this woman is mentally, she's being mentally abused by this man. And at the same time, I don't know this, but I can only assume that she is reliant, maybe even monetarily reliant on him, physically, mentally, I want to say sexually. Maybe there's another term to be used there.
Well, I know that happened in my situation. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but I'm sorry, I can't get past the age difference.
I missed that.
The age difference is let me scroll back up. 29 to 51 for 10 years, which means she had known him since she was
19.
21.
So, so that's almost what
Yeah,
do they
19.
call that?
And he was 41 then.
41.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that to me screams of a little.
Yeah, exactly.
So
She doesn't know any better. She doesn't
I'm
know.
trying
who
to think of
else
that.
is
Yeah,
right.
exactly. She was taken advantage of, I think.
That's all she
He
knows.
saw
is
her as
him.
being
Yeah.
weak.
Yep.
Yeah, and he took advantage.
Yeah.
Now he's had his play time, and he's done. Time for him to move on.
And honestly, girly, that's the best thing for you.
Yeah.
There is
Get out
hope
of that.
out there.
But now at the same
There's
time, now
someone
he's
out
got
there.
her to where she is reliant on him, and he's getting ready to kick her to the curb. So
I
yeah,
can't be the only person to have escaped, to have made an escape plan and put it together.
yeah. Does it say
Jason's
whether
and
or not she
James,
has
I
any
think, have
other
also had
family?
to do similar things.
I mean, yeah, I didn't want to chime in because I didn't feel like my stuff was as serious, but
Well, honestly, I kind
um,
of turned it that way when I saw this post. I can't help it when
but
I see posts like this.
yeah, my ex-wife, she was about 4, depending on the time of year, 3 or 4 years younger than me, but she was younger than me, and she just got sick of it. And one day I remember her telling me that her literal words to me was, "You're a burden to everybody around you because of this bullshit." And I just
What a gal!
yeah, exactly, right. Like at first I kind of understood it, and I was like,
He's a keeper.
yeah, this is hard on me, this is hard on everybody. But then, once it finally sank in a little bit, once you finally come to, because this was pretty much, almost right after a seizure, but once everything kind of settled down, I just felt like this is this is my this is my wife. This isn't like a random person I met on, the street, like, at a fucking Taco Bell, and they happen to like pick me up from a seizure, like some stranger. Like this is my wife. This is somebody I've known for, 15 years. And she's telling me that I'm a burden to everybody around that I'm around. Like that, yeah,
That's a nice thought.
that was kind of like
Tough one to swallow.
what switched, what made me, let like the switch, flip in my head, sorry, like probably this is something I need to get out of.
Yeah.
And we were only together for about a year after that, before we actually, really separated and stopped speaking to each other. I still stayed in it for a little bit, just because, like, what the other person was saying. It's what you're used to. It's what you're what's normal in your life. You can't just stop and quit that one day, when it's a relationship like that. So it took a little bit, but I did get out of it, and obviously I'm still talking about it, and
You're
it
stronger
bugs
for
me,
it.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
like
it does give me kind of like a, I don't know what you want to call it, like a red flag. If I am hanging out with somebody else and like I hear a
Red
certain
flag
thing,
indicator.
yeah, I mean, kind of, like you hear like one or two certain things, like just like, oh, I can't deal with somebody that like gets sick all the time. If somebody says something like that, then you're all of a sudden you're gonna be like, well, okay, obviously her and I aren't gonna work out because they can't deal with that. I mean, and that's a very generic. That hasn't happened. That's a very generic situation I'm just bringing up, but sometimes, yeah, it's certain things. It just you're just like, okay, I'm done. I'm done with this. I've dealt with this in the past. I'm out of here.
Yeah, like that happened to me. Yeah, that happened to me with my seizures. I remember like I was dating a girl. I remember I was dating a girl, and I remember we would hang out like at least like almost like every day. And then like I won't forget this one message that he said like I'm a chore I'm a chore to literally everyone around me. Like at least I was a chore from her and my family and stuff like that. And then like once when and then, and then once when I figured out that like that I was a problem, she went like across the country, and she went across the country, and then I had to stay like around my parents' house. I tried to escape twice, and then two times I had to come back, and it's been nothing, and it's been horrible. It's been horrible for me ever since. You know, like and like sometimes I cry about it because and sometimes I cry about it because like that could have been my wife, but I know I couldn't have the funds for it.
Yeah, that's all good, man. Like sometimes I just sit and I get buried in my thoughts about it too. And I mean, that was my wife. We got divorced in 2019. We met at um a high school party in 2005. Um so we knew each other for a long time. We were really close friends. There was a few years where we dated on and off. We did have our little separation period, but pretty much that entire time we were, you know, together, and she everything seemed good, and like she cared. And then so all of a sudden for her to just like, spout that out one day, like part of me took it as just like, okay, she's, this has been something that's building up because she's been dealing with it, with me for a few years. So she just got frustrated, like, I'll leave it alone. But then, yeah, it just got to be like, okay, you only say something that like serious when you're actually that serious about it. And that, yeah, that's what kind of made me really rethink the relationship. And then other things started popping up too, like once you notice one thing, every other thing you notice too, right?
Yeah.
so yeah, it kept going, and then we eventually yeah, divorced. But yeah, I feel you, man, and there's no shame in, looking back on it and crying on it and thinking about it. I mean, yeah, you said that could have been your wife. Even this was mine for a while. So it's tough, and I fully understand you, man.
Thank you, man. Just like think of it, just like I've been like crying, and yeah, I've been crying for at least like 2 months. But just like and it's like it's been tough like staying around my mom's house. Like I'm already thinking of escaping my mom's house this year because I can't stay there anymore. Also, my mom was African, so
does she not take like your epilepsy seriously, or what's the, if you don't mind me asking, what's the reason behind that? Like wanting to leave, I mean.
Yeah, and what states do you live in?
like I live in Florida, so
Live in Florida? All right.
Okay.
Shoot me a DM on Reddit sometime.
okay.
They're gonna help
Like
you get an escape plan.
Pookie, you know me.
Toaster has the best escape plans.
Mm.
We're still planning mine, but I digress. Toaster
Pookie will
knows,
get your bubble.
she knows how to plan it and follow through.
None of us like living with our parents, being at the ages that we are, for sure.
Actually,
But
I love living with my parents.
well, I mean, yes, it's a love-hate relationship.
Oh no, no, no! I
I
absolutely love my parents, but I
yeah,
am the luckiest girl on the planet when it comes
I
to
feel that
parents.
way sometimes too, because yeah, my parents care. They know my full situation. They're always there the second I have it. A seizure. Also, it means free rent, which is a shit ton of money out here in California as well. So, so there are some things that are good about it, but at the same time, you can be just exactly as negative about it. And I'm not exactly out there in the dating scene. The best pickup line isn't, "Hey, I'm 39 years old. I live with my parents. Want to hang out sometime?" That's not the best pickup line.
So you move with a sibling.
Yeah, exactly right. so there's ups and downs to it. There's ups and downs to everything, right? But yeah, none of us here exactly are enthralled with living with our parents. So don't get too stressed out about it.
Yeah.
I had a seizure the other day, and this is a question from but something was different. But something different happened this time. Before I was conscious and wasn't making much sense. I kept saying it was so beautiful, and I want to go back. And something about it being blue. This kind of freaked me out. I've had many seizures, but this hasn't happened before. Do you think it was my brain
That's it.
just making things up? Has anyone else experienced this dream-like state?
Nah, it's above my pay grade.
Above my pay grade.
The dreamlike state when you're awake.
Yes.
Is she still asleep?
I gotta pinch myself sometimes.
It sounds like it was a post-stictal wandering type of, oh wow, look at all this stuff.
Yeah, my wander, it was a lot of confusion. So I was wandering, not knowing why. Everything wasn't exactly feeling good. Everything wasn't bad. It was just a really, really tough confusion. Like every step was like, what are you doing? Where are we? That's how bad the confusion was. And if you've heard the story, I believe you have.
I'm sure.
I walked in that house like it was my house. And I was confused when I first went in. I was just like, oh, this place is interesting.
Did I remodel recently? Sorry.
Right.
No, you're good. You're all good.
And I kept saying, I know somebody here. He was like, no, you don't. No, you don't. And I laid on the couch. And I remember laying on the couch. I remember all that. I just got home and then I remembered why and put the pieces together. I apologized the next day. He said it was okay. I understand.
Wow, what an understanding man.
Right.
Maybe it was you came into my house like that, and we'd
Yeah.
have some words.
Stand your ground.
That's, hey, buddy, this ain't okay. I don't know you. I don't like you. I'm not going to ask you to leave.
Oh
You
man.
will leave, though.
Yes. I got something here, Toaster. It says sudden sticker saying drug substitution. I'm confused about what drug substitution means. Would anyone be able to help me? I'm on 400 milligrams of lamotrigine for seizures, and having medication change without consulting my neurologist doesn't feel right. It's still lamotrigine, but are there cheaper versions? I
Who?
don't know.
And he's asking somebody on Reddit this question.
Yeah.
Shouldn't
He's
he
asking
ask the
Reddit this.
pharmacist? Why wouldn't he ask the pharmacist?
Yeah. What's he doing asking Reddit this?
Clicks.
Exactly. Click.
Let's advise this click. I have seen the lamotrigine tag, and it was.
I mean, honestly, I'm not the biggest social
Lamotrigine
media
tag.
user, but you'll ask people there on stuff on that because you'll get like legit honest answers. Like if you ask a pharmacist, you're just gonna get like that robotic, like this is the type of answer I have to give you so I don't get sued type of thing.
So I don't get sued, right?
So
Number
maybe
one, I'm not your
maybe he did
doctor.
ask his pharmacist, and then he wants to ask just other people who have like legit experience with it.
I mean,
That,
you know,
that,
Yeah.
that's all I'm saying. I'm not arguing with you or disagreeing with you or anything, Tom. I'm just throwing that out there. That's all.
Oh no. The tag here, it just says generic for Lamictal. I don't know exactly what his. Oh, yeah, that's my drug substitution. It's substituted for lamotrigine, and the name brand would be Lamictal. So I'm not sure what this guy's talking about. He said 400 milligrams of lamotrigine, and I'm on the same thing, 200 twice a day. And the change on the tag was just to let us know that it's generic for Lamictal.
I
It
kind of
says,
have an answer based off of what Mark said earlier about the differences between generic and name brand. I mean, at the core, they would be the same, but the generic pills come from factories from countries where it's cheaper to make the pills and not as much regulation goes into it.
I don't think I want to hear that. I don't want to hear that the generic medication I'm taking doesn't have the regulations.
I never thought about it until it got brought up today. Now I'm looking at my meds and they're all generic, and I'm like, okay. I don't know. They're still expensive.
Are you telling me that I might die because I'm taking generic medication?
hope not.
I hope not too, because I'm doing pretty well.
High five to that. I think I'm doing all right too. Coming up on 3 months. So, yeah.
Oh, Tracy and I were over at a friend's house, and I told him, I said, hey, you know what? I think I'm going to have a seizure. And so everybody was just like, huh? You're going to do what? And Tracy says, yeah, he's going to be fine. He'll be fine. He'll just be gone for a couple minutes. He'll be back. And they're looking at, are you okay? You going to be okay? Yeah, I just have an aura. I feel coming on, and I might slobber a little bit and drift off, but I'll be back and we'll pick up the conversation where we left off. If anything, anyway, nothing ever happened, but it was a really strong aura. So anyway, but afterwards, it's gonna say, is this how your seizures usually happen? So my seizures are different every time. But no, it happens this way sometimes. I feel it coming on. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it does. That was a seizure, but it's not a seizure that you're used to hearing, or maybe not even have seen, but heard what a seizure is, or should be, or could be, or whatever. Because people are so in the dark about what epilepsy is and what a seizure is. There's just the generic convulsions, bouncing off the floor, doing the fish kind of thing. But an aura is a seizure.
Something new for you, Tom.
Please.
It says weird episodes after getting startled. Could this be a focal seizure? Hey everyone, I wanted to ask if anyone has experienced something like this in the past week, and again the past week, and again the past couple of days. I've had some strange episodes that only happen after I get startled by a sudden noise, like something falling. Right after I get scared, my heart races and instantly feels like a seizure might be starting. During the episode, I am fully aware and can think normally, but I can't get words out. It feels like my tongue freezes and twists, and I'm speaking gibberish. I take Keppra and Excopri consistently at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. every day, 2,000 milligrams, and just started taking Excopri on August 25th, 12.5 milligrams at night. First time this happened was early in the morning when I woke up earlier than usual for work around 6 a.m., which is outside of my normal routine. I was reading online and saw that this could be related to focal seizures, but I'm not sure. Does this sound like what anyone else has experienced? Thanks.
Me. Yeah, I have those.
When you get startled?
No, not so much when I get startled, but focal aware. Like I was saying just a little bit ago, we were having a conversation and I felt it coming on, and then we finished the conversation and everything was fine. But you said this gentleman, he was startled.
Yeah.
And he says that's what started it, he thinks, being startled.
Yes.
Was like a trigger or something.
Sudden noises, things falling, everything that scares him gets his heart racing.
What's up there, Toaster?
Okay, so I am thinking, and I know, scary, isn't it? Honestly, all I can think of is my PTSD responses. When I'm walking in a store and the alarm goes off, I will startle, like, oh my God, what the hell happened? It'll take me a few seconds to, oh, wait, yeah. It's just the alarm. Even if I know I was going to pick up my son from school, and guess what? They go in and they like, oh, we're about to have a fire drill. Oh, okay. Fire drill goes off, and I still jump, and my heart still picks up and panics, and it's like, oh my gosh. But that is definitely panic for me. And that sounds like what they're experiencing, but that's not a focal for me is a much deeper fear response.
For me, my worry is I'm in a box. I feel like I'm in a box and I can hear this. Like when I talk, it sounds like it's bouncing off the walls,
You say
something goes you're in a closed area.
Yeah.
And you're talking and it sounds like it's echoing. And that's what my focal sounds like.
I know what you're talking about.
Not my focal, my aura.
I know what you meant.
Yeah.
There's comments here about the weird episodes. One of the first comments is, I see sometimes when startled, not necessarily a full-blown seizure, but at least shaking or freezing up, being unable to speak. Lasts about 1 minute. I'm fairly sure minor functional seizures. Another one says, I can tell what you experience having focal aware seizures. Nothing sets them off like you experience. They just happen. I absolutely have a startled feeling, which is a seizure. It progresses into feelings of terror, even though I'm aware there's nothing to be terrified about. Another one here says, yep, until perimenopause. All seizure activity of all kinds was from being startled. Started before my TC. I get startled and I had the overwhelming urge to sit and shiver. Fought the urge for about a year. Second day of Christmas vacation, I decided, end quote, I'm home. I wonder what would happen if I gave in. Bam, first TC. Then 6 months later, in quotes, being able to fight off a TC was actually the beginning of my, end quote, physical focals. Lamotrigine controls my TCs, still fighting those focals for 26 years and got new perimenopause. So yeah, it's called reflex epilepsy.
Reflex epilepsy.
Reflex epilepsy.
I haven't heard that one.
We hear something new every time.
Don't we though?
Yeah.
Reflex epilepsy. I think this is something that the neurologists come up with. They can't figure something out, so they just give it a name. Because truly, I mean, we hear things all the time. Like I've been telling you about those Facebook groups, epilepsy groups. I mean, I get hits all the time about people and their issues. And they come up with some of the strangest things. And it's things I've never heard of. Not to say I know everything by any by any yeah, that imagination thing. Uh-huh. No.
It says reflex.
Hi. Yeah, I was about to say, I'll be your Kate for this evening if you wish.
Go ahead.
Reflex epilepsy involves seizures triggered by specific stimuli, whether external sensory inputs like flashing lights, so photosensitive epilepsy would fall under this umbrella, or internal cognitive processes such as reading or thinking. Sorry, my epilepsy is caused by my thinking.
Well, my
Okay.
thinking, I don't want to be inside my head sometimes.
Treatment primarily involves avoiding these specific triggers. Triggers vary widely and can include visual stimuli, flashing or flickering lights, high contrast patterns, stripes. Oh, really? Stripes. Our television screens. Reading often triggers brief, jerky seizures, particularly in teenagers. Music or sounds. Some people can have seizures triggered by certain music or sounds.
These are people that walk around with helmets on, right?
And it must be hot water.
I mean, yeah, I mean, what's this person doing out of bed? He should be
And
down.
startling.
I
Is
mean,
right there too.
every breathing sounds like it would cause a seizure. Reflex epilepsy, huh? That's what all that is?
That's what Dr. Google tells me.
Good gracious.
Same
I mean,
thing that
what
Dr.
doesn't
Bing
fall
told me.
under that umbrella? What doesn't fall under that umbrella?
Everyone has epilepsy. You have
Everybody's
epilepsy.
got reflex epilepsy.
Yes.
I like it. Hey, that makes a neurologist's job a whole lot easier, huh? Oh yeah, you got reflex epilepsy. Give him Capra.
I got something. It says make fainted after fever. 32-year-old. It says make 32 fainted after a seizure. Viral. Had nausea. Is it seizure? Hey all, hoping I can get some help and make sense of this. I've read so many conflicting things online. I woke up in the middle of the night feeling warm and a bit off, drank some water, then suddenly felt the urge to vomit. I went to the bathroom, started vomiting, and then blacked out. Next thing I know, I collapsed on the bathroom floor. My partner said I was on the ground with my legs bent inwards, eyes open, staring and moaning slightly. There is some frothing at the mouth, and I'd bitten the side of my tongue. I had no memory of what happened and felt really confused for a couple of minutes after waking up. Now I'm wondering, was this just from dehydration, electrolyte imbalance, or low blood sugar from being sick? Or does it sound like it could have been a seizure? Would really
Call your
appreciate
doctor.
any advice or similar experiences. It's hard to know how worried to be right now. I wouldn't say don't be too worried. It's gonna happen more than once.
It's okay to have 1 or 2 seizures.
Yeah, it's okay to have 1 or 2 seizures and
That's all good.
just be regular. That's what they tell you.
That's it. Just be regular.
You're allowed to have 1, they say.
Isn't that what they say?
Yeah, that's what they told my other friend.
Yeah, sure. We all have them.
Yeah, he left early because he had a problem. Anyhow,
All good.
this one says, oh, I read all that. First comment says, that sounds like a seizure. The tongue biting, no memory of what happened, and the confusion afterwards are all hallmarks of a seizure. You should talk to your doctor about it and probably won't get prescribed meds unless you have 1 or 2 or more seizures, because those meds really fuck with your memory, among other things. And someone else just wrote seizure. Yeah, among other things. They mess with everything. Your sleep and all that. Fainted after a fever. They're just looking for advice from anyone who's been through this. Anybody had a seizure in their sleep is what it's asking. Oh no, it wasn't necessarily in his sleep. He woke up to go to the bathroom. I'm not exactly sure if that sounds like a seizure, but from what your girlfriend said, she can tell best. Because she's seen it. But from the information,
I don't know. You know, this some of the stuff we read, some of the stuff I read, some of the stuff you read. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to think. I really don't. I mean, do these people are people just coming up with this nonsense and asking questions?
I have no idea.
I don't know either because I have trouble believing it. I think some people are just bored and need to ask these questions. I mean, do they really need or expect somebody on Reddit to give them a true, logical, professional answer?
I think so.
They're asking people on Reddit to give them professional answers.
Yes, sir. Seems so.
I'm sorry, but that sounds pretty moronic, but that's just Tom 101.
Pretty moronic. I got you.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, it's far out.
I
Those
mean,
two
hey,
has a hand
we're
up.
looking at each other and asking questions. You know, at least, I mean, I can tell if you're shooting a bull. You know, you're flinging me a handful of crap. Why are you always raising your hand?
Because I'm ADHD.
Oh, okay. That makes all the difference in the world. Okay.
See, doesn't it?
Yeah, now I understand.
But I do have a post.
Go ahead.
It's titled, I hate feeling off. You guys know what I mean by off? I had
Off
plans.
is quite a broad.
I had plans today that I might have to cancel. I hate how epilepsy controls my life, and it's so frustrating. I felt fine and was getting ready, but then that off feeling came, and now I'm too scared to step out of the house. Anyone, you guys know what they mean by off? You guys
Yeah.
I
have those
said that's quite a
days?
broad statement.
I've been feeling a little off every now and then.
Yeah, I feel off all the time.
This person makes sense. Right there
I
with you.
I
It's
do that
almost
once in a
harder.
while.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
James.
Are you
I was
done,
just gonna
huh?
say I do
Okay.
that once in a while with work sometimes too. Like I get fully ready in the morning, I get dressed and then I'm like, okay, I have to ride my bike there. I have to be and then I have to ride my bike back home. I was like, all right, this day isn't gonna work. I'm ready to go, but the rest of this day isn't gonna work. And then I'll just call in and be like, yeah, I can't make it in today, guys. I'm sorry. So yeah, I know what that feels like. It's like sometimes you're just you know you have every plan in the world sounds great in your head, but your body just doesn't physically go with it.
This
And
person
that's what
says it makes them feel
yeah.
like they're crying wolf. Because what if nothing happens and then it just looks like I'm looking for attention when in reality I just don't know if a seizure is coming.
Now you see that's where I'm at with my life as far as my epilepsy, where I feel bad for all the epileptics in the world that are going through all of these hideous problems. And I don't feel like, okay, I've
You
got
are a
epilepsy, I just
victory
go do
story.
what I want to do.
I
You
love
know?
that you can.
Oh well, if I have a
You are
seizure, I have
awesome.
a seizure. So what? These things are going to happen. I'm epileptic. That's what happens with epileptics. Right?
Yes,
Am
that's
I
good
wrong?
advice.
So, I mean, I do. I feel bad that people are this paranoid. Or they're not, maybe not paranoid, maybe that's not the right word. They allow their lives to be controlled by it. I'm sorry, I'm not going to live in a box because I'm afraid to go outside and possibly have a seizure. But maybe that's because maybe my epilepsy isn't that bad. And I mean, I've ended up in the emergency room many times. I've woken up, being out, just outside. I've fallen off ladders, you know. But hey, that's just life as far as I'm concerned.
Tom 101.
There you go.
I was going to say the same thing, Tom 101. You know it. But I do have something here that
Did you say you're going to the gym?
There's something here that says hiccups. A couple of people in the group mentioned hiccups with their seizures, sometimes lasting very long. Who else gets this? I seen this and I brought it up because I do get hiccups. I get them way too often, especially when I'm here. If you guys notice a lot when I'm talking, I get the hiccups and I don't understand why, and I get the hiccups a lot. So that's that. I don't know if it's the medication. It isn't during a seizure because I can't remember that happening during a seizure. Because of course I'm having a seizure. or after a seizure. I can't remember any of those, but yeah, I do get the long-lasting hiccups all day. If you haven't noticed, when I'm reading, I get the hiccups a lot, regardless as to if I'm drinking water or not. Reminds me that I need water soon. But anybody get the hiccups a lot other than me?
I do. I get them a lot, but they
I
told me
flashlight.
it was because of like GI stuff.
That's what they told me too.
And I flashlight.
Everybody does.
Oh, okay.
Everybody.
Then I'm not special.
I
We're
don't
all
know.
special.
Oh, that's right. We are. We are special, aren't we?
We are.
We are.
And I take a special bus to work every day. And I get a
See?
little white bus comes picks me up every day for work, drops me off.
I got
Always
you.
wanted always wanted to ride around in one of those.
One of those short buses? The
Yeah,
white-
yeah.
Nice. I haven't been inside yet.
I have one comes picks me up for work every day, and they
Nice.
come and they bring me home.
How's that been?
On the short bus.
That's taking stress off of Tracy a little bit.
It does, exactly. That's exactly it. She's the one that got it hooked up for me.
So
Because I
it's
didn't
hard.
think I was eligible. But she got people to listen to her.
Okay, I got something. It says hallucinations. Do you have hallucinations during your focal aware seizures? And if so, can you describe what it feels like? I have had a cluster of symptoms yesterday that included a dreamlike hallucination. At first I thought this was psychiatric in nature, but now I'm starting to connect more dots. Just curious if others' experiences align with what I experience.
I had a couple of crazy like I don't I don't know what you want to call it, like lost my mind like type of moments. Like one time I
Nothing's
woke up in
crazy, man. It's life. It's
well
life
no
has epilepsy.
I woke up in the middle of the night and I swore that there were bugs crawling like all on my wall over there or I don't have my camera on, but anyway, like over there, I swear that there was bugs crawling there, and then there was bugs like crawling all over my bed. So I ran out and I went to go try and find like bug spray to like spray it down, and then so I'm making hella noise, so my mom wakes up and she's like, what the hell is going on? I was like, there's all these bugs in my room, blah blah blah. I'm looking, where's the bug spray, where's the bug spray? And so she runs into my room to see what's going on, and there's nothing there. There was nothing there. I saw that there were hella bugs and everything crawling around, but there was really nothing there. And so she's like, what are you talking about? Basically, and like, had to like talk me down and calm me down and, kind of get me back to like laying in the bed, because obviously I didn't want to go there because I thought it was crawling with bugs. And it was just a complete fucking like mind freak out. It was so weird. But I actually remember, I fully remember it. I fully remember the whole thing. Whereas when I have my grand mal seizures where I, you know, fall down, flop around, all that stuff, I don't remember before, during, and after. But this episode, I remembered the whole thing. So that made me really kind of question what types I have or whatever. I don't know how to word it, but yeah. That's my weird ass experience with that hallucinations.
Yeah. The only hallucination I had, I was screaming and yelling and telling people that the dog is running down the street, but the dog was in the garage and they're trying to stop me from running and getting past everyone. But I've been about 6 foot since I was about, or 6'1" since I was about 15. So, I mean, they got me there because it was quite a few people, but yeah, I tried to do that. Good night, Jeff.
Good night.
Yeah, I chased a dog that was
Night,
already
Jeff.
in the garage. So that was my hallucination, and I had taken Benadryl, and they said it was allergic reaction to Benadryl. Any else hallucinations? Jason, you ever hallucinate? Toaster?
Yes, I definitely have. This before my surgery, my auras were very different. I would still get the feeling of dread, but I would also get visual hallucinations and sometimes auditory hallucinations. The auditory being the sound of the ocean and the taco man is coming. And the visual ones, you'd usually be a lady wearing a pinstripe suit. You have long, straight silver hair and this grin that malicious grin. She would always show up. One time I hallucinated my mom. This one was actually caught on camera and EEG. My mom coming into my hospital room, and she was wearing this gorgeous blue silk kimono with cranes on it. In a seizure. I was in the middle of a seizure. And then I went into a TC. But yeah. So yes, with the lady in the pinstripe suit, she's been so scary that I have been known to chase down ladies wearing pinstripe suits and like, are you real? Got the cops called on me once for doing that.
Okay. Yeah. Jason, you said you had hallucinations. Tell me about it. How'd that go?
So with my seizures, when I hear hallucinations, like I would hear I would hear like you know, for like from like artists like that are female, and like I would hear them like at least like outside, but I'll be aware because like I would be in my room, or else I would go outside and just go for a walk, and then like I would just try to just like basically forget it. But at the same time, at the same time, I would like hear like like the strangest voices, like, and I'll be in my room for like hours, not even knowing that happened, because like if I have a seizure, they'll take me to the psych ward.
Okay, go through a few of these comments. One here says, same. I see and hear things, but it's so difficult to describe them without fail, though. As I am going into a grand mall, I see this figure of a guy dressed in white who tells me he's going to get help. He leave, and then I go into a seizure. My mom films some, and for the neurologist, because they tell me it's panic attacks. FFS. What's that? Anybody know what FFS means?
For fuck's sake.
Oh, makes sense. And in the I say things, no, 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 or you don't understand, which is probably when I see him. I never see his face though, which is weird, so I have no idea who he is. Yeah, so you're not alone. I think we all go through some type of shape or form of hallucinations. Here's one from Sia, the great Sia. One says, I've hallucinated many things, and it's even part of my aura sometimes. It's usually not as detailed for me, though, but here's what I've experienced. Black figures speeding past my peripheral vision, black and sometimes multicolored spots in my right eye, feeling things that aren't there, like vibrations, hearing noises no one else's hears, like ringing sirens and siren-like sounds, scream-like noises, etc. Weird tastes, weird smells, and I've even told my husband in the post-ictal state that I've seen God and had a whole conversation with him after an episode of severe status in which I almost lost my life. I agree with someone else here that commented, I believe it associated most often with occipital temporal lobe originating seizures. I myself have been diagnosed with right side TLA. Definitely save this info for your neuro. I call my seizures spells. I could also consider them hallucinations. So this isn't not as uncommon as we think. Everybody else is hallucinating too, not just us. That sounds fun, right? It's not just me. That always feels good. Another comment says, well, before I was on any medication and any episode started, I was so nauseous and sick. I was laying down in the dark and the mini blinds turned into a brick wall and spider climbed up. Then I was throwing up. I was throwing up in the toilet and I used to wipe my mouth, then threw it in the bowl. Then crumpled tissue turned into a tiny earth that started spinning. The people started flying off. I have temporal lobe seizures with occipital involvement as my official diagnosis after EEGs. One here says, I hallucinate during mine. Here's a big log from one that I remember yesterday evening. 1750 focal sensory altered perception episode. Looked at a photo and hadn't seen before. Immediate deja vu. Sweet taste in mouth, weird food smell, brief visual distortion. I wasn't in the living room for a few seconds. Like I was somewhere else. Vision was like TV static. Saw something red and big briefly fly under my face. Tunnel whistle blowing in left ear after effects felt twitchy and tired. Loss of consciousness. Another, I get visual hallucinations. I have PLE. I see things spinning, changing size and color, and usually during a postictal phase, I hallucinate quite severely with paranoia and delusions. Another one says, I would get an overwhelming feeling of nostalgia and deja vu. I would then hallucinate these people trying to tell me something very important. I felt the urge, yet it felt kind of peaceful. Before I knew I was having seizures, I thought I was having supernatural experiences. Oh, that's dope. I mean, if you were actually having supernatural experiences. I experienced the same thing. My MRI and EEG came back normal, but my neuro suspects it's seizures. Listen to the neuro sometimes.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.